Politics has naturally commenced.
जम्मू कश्मीर में एससी के लिए पॉलिटिकल रिजर्वेशन थी, वो 2014 में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार में शामिल थी। उस सरकार में भी 7 लोग जो थे वो एससी के हमारे जीत के आए थे। तो वो पॉलिटिकल रिजर्वेशन आज से नहीं, वो तो बहुत पहले से। तो ये इस तरह से हमें तो कोई नई चीज वहां पर ना देखने के लिए मिली है और ना सुनने के लिए मिली है।
जो हमारी इंडस्ट्री है, मैं अमित शाह जी को कहूंगा कि आप पे उम्मीदें बड़ी थी हमें, जो आपने तकरीर की थी, लेकिन मैं ये कहूंगा आप फेल हो चुके हैं यहाँ पे लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट देने में। जो आपने कहा था इंडस्ट्रियां देंगे, उसमें फेल हो चुके हैं।
हमारे मिनिस्टर्स, हमारे एमएलएज शहीद हुए हैं जम्मू कश्मीर की सलामती के लिए, हिंदुस्तान की सलामती के लिए। और अमित शाह साहब का ये बयान मैं इसको सीधे से नकारता हूँ और ये ज़रूर कहना चाहूँगा कि जिस डेवलपमेंट की वो बात कर रहे हैं वो ग्राउंड पे नज़र नहीं आ रही है। ऑन ग्राउंड जो सिचुएशन जो है, ग्राउंड रियलिटी बदली नहीं है।
But what is undeniable is that the face of Kashmir is changing.
There has been a discernible shift in the modus operandi of the terrorist. And this is born out of the fact that terrorists are not welcome anymore. They are not welcome in the houses of the locals, as was the case, let's say, 5 years, 10 years back.
The mood in the Union Territory has shifted.
People have started arriving for the mega rally of Union Home Minister Amit Shah to the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. The people of the Pahari community, they have lined up here in large numbers. They are getting the security clearance to get inside, and they are very hopeful that this time they will be getting the ST status.
The Home Minister is calling out those who held the region back.
आज जो पहले 3 परिवार के पास था, इसकी जगह आज 30,000 लोगों के पास जम्मू कश्मीर का शासन आया है। मित्रों, 30,000 लोगों के पास।
This is a new Kashmir.
ये परिस्थिति में जो बदलाव है, वो बदलाव नरेंद्र मोदी का मक्कम और मजबूत नेतृत्व के कारण हुआ है मित्रों, और उसी के कारण जम्मू कश्मीर के विकास की एक नींव डालने का काम यहाँ पर हुआ है।
The 3 families who tried to hold back the valley need to snap out of it.
आप किसी गफलत मुंगेरे लाल के ख्वाब देख रहे हो। अगर आपने 370 के साथ हाथ लगाया तो ये झंडा हमारे हाथों में भी नहीं रहेगा, हमारे कंधों पे भी नहीं रहेगा। ये मैं वार्निंग देना चाहती हूँ।
इससे इशू सॉल्व नहीं होगा, इससे आपका इशू बढ़ेगा।
It is the dawn of a new era in Kashmir. The Gupkar gang needs to get with it or leave. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Big breaking news coming in as the mega crackdown on forces continue. An encounter has broken out between security forces and terrorists in the Drach area of Shopian district. Now, following the encounter, we're learning that the search and cordon operation has been launched. Now, hours later, another encounter started between terrorists and security forces in Mullu in Chitragam area of Shopian. So that is the latest that we're getting so far, where another encounter has broken. Now, this time around, it is in the Mullu Chitragam area of Shopian. Now, this, of course, the encounter started between the terrorists and the security forces. And what we're also learning is that this is, of course, the second encounter which has taken place. So, a big mega crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir. For more information on this, we have our Kashmir Bureau Chief Zina joining us on the phone lines. Zina, good morning. What is the latest that we have learned so far about this second encounter now?
The second encounter in Shopian is it is going on because this is the second encounter that started in Mullu area of Shopian, where the police as well as the other joint forces are on the job. As far as the sources within the police and the army, they say that the 2 terrorists are trapped. And as far as the other encounter that was going on since yesterday late evening, that encounter is going on in Bracha area of Kigam and Shopian, South Kashmir, where the 3 elite terrorists are trapped. As of now, in both the encounters, the gunfight is on, exchange of fire is taking place, and no dead body or the arms and ammunition have been recovered. The 2 simultaneously, the 2 operations are taking place in district Shopian of South Kashmir.
Also, Zeenat, we're understanding this entire area has been cordoned off as well. If you could shed light about that for us.
See, as far as the search and the cordon option, obviously whenever there is an encounter, there is an SOP that all entry and exit points are sealed by the security forces, and nobody is allowed to go near to the encounter spot, keeping the sensitivity of the operation. As far as these operations are concerned, both the operations are going on because none of the terrorists have been killed as of now. We are seeing one of the operation in Kiga where the operation has now entered almost 10th hour, and the second operation also started somewhere 3 in the morning in Mulu of Shopian. As of now, the encounter is on and no dead bodies have been recovered. These operations are taking place when the Home Minister Amit Shah is in the Kashmir Valley. So we can say it's a crackdown on terror in the Kashmir Valley continues despite the Home Minister's VVIP visit.
Right, Zina, thank you so much for getting us all that information. This, of course, is about the fact that a second encounter has broken out between the security forces and the terrorists. Now, what we're learning so far is what, like Zeenat also mentioned, that the first one, of course, took place in the Drach area of Shopian, and the second encounter is taking place in Mulu. We'll continue to track all the latest details on this. But moving on to other news now, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is on a two-day visit. Is on a two-day visit to Uttarakhand, where he is going to celebrate Dasara with the Jawans. Here are the highlights from his day one and much more.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh landed in Dehradun last evening. He was received by the Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami at the airport. On day one of his visit, Defence Minister interacted with the Army Jawans in Dehradun. Rajnath Singh lauded the courage of Indian soldiers.
मित्रों, आप सब पर मैं कह सकता हूं कि मुझे बेहद नाज है। लेकिन आज यदि भारत बोलता है तो लोग कान खोलकर सुनते हैं कि भारत बोल क्या रहा है। यह है भारत की हैसियत, और इस भारत की हैसियत बनने में आप लोगों का भी बहुत बड़ा योगदान है।
Mentioned their bravery during Galwan.
और मेरे बहादुर जवानों, आप लोगों ने गलवान घाटी में जो करिश्मा किया है, जब इंडो और चाइना स्टैंड ऑफ हुआ था, आप लोगों ने पासा पलट किया है। आप लोगों में से शायद बहुत लोगों को जानकारी नहीं होगी, मुझे इस बात की जानकारी है। जिस शौर्य और पराक्रम का आपने परिचय दिया है, भारत इसे कभी भूल नहीं सकता।
And gave a प्रचंड मैसेज।
कल देखा आपने लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर, अटैक हेलीकॉप्टर है, भारत में बना है, इंडिजिनस है, मिसाइल भी छोड़ेगा, रॉकेट भी छोड़ेगा, और पता नहीं क्या क्या छोड़ेगा। वर्षा होती रहेगी तब भी चलेगा, दिन में भी चलेगा, रात में भी चलेगा। और ऐसा हेलीकॉप्टर बनाया किसने है? भारत के वैज्ञानिकों ने बनाया है। यह है भारत की ताकत।
On his second day of visit, Rajnath Singh will reach Oli at 8:30 a.m. where he will participate in the Dashera event with the army personnel. After which, the Defence Minister will leave for Manna to inspect the forward post and then celebrate the Shahra with the Jawans. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Here's also what's making news across the nation. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, during his visit to Jammu and Kashmir, tore into quote-unquote 3 families for looting Jammu and Kashmir. Commencing his speech at the rally, he hailed the PM and the abrogation of Article 370.
जिन लोगों ने कश्मीर में राज किया, ये 3 परिवारों ने राज किया, मगर लोकतंत्र का मतलब उन्होंने अपने परिवारों में बना दिया।
Amit Shah also announced that Prime Minister paved a way for reservation of numerous communities in Jammu and Kashmir after the abrogation of Article 370, receiving loud cheers from the crowd.
धारा 370 को हटाने से यहां पिछड़ों को, दलितों को, आदिवासियों को और पहाड़ियों को अपना अधिकार मिलने वाला है।
Delhi Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena directed the Chief Secretary to conduct an inquiry into the alleged irregularities and discrepancies in the power subsidy given by the Aam Aadmi Party government to the BSES discoms. Now, the LG has sought the report from the top official within 7 days. Jammu and Kashmir's Director General of Prisons, Hemant K. Lohia, was found murdered at his residence here in Jammu, with police nabbing his domestic help as the main culprit and also ruling out the terrorism angle in the murder. The main accused in the case of the J&K DG's murder was arrested by the police between Ramban and Udhampur as multiple raids were undertaken in the two districts. However, the police has ruled out the terror angle and instead cited that the suspect's depression contributed to his act.
ये कल शाम का वाकया है, बहुत ही दुखद घटना है। शुरुआती जांच में ऐसा लग रहा है कि एक लड़का जो डोमेस्टिक हेल्प के तौर पे उनके साथ काम करता था, 4-5 महीनों से काम कर रहा था, उसका हाथ है इस घटना में। CCTV फुटेजेस अवेलेबल है जिसमें वो भागता हुआ नज़र आ रहा है। जो हथियार इस कांड में इस्तेमाल हुआ है उसको बरामद कर लिया गया है। फिलहाल टेरर एंगल का कोई भी एविडेंस इसमें नहीं आया।
In other news, the 90th IAF Day will be celebrated for the first time out of Delhi over the Sukna Lake in Chandigarh. Now, the fly-past rehearsal is scheduled to take place on October 8th. We get you more on this.
The preparations are at a full swing ahead of the Air Force Day on October 8 in Chandigarh. Transport planes and helicopters, including the Chinook heavy lift choppers, took part in the dress rehearsal.
During liberation of Bangladesh.
In a historic first, the parade and fly past of the Air Force Day have been moved out of the National Capital Region by the IAF. The Air Force Day fly past is scheduled to take place on October 8th over the Sukna Lake in Chandigarh. 74 aircrafts, including single-engine MiG-21 aircrafts, fighters, transport planes, along with helicopters, will participate in Air Force Day flypast. This year, the Indian Air Force has more reasons to celebrate after it inducted the first batch of indigenously developed light combat helicopters named Prachand in the presence of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Rajasthan's Jodhpur on Monday. Rajnath Singh addressed the event, saying Prachand is a proof of India's commitment towards self-reliance and its induction will enhance our defence capability. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a short break, but on the other side, Prime Minister Modi to visit Himachal today. Now, the Prime Minister will present AIIMS to Himachal and he will also attend the Kullu Dasera. And TRS likely to be renamed Bharata Rashtra Samiti as KCR preps for national foray. We'll get you the latest on that on the other side of the short break. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today. A testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Union Home Minister Amit Shah's message during his ongoing visit to Jammu and Kashmir is simple, that Kashmir has totally changed. And he is absolutely right, there have been several changes. Amit Shah is 100% correct. And he's been at the forefront of these changes. And he's led it with conviction. Right from that fiery speech on the floor of the parliament till today, his role cannot be undermined. But what is the biggest change? The biggest change, ladies and gentlemen, is that Jammu and Kashmir has been freed from the clutches of two families. Two selfish families who have since 1965 contributed 2/3 of all chief ministers in Jammu and Kashmir and therefore run the state with a convenient family hold. But Kashmir is no family's property. Jammu and Kashmir belongs to us all equally. And the government, which through the Home Minister's much watched visit is sending a message of change, must ensure that never again in the future do an Abdullah or a Mehbooba Mufti rule Kashmir like it is their inheritance or their right. It is not. If these families come back to the saddle of power directly or in a coalition because they are desperate, they'll do anything, they'll join any coalition, then we will all be effectively pushed back to the pre-370 abolition situation. We can't afford that. Because at their core, these two families want to scrape the last benefit for themselves. They want to deny the people of Jammu and Kashmir development. They want their scams to return. They want to make money. And they want to return to their traditional blackmail politics. So Amit Shah is absolutely right. He said today that these politicians said, and don't you remember they said that? If 370 is removed, they said if 370 is removed, then the Pir Panjal mountains will be set ablaze, they said. What remains to be said when someone says that? That the Pir Panjal mountains will be on fire. That was the kind of threat they put out. Now in the pursuit of power, these same parties, like the NC and the P.
We have breaking news coming in. Now, a bus carrying around 50 passengers fell into a 500-meter deep gorge on Tuesday in Uttarakhand's Kotwar district. Now, according to reports, the bus fell into the gorge near Simdi village on the Rikinankal-Birankol motor road in the Dumkote police station area of Pauri district. Now, the bus was going from Laldang in Haridwar district to the Birkal block of Pauri district. Now, no official confirmation of casualties or deaths have been received so far. Now, the passengers were heading to a wedding in Pauri. Now, police have informed that as many as 9 have been rescued so far. So that is the big breaking news where a bus carrying around 50 passengers fell into a 500-meter deep gorge. Now, for more information on this, we're joined in by our correspondent Ratan Negi. Ratan, अभी जो rescue operations है underway, अभी तक casualties, according to the official, has there been any official statement as to how many rescue operation during this rescue operation कितने casualties हैं, अगर नहीं हैं, and also administration की तरफ से क्या statement आया है so far?
देखिए, ये दुखद समाचार है उत्तराखंड के पौड़ी जिले के में सड़क हादसा जो ये भयानक हुआ है। इसमें अब तक जो जानकारी निकल कर आ रही है, 25 लोगों की यहाँ पर मौत हो चुकी है और 21 लोगों को स्थानीय लोगों ने, एसडीआरएफ ने की टीम ने यहाँ पर बचाया है। अभी भी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन वहाँ पर जारी है। दरअसल में अगर बात की जाए तो जो ये बारात की बस थी जो हरिद्वार जिले के लाढांग कैडेट गाँव से कंडा तल्ला जा रही थी और ये बस अचानक लैसनडोन के समीप एक गाँव पड़ता है सिमड़ी गाँव के पास लगभग 350 मीटर गहरी खाई में जा गिरी। इस हादसे में 25 लोगों की दुखद यहाँ पर जो जानकारी है वो मौत की मिल रही है। 21 लोगों को यहाँ पर बचाया जा चुका है और रात की अगर लगभग एक घटना की बात की जाए तो शाम लगभग 7:30 के बाद की ये घटना है। घटना की जानकारी मिलने के बाद से ही एसडीआरएफ ने लगातार वहाँ पर रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चलाया और रात के अंधेरे में ही 21 लोगों को यहाँ पर बचाया जा चुका है। इससे पहले उत्तराखंड के मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को जब इस घटना की जानकारी मिली तो उन्होंने सचिवालय आपदा कंट्रोल रूम में स्थिति का पूरा जायजा लिया और जो एसडीआरएफ की टीम रही, जो उत्तराखंड का जो टोटल रेस्क्यू अभियान का पूरा जो तंत्र था, अमली जामा था, प्रशासनिक मछली थी, उनको जल्द से जल्द राहत और बचाव कार्य करने के निर्देश दिए। दुखद घटना है। गाँव शादी का जो माहौल था वो इस वक्त अगर बात की जाए लालढांग का जो गाँव है, जो कटेर गाँव की बात करें, वहाँ मातम में बदला हुआ है क्योंकि 25 लोगों की वहाँ पर जो है जो जानकारी जो मिल रही है उनकी मौत हो चुकी है और अभी भी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन वहाँ पर जारी है। जो नामों का है कि प्रशासन अब नामों की सूची तैयार कर रहा है जिन लोगों के शव वहाँ पर निकाले जा चुके हैं। कुछ घायल है, 6 घायलों को भीरोगल अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया गया है। इसके साथ ही कुछ घायलों को कोटद्वार अस्पताल में भी भर्ती कराया गया है। मुख्यमंत्री स्वयं इस पूरी घटनाक्रम की लगातार फीडबैक ले रहे हैं।
ठीक है, thank you Ratan for joining us with the latest information on this, where a bus carrying around 50 passengers fell into a 500-meter gorge. Now what we're understanding so far is that the SDRF has also been deployed, and like Ratan told us as well, the Chief Minister has taken cognizance of this issue and the rescue operations are currently underway, and we will continue to track this particular story right here on Republic to get you the latest on that. But moving on to another news, a week after the government banned the Popular Front of India, the new information continues to emerge. Now, in the latest in Karnataka, the police have recovered the deleted data which has crucial information on PFI activities. Here are more details.
It's a big breakthrough in Karnataka PFI members' arrest case. They tried to dodge and hide the truth, but the attempts have failed. The erased data has been recovered. 90% of the data has been recovered. The recovered data establishes an interstate link between the PFI members. Crucial information recovered from the data hints towards the vicious terror plot of the PFI men, and there is also an information on the funding for the terror activities.
KG Cops have now got a massive breakthrough in the detention of the 15 PFI leaders who were taken into custody on the 21st of September. Now we get to learn that over 1 TB of data has been recovered from all their mobile phones, and all these PFI leaders were using an app called as iShredder to delete all the sensitive data which was present.
Even before the arrests, accused had used an app to erase the mobile data.
It is also now being learnt that the source of terror funding is also being known, and it is going ahead and pointing out to Middle Eastern countries from where the funds were transferred to the accounts of PFI leaders. Now there were also sensitive and crucial information regarding the communication between the interstate PFI leaders as well.
The PFI men are booked under various sections including criminal conspiracy, and with the new data recovery, more skeletons are bound to come out of the closet. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
As there has been a roaring debate over freebies, the political row emerges over the freebies culture. Here's more.
There has been a roaring debate over freebies.
रेवड़ी कल्चर वाले कभी आपके लिए नए एक्सप्रेसवे नहीं बनाएंगे, नए एयरपोर्ट या डिफेंस कॉरिडोर नहीं बनवाएंगे। हमें मिलकर उनकी सोच को हराना है।
But even today, watch how ahead of KCR's new party announcement, freebies, that is alcohol and live chickens, were distributed. Watch how brazen promises like this were made.
భారతదేశ యావత్ రైతాంగానికి తెలంగాణ మాదిరిగానే ఉచిత కరెంట్ ఫ్రీ కరెంట్ ఇస్తామని చెప్పి
Hear the unabashed defense of freebies.
दिल्ली के गरीबों के बच्चे, मिडिल क्लास के बच्चों को मैं सरकारी स्कूलों में शानदार शिक्षा दे रहा हूँ, लेकिन फ्री में शिक्षा दे रहा हूँ। मैं लोगों से पूछना चाहता हूँ कि क्या मैं फ्री की रेवड़ियाँ बांट रहा हूँ?
Last month, the Supreme Court already said a solution must be found.
Now the Election Commission is proposing to bring in a disclosure form for all political parties on freebies. The idea is to rein in all poll promises that can have consequential and undesirable impact on financial sustainability.
The fact is, mindless subsidies have cost us.
बिजली बनाने से लेकर घर घर पहुंचाने तक का जिम्मा जिनका है, उनका लगभग 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए फंसा हुआ है इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर, भविष्य की जरूरतों पर। निवेश हो पाएगा कि नहीं हो पाएगा?
Will the fierce freebie defenders declare where the funding comes from?
That's all we have for you in this edition of This Morning, but more to come on Republic TV. Widespread damage caused in the US as Hurricane Ian, one of the worst hurricanes to hit the country, wreaks damage. And UK Prime Minister Liz Truss works for reforms in the economy, looks to introduce tax reforms. We get you the latest on that on the other side of the short break. Stay tuned.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Hemant Loya, serving officer, being brutally murdered by a domestic servant, and now a terror group coming into the light by claiming the responsibility. The Home Minister has now reached the Darbar of Shri Mata Vaishno Devi.
The person was seen pouring petrol on his bike and burning after he was coming in a wrong direction, and police officials were trying to stop him.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Mission superpower is the ultimate goal. There's no stopping the India story. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
The headlines from across the globe: widespread damage caused in the United States as Hurricane Ian, one of the worst hurricanes to hit the country, wreaks severe damage. UK Prime Minister Liz Truss works for reforms in the economy, looks to introduce tax reforms. At least 2 lakh Russian recruits begin training as a partial mobilization is called for in Russia. 3 people jointly awarded Nobel Prize in Physics for work in quantum information. Major power outage in Bangladesh as people use torches and candles to carry out their activities. Hello and welcome. You're watching World This Morning here on Republic. I'm Rukma, and our top story: Hurricane Ian has wreaked havoc in the United States of America. As per authorities, nearly 1,900 people have been rescued so far. Search and rescue operations are still underway for those missing.
Hurricane Ian, the worst ever to the US soil, wreaked havoc in Florida. Watch how the hurricane destroyed lives in cities as danger continues to persist. People face another week without power, while others were being rescued from homes inundated with lingering floodwaters.
So far, we've had more than 1,900 rescues, and the USAR teams with more than 1,000 personnel have gone door to door to 65 different structures to check on occupants. And those are mostly structures in the really hard-hit areas, the barrier islands and the like.
This comes as the storm onshore winds piled more water on an already inundated Chesapeake Bay. So far, at least 78 people have been confirmed dead, 71 in Florida itself.
So today, more than 130 FDOT trucks deployed to begin working on the temporary bridge fix for Pine Island. And so they're going to be able to get that done relatively quickly. This is not necessarily going to be a bridge you want to go 45 miles an hour over maybe, but at least you have connectivity to the mainland. And their goal is to have it completed by the end of this week.
Washed out bridges to barrier islands, flooded roadways, spotty cell phone service, and a lack of water, electricity, or the internet left hundreds of thousands isolated. However, authorities claim that the death toll could rise as crews continue searching homes in the hardest hit areas.
We've had 4 incidents which resulted in arrest. It saddens me, it sickens me that I'm going to say that people are looting at a time like this. But again, I wanted to get the message out clear. I mean, we're a law and order state. At every level, our attorney, Ashley General, does an amazing job. Our state attorney, Amira Fox. Our governor has made it clear. We stand with our residents for law and order. You go in someone's house and you make that fatal error, you might walk in, okay, you'll be carried out.
It is clear that the road to recovery from the last storm will be long and painful as search and rescue operations are underway. Agency report, Republic TV.
New British Prime Minister Liz Truss is working on the economy towards introducing tax reforms and deregulation as a way, she says, to promote growth in the country. Here are the details.
UK Prime Minister Liz Truss insisted that she's leading a government that listens to people and learns from its mistake. As she tries to restore her shaky authority and reassure financial markets spooked by her government's seesawing economic pledges.
What we've done is we have listened to what people said on this issue. It wasn't a core part of our growth plan. What our growth plan is focused on is helping people with energy bills, getting business moving, and we're here at this fantastic new development in Birmingham, creating jobs for the future. That's what the plan is about. It was becoming a distraction, so that's why we immediately changed that policy, and that's the kind of government we are. We do respond when there are concerns, and we act quickly.
Truss is on a mission to reshape Britain's economy through tax cuts and deregulation in a bid to end years of sluggish growth. But she's trying to ride out a series of U-turns over her big policy, which is stimulus package that includes £45 billion in tax cuts to be paid for by the government borrowing.
Well, on the subject of benefits, we have not yet made that decision. And of course, there will be discussions about the way forward on commitments like benefits, on how we deal with future budgets. But I'm very clear that going into this winter, we do need to help the most vulnerable. In addition to the energy price guarantee, We've also made sure the most vulnerable households have an extra £1,200, and this government will always help people get on in life whilst making sure the most vulnerable are protected.
The announcement on September 23rd sent the pound tumbling to a record low against the dollar and increased the cost of government borrowing. Truss said that she was very committed to supporting the most vulnerable, pointing to a cap on energy prices that took effect on October 1st.
I understand it's a very, very worrying time for people. Let's remember where we were 4 weeks ago. People were facing energy bills of up to £6,000. We've helped with those energy bills across the board. We've helped businesses who could face going out of business through a business energy scheme as well. And we're also reversing the increase in national insurance to put more money back in people's pockets. So yes, these are difficult times, but we will do, as a government, what we can to help people get through.
Liz Truss said that her policies will bring economic growth, high wages, and eventually more tax revenue for the government to spend. She also refused to promise that benefits and state pensions would increase in line with the inflation which has been in practice for years. Agency report, Republic TV.
At least 2 lakh reservists have joined the Russian army and begun training as part of a partial mobilization called for in the country. Here's more.
Russia's defense chief says that the military has recruited over 200,000 reservists as a part of partial mobilization launched 2 weeks ago. The defense minister said that the recruits were undergoing training at 80 fire ranges before being deployed to Ukraine.
Состав с вручением стрелкового оружия.
Recruits from the southern Russia were training in Russian-controlled Donetsk on Tuesday. The footage was captured as a part of press facility organized by the officials in the Russian-controlled Donetsk region. According to officials, recruits from the Rostov region were training on Tuesday before being sent to the front line.
Огонь!
Ну, как бы срочная служба есть срочная служба, а здесь уже получается война. И здесь более сильнее подготавливают, более сильнее объясняют, хорошие инструктора, опытные, рассказывают, поясняют, что как что лучше делать.
The footage shows recruits being instructed on how to hold, aim and load fire rifles, and one soldier was filmed firing a rocket-propelled grenade. The Kremlin said that it has plans to call up some 300,000 people. Russia's defense ministry has promised to only draft those who have combat or service experience. Russian President Vladimir Putin ordered mobilization on September 21st in a bid to beef up the forces fighting in Ukraine. Agency report, Republic TV.
And in other top international stories, Russia's defense chief has informed that the military has recruited over 200,000 reservists as part of a partial mobilization launched 2 weeks ago. Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu said the recruits were undergoing training at 80 firing ranges before being deployed to Ukraine. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte and several ministers from both governments meet in Berlin, holding an exchange on key climate policy issues. A clash between inmates armed with guns and knives inside the Latacunga prison in central Ecuador on Monday left at least 15 dead and 20 injured. Officials attributed the fighting to national and international drug trafficking groups, which have turned the Andean nation's prisons into the scene of repeated massacres. Former Bulgarian Prime Minister Boyko Borisov, whose centre-right GRB party emerged as the winner in Bulgaria's parliamentary elections, has informed he had offered talks with his political opponents to form a government as an expression of goodwill. He stated he neither wants to be member of parliament, nor minister, nor prime minister. Motorcycle riding gunmen kill a long-time radio commentator in metropolitan Manila in a latest attack on a member of the media in the Philippines, considered one of the world's most dangerous countries for journalists. The matter is under investigation. Time for a short break. But coming up after that, 3 people jointly awarded Nobel Prize in Physics for work in quantum information. Also coming up, major power outage witnessed in Bangladesh. People use torches and candles to carry out their activities.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Serving officer being brutally murdered by a domestic servant, and now a terror group coming into the light by claiming the responsibility. The Home Minister has now reached the Darbar of Shri Mata Vaishno Devi.
The person was seen pouring petrol on his bike and burning after he was coming in a wrong direction, and police officials were trying to stop him.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Serving officer being brutally murdered by a domestic servant, and now a terror group coming into the light by claiming the responsibility. The Home Minister has now reached the Darbar of Shri Mata Vaishno Devi.
The person was seen pouring petrol on his bike and burning after he was coming in a wrong direction, and police officials were trying to stop him.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global.
And welcome back to World this morning once again. Now talking about the Nobel Prize this year, 3 people have been awarded the coveted 2022 award in physics for their work in quantum information science and its applications. Take a look.
Co-lauréat du Prix Nobel de Physique 2022. 3 scientists jointly win this year's Nobel Prize in Physics for their work in quantum information science that has significant applications.
That, and so I had long ago stopped holding my breath that I might actually win one. But of course, every scientist wants to win a Nobel Prize, so I don't know what else to say. I'm very happy to get the news.
It all goes back to a feature of the universe that even baffled Albert Einstein and connects matter and light in an entangled, chaotic way.
Well, it's been a long time. This is all work that I did more than 50 years ago. Work that started when I was a graduate student. Wrote a paper in 1969 proposing to do an original experiment testing foundations of quantum mechanics.
Clauser was awarded his prize for 1972's experiment that helped settle a famous debate about quantum mechanics between Einstein and famed physicist Niels Bohr.
The results are now quite important for quantum encryption in particular, for sending secure communication.
A week of Nobel Prize announcements kicked off with Swedish scientist Svante Pääbo receiving the award in medicine.
Well, as final vindication, when I was originally proposed doing the experiment and actually was doing it, everybody told me I was nuts, that I would ruin my career. Everybody knew what the result would be, wasting time and money, wasting my career. But I was having fun doing some really challenging.
They continue with chemistry and literature today. The 2022 Nobel Prize will be announced on Friday and the Economics Award on October 10th. Agency report, Republic TV.
And in the Philippines, motorcycle-born gunman killed a long-time radio commentator in metropolitan Manila in a latest attack on a member of the media. The Philippines is already considered one of the world's most dangerous countries for journalists. Take a look at more details in our next report.
In the latest attack on a member of the media in the Philippines, motorcycle-riding gunmen killed a long-time radio commentator in the metropolitan Manila. Philippines is considered one of the world's most dangerous countries for journalists.
Defend!
Police said that Percival Mabasa was driving his vehicle at night when two men on the motorcycle approached him and shot him twice in the head.
Relations between media and the government were not that good under Duterte, and under Marcos administration we were hoping that it could be a fresh start. But this attack shows that the same conditions that existed under Duterte are still here, and this is a challenge for the new government to show that they do respect press freedom, that they understand the role of journalists, and that they will protect us while we do our jobs.
According to the police officials, the attackers escaped and an investigation is underway to identify and locate them. They also said that the investigators are trying to determine the motive for the attack. Agency report, Republic TV.
And several areas in Bangladesh faced a power blackout with people across the country carrying out their work under torches and candles. Here's more.
Failure in Bangladesh's national power grid plunged much of the country into a blackout. Footage from Dhaka shows people dining by candlelight and receiving haircuts by torchlight. Some were unable to conduct businesses due to blackout, with shopkeeper Muhammad Shamim Khan saying that his phone battery has died, preventing him from selling anything to the customers.
আসার থেকে মোমবাতি কথা বলছে, মগবাজার মোমবাতি নাই, বলছে এখানে মোমবাতি নিয়ে যাইতে, মানে এখানে তো মোমবাতি খুঁজে পাই না, এখানে যে মোমবাতি জ্বালাইতে পারি না, কারেন্ট নাই, মোবাইলেও চার্জ নাই, চার্জ দিতে পারি না, কাস্টমারদের বিক্রিও করতে পারি না।
Officials of the state-run Bangladesh Power Cut Development Board said that the power transmission failed somewhere in the eastern part of the country. A power department spokesman said that all the power plants tripped and electricity was cut in the capital Dhaka and other big cities. Engineers were trying to determine where and why the glitches happened, and it could take hours to restore the system. Agency report, Republic TV.
In Ecuador, at least 15 prisoners were killed and about 20 were wounded in the latest riot to hit the country's troubled prison system. Here's more.
A clash between inmates armed with guns and knives inside the Latacunga prison in central Ecuador left at least 15 people dead and 20 injured. Officials have attributed the fighting to national and international drug trafficking groups.
La seguridad en el Centro de Rehabilitación Social ha sido de nuevo controlada y estamos transfiriendo las personas privadas de la libertad que necesitan una protección integral a otros centros de privación de la libertad a efecto de mantener la seguridad en este centro.
The fights have turned the Andean nation's prison into a scene of repeated massacres as the group fight for power and drug distribution rights. Ecuador's National Prison Service confirmed that the death toll in the prison, which is located 80 kilometers south of the capital of Quito. Agents are still searching for the province pavilions for bodies.
Salían bastante detenidos de ahí dentro de cárcel, parece que han hecho huecos por ahí y vimos que salía bastante y algunos creo que se escaparon.
Videos in which gunfire and screams of the inmates can be heard were posted on social media. According to the prison service, about 316 inmates were killed inside Ecuador's prison last year. So far this year, there have been 90 deaths. The worst massacre took place in September of last year in the literal prison in Guayaquil, where 125 prisoners were killed. Although Ecuador's prison system is designed for about 35,000 inmates were held in 53 state prisons as of last month. Agency report, Republic TV.
And that's all we have for you in this edition of World This Morning. But coming up in the Morning Express, Amit Shah's final leg of Jammu and Kashmir visit today. Home Minister set to address a rally in Baramulla. Also coming up, Prime Minister Modi to visit Himachal today to present AIIMS to Himachal Pradesh. Will also attend Kulu Dashera.
Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Employee serving officer being brutally murdered by a domestic servant, and now a terror group coming into the light by claiming the responsibility. The Home Minister has now reached the Darbar of Shri Mata Vaishno Devi.
The person was seen pouring petrol on his bike and burning after he was coming in a wrong direction, and police officials were trying to stop him.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Serving officer being brutally murdered by a domestic servant, and now a terror group coming into the light by claiming the responsibility. The Home Minister has now reached the Darbar of Shri Mata Vaishno Devi.
The person was seen pouring petrol on his bike and burning after he was coming in a wrong direction, and police officials were trying to stop him.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. On the fence anymore. A new India is empowering a paradigm shift. The mission now is global dominance. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Serving officer being brutally murdered by a domestic servant, and now a terror group coming into the light by claiming the responsibility. The Home Minister has now reached the Darbar of Shri Mata Vaishno Devi.
The person was seen pouring petrol on his bike and burning after he was coming in a wrong direction, and police officials were trying to stop him.
Amit Shah's final leg of the Jammu and Kashmir visit today, Home Minister set to address a rally in Baramulla. Prime Minister Modi is to visit Himachal Pradesh, will inaugurate an AIIMS, will also attend the Kullu Dasera. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is on a two-day visit to Uttarakhand, will celebrate Dasera with Jawans. Mega Dasera clash as Shinde is to hold a rally at the MMRDA ground while Uddhav Thackeray organises a Dasera event at Shivaji Park. TRS likely to be renamed Bharat Rashtra Samiti as KCR preps for national foray. JDS leader H.D. Kumaraswamy jets off to Hyderabad with 20 MLAs to attend KCR's national party launch. Good morning and welcome. You are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with news that's just coming in as a mega crackdown is continuing on terrorists. 3 local terrorists linked with the proscribed terror outfit, the Jaish-e-Mohammed, have been killed in an encounter in the Drach area of Shopian. The second encounter is at Mulu and is currently still underway, and one terrorist there has been neutralized. So, one terrorist neutralized so far. Drach, there are also reports that seem to now suggest that cordon and search operations are on while 3 terrorists have been neutralized over there. So this, of course, is coming even as there is a visit of the Home Minister in the state that's currently going on. Do remember that there has been a bit of a spike in these terrorist activities that have been reported from Jammu and Kashmir over the past week or so now. Zeenat is on the phone line. She joins us this morning. Good morning, Zeenat. Zeenat, to begin with, give us a sense of what's happening in both these operations. Now, one operation we understand that there is a cordon and search ops that's currently on. 3 terrorists neutralized over there, but there's another encounter that's happening. So give us a sense of what's happening there as well.
Nupur, very good morning. The operation in Shopian district of South Kashmir is concerned. Both the operations are over with the killing of 4 terrorists. If we talk about the encounter in Kigam, that started yesterday late evening. The 3 JM terrorists have been neutralized who were involved in several terror crimes as per ADGP Kashmir. Similarly, if you look at the operation in Mulu, again in the district of Shopian, South Kashmir, 1 LET terrorist have been neutralized. So we can say it is a win for the forces in Shopian, because in the recent past we have seen that how the terrorists were trying to escape, taking an advantage of the darkness. But now the forces have zeroed in. This was a joint operation of J&K police along with Indian army, and in both the operations now terrorists have been neutralized. Arms and ammunition have also been recovered. So this is again coming at a time we see the terror crackdown in Shopian, when the entire J&K administration, police, they are busy with the VVIP visit as the Amit Shah, Home Minister of the country, is in the Kashmir Valley, and he'll be addressing a rally in Baramulla. So a lot of security measures are going on in the entire Kashmir Valley, and then forces receiving an input about the presence of terrorists in South Kashmir. They launched the operation. Coordinate search turned into an encounter first in Kigam yesterday evening, when the first gunshot was heard in Kigam village, and in the mid of the night another operation was launched in Mulu. So for the security forces for Jammu and Kashmir police, definitely it is a success, as has been pointed out by AGP Kashmir, Vijay Kumar, that it is a success for the forces, because when terrorists are trying to create fear in the Kashmir Valley, trying to hit the civilian targets. So at that time we are seeing the success to the J&K police, because these are the 2 important outfits. We talk about the JEM, the 3 terrorists of the JEM were neutralized in Kigam, and similarly that one of the LET was neutralized in Mulu. So it is a success for the security forces, although we are seeing the very tight security arrangements on ground as far as Amit Shah's visit to North Kashmir's Baramulla is concerned.
Right, absolutely. And Zeenat, also in the past couple of weeks or so, we have seen an increase in terrorist activity. There was, of course, the worrying 2 blast that happened in Udhampur. And I think there have been about 2 encounters today and a couple before last week as well. So how do you read the security situation overall?
See, Nupur, if we talk about the security situation, we have been seeing overall the upper hand of security forces in Jammu and Kashmir for the last year or so, and seeing the frustration among the terror groups. They try to hit the civilian targets, whether the targeted killings were reported from the south, the central or the north Kashmir. But you also see the other part of it, that how the terrorists are neutralized, and the data also tells you that the terrorism in the Jammu and Kashmir is reducing, because earlier we talk about the terrorists used to be in hundreds, but that now that figure has come down. If we see the operations where the 156, rather now, if we add these 4 more terrorists, the 160 terrorists have been neutralized in the last 9 months in Kashmir Valley alone. And out of this, the 70 terrorists have been neutralized in South Kashmir, out of which 1/3 of the component was the foreign terrorists. So this tells you the figures are speaking. It is not we are discussing about it, we're reporting, but the figures that are on ground,
Absolutely.
that are quite available to the people, that see in these operations, and the bigger success for the forces in the operation was that there was no collateral damage, because which is more a bigger thing for the security forces, because when you kill a terrorist and then you suffer the civilian casualty or something, it doesn't make that way. It doesn't make any more sense, because then they say there are the people who say that they could not be able, security forces were not able to do the operations successfully because there is a collateral damage. But if we see the graph of the operations this year, single collateral damage, and that was also because the forces were trying to evacuate civilians, and when the Pakistani terrorists launched grenade attacks or the other thing, otherwise a very clean operation had taken place in the Kashmir Valley. This tells you that yes, people are not supporting the terrorism and the kind of input that the security forces now receive. Most of them are based on the human aid operations or launch. That means the people are coming out, they are giving information to the security forces.
Absolutely. So large success over there for security forces. Once again, we're now learning that about 4 terrorists have been neutralized in the 2 areas, but an operation is currently on. Zeenat, our Kashmir Bureau Chief, getting us those inputs. Thank you very much. Now moving on to some political news. Telangana's Chief Minister and the TRS leader K. Chandrasekhar Rao is all set to launch a national party ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Now, after having failed to unite the opposition back in 2019, this move is the next step towards fulfilling his prime ministerial ambitions and unite opposition parties against the BJP.
Telangana Rashtra Samiti is likely to be named as Bharata Rashtra Samiti as he prepares to emerge as a national force. TRS President and Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao is expected to announce the new name of the party today on the occasion of Vijayadashmi. The exercise and the plan to reach out to people by pitching its Telangana good governance model is part of party's effort to foray into national politics. Following the change of name, the Election Commission would be apprised of the change as per the Representation of the People Act and relevant rules. Former Telangana Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy reached Hyderabad along with 20 MLAs. However, BJP questioned the credibility of the National Party.
People are really vexed up whether the KCR announces a regional party or national party or an international party also. People doesn't have any objection. It's a very trivial matter, and then Bharatiya Janata Party really sees no potential threat with the KCR announcing, it's supposed to be announcing the national party.
Meanwhile, TRS leader Rajunala Srihari was seen distributing alcohol bottles and live chickens to labourers in Warangal. Ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha election, KCR has time and again given a call for the united opposition in order to oust BJP from power. Notably, he has been meeting various political leaders in an effort to bring the opposition parties together.
The question is, will all these national parties, will so many national parties, which, by the way, with a primary plank of being an anti-Modi stand, will they, by virtue of being anti-Modi, end up being strong opponents to the BJP, or will they end up cutting the votes of the BJP? Now that's the big question, and all eyes will be on Hyderabad. Republic TV, of course, will be live, and we are tracking every single update as the story develops in Hyderabad.
An accident has been reported from Mumbai, where about 10 people have been injured on the Bandra-Worli Sea Link Road. The accident took place a while ago, and the injured have been rushed to hospital. We are going to try and play out pictures for you. Those are CCTV images that we have. This accident, of course, was reported last night, and we are given to understand that about 10 people were injured in this particular accident at the Bandra-Worli Sea Link. Pictures on your screen show you how it appears at the moment that this car was absolutely smashed. Do remember that the speed limit at the Bandra-Worli Sea Link is higher than other areas, and pictures on your screen are of how bad this accident seems to have been. Let's go across to Alisha, who's joining us live right now for more on what happened. Alisha, tell us more about the condition of the injured. We're told that about 10 people are injured in this accident.
Well, yes, Nupur, it's an accident of around 3 to 3:30 a.m. In the midnight, and there's a collision between 4 cars and an ambulance. What more we know that in this whole entire accident, where 10 people have been injured and they have been admitted to the nearest hospital. Moreover, from the hospital are also informed that there are 5 people who have been critically injured, and their treatment is till now underway. Even the accident when happened, there were the police officials and the authorities who reached to the spot, and the cars as of now has been towed and they have been taken to another side, but to avoid the traffic. But yes, it's sometime about in the midnight 3 to 3:30 a.m. in the night, where this collision between 4 cars and an ambulance has took place, where 10 people have injured, out of which 5 have been critically injured.
All right, so it appears that this was a pile-up, and as Alicia is pointing out, 5 people are believed to be critical. But we are looking just now at the images from the CCTV, as well as I think other pictures that have been taken, and it appears that the cars went one into the other, appears like a pile-up. And you were also talking about the fact that there was an ambulance involved as well. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Well, yes, Nupur, as far as the information that we have gathered from a police source that clearly mentioned that there was a 4-car and ambulance which met with an accident with each other. We have to see, even police will also register a case and look into it, what exactly the reason behind it and what was the speed level, because it is what we have been told that it's a overspeed limit, after which this accident took place in the midnight in the Bandra Valley ceiling. Moreover, there are 10 people who have been injured and 5 are critically injured. The treatment is underway. They all have been taken to the nearest hospital.
All right, Alicia reporting on that from Mumbai. Thank you very much for joining us. So that accident, of course, took place last night on the Bandra Valley ceiling of Mumbai. Now, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, while addressing a rally in Rajouri in Jammu and Kashmir, said that the Prime Minister had paved the way for reservations for larger sections of society in Jammu and Kashmir after the abrogation of Article 370.
The Home Minister of India is in Jammu and Kashmir. And he has come carrying a clear message for the Gupkar gang.
आज की ये रैली आपके मोदी के नारे उन लोगों को जवाब है जो कहते थे धारा 370 जाएगी तो खून की नदियां बह जाएगी.
There were big announcements on long pending demands.
धारा 370 को हटाने से यहां पिछड़ों को, दलितों को, आदिवासियों को और पहाड़ियों को अपना अधिकार मिलने वाला है.
And the politics has naturally commenced.
जम्मू कश्मीर में एससी के लिए पॉलिटिकल रिजर्वेशन थी और 2014 में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार में शामिल थी. उस सरकार में भी 7 लोग जो थे वो एससी के हमारे जीत के आए थे. तो वो पॉलिटिकल रिजर्वेशन आज से नहीं, वो तो बहुत पहले से. तो ये इस तरह से हमें तो कोई नई चीज वहां पर ना देखने के लिए मिली है और ना सुनने के लिए मिली है.
जो हमारी इंडस्ट्री है, मैं अमित शाह जी को कहूंगा कि आप पे उम्मीदें बड़ी थी हमें जो आपने तकरीर की थी, लेकिन मैं ये कहूंगा आप फेल हो चुके हैं यहाँ पे लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट देने में. जो आपने कहा था इंडस्ट्रियां देंगे उसमें फेल हो चुके हैं.
हमारे मिनिस्टर्स, हमारे एमएलए शहीद हुए हैं जम्मू कश्मीर की सलामती के लिए, हिंदुस्तान की सलामती के लिए. और अमित शाह साहब का ये बयान मैं इसको सिरे से नकारता हूँ और ये ज़रूर कहना चाहूँगा कि जिस डेवलपमेंट की वो बात कर रहे हैं वो ग्राउंड पे नज़र नहीं आ रही है. ऑन ग्राउंड जो सिचुएशन जो है, ग्राउंड रियलिटी बदली नहीं है.
But what is undeniable is that the face of Kashmir is changing.
There has been a discernible shift in the modus operandi of the terrorist. And this is born out of the fact that terrorists are not welcome anymore. They are not welcome in the houses of the locals, as was the case, let's say, 5 years, 10 years back.
The mood in the Union Territory has shifted.
People have started arriving for the mega rally of Union Home Minister Amit Shah to the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. The people of the Pahari community, they have lined up here in large numbers. They are getting the security clearance to get inside, and they are very hopeful that this time they will be getting the ST status.
The Home Minister is calling out those who held the region back.
आज जो पहले 3 परिवार के पास था, इसकी जगह आज 30,000 लोगों के पास जम्मू कश्मीर का शासन आया है. मित्रों, 30,000 लोगों के पास.
This is a new Kashmir.
ये परिस्थिति में जो बदलाव है, वो बदलाव नरेंद्र मोदी का मक्कम और मजबूत नेतृत्व के कारण हुआ है मित्रों. और उसी के कारण जम्मू कश्मीर के विकास की एक नींव डालने का काम यहाँ पर हुआ है.
The 3 families who tried to hold back the rally need to snap out of it.
आप किसी गफलत मुंगेरे लाल के ख्वाब देख रहे हो। अगर आपने 370 के साथ हाथ लगाया तो ये झंडा हमारे हाथों में भी नहीं रहेगा, हमारे कंधों पे भी नहीं रहेगा। ये मैं वार्निंग देना चाहती हूँ।
इससे इशू सॉल्व नहीं होगा, इससे आपका इशू बढ़ेगा।
It is the dawn of a new era in Kashmir. The Gupkar gang needs to get with it or leave. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. The Union Home Minister is on his second and final day of his Jammu and Kashmir visit and will be addressing a huge rally in Baramulla. Ahead of the Home Minister Amit Shah's mega rally in Baramulla, train services between Baramulla and Budgam will remain suspended today. The authorities have said that train services between these two regions will remain suspended in view of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah's visit. Prime Minister Modi is also set to visit Himachal Pradesh today. The Prime Minister will inaugurate an AIIMS in Bilaspur and attend the Kullu Dasera. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is on a two-day visit to Uttarakhand and is all set to celebrate the Dasera with the Indian Jawans. Amit Shinde versus Uddhav camp on the Dasera rally. Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will be holding a rally at the MMRDA ground while Uddhav Thackeray organizes his Dasera event at Shivaji Park. The Telangana Rashtriya Samiti is likely to be renamed the Bharat Rashtriya Samiti as Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao preps for a national foray. JDS leader H.D. Kumaraswamy has left for Hyderabad with about 20 MLAs to attend KCR's national party launch. Kumaraswamy left for Hyderabad to meet the Chief Minister, who is expected to announce the Telangana Rashtriya Samiti's foray into national politics today. The last rites of Jammu and Kashmir DG prison H.K. Loya, who was apprehended, who actually was allegedly killed by a domestic help, will take place today. Meanwhile, in a mega search operation, the prime accused was neutralized. Rescue operations in Uttarkashi will resume today as massive avalanche hit the Dokriani Bamak Glacier. Meanwhile, a 5-member team of the SDRF and 3 instructors were dropped by helicopter at the glacier. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly elections, a big setback to the Badra Congress as the Congress MLA Visavadar Harshad Ribadia resigned from the party. Meanwhile, soon after, speculation of him joining the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party has now begun. Now, as a roaring debate over freebies ensues, a political row has now broken out over the freebie culture. Here's more.
There has been a roaring debate over freebies.
रेवड़ी कल्चर वाले कभी आपके लिए नए एक्सप्रेसवे नहीं बनाएंगे, नए एयरपोर्ट या डिफेंस कॉरिडोर नहीं बनवाएंगे। हमें मिलकर उनकी सोच को हराना है।
But even today, watch how ahead of KCR's new party announcement, freebies, that is alcohol and live chickens, were distributed. Watch how brazen promises like this were made.
భారతదేశ యావత్తు రైతాంగానికి తెలంగాణ మాదిరిగానే ఉచిత కరెంట్ ఫ్రీ కరెంట్ ఇస్తామని చెప్పి
Hear the unabashed defense of freebies.
दिल्ली के गरीबों के बच्चे, मिडिल क्लास के बच्चों को मैं सरकारी स्कूलों में शानदार शिक्षा दे रहा हूँ, लेकिन फ्री में शिक्षा दे रहा हूँ। मैं लोगों से पूछना चाहता हूँ कि क्या मैं फ्री की रेवड़ियाँ बांट रहा हूँ?
Last month, the Supreme Court already said a solution must be found.
Now the Election Commission is proposing to bring in a disclosure form for all political parties on freebies. The idea is to rein in all poll promises that can have consequential and undesirable impact on financial sustainability.
The fact is, mindless subsidies have cost us.
बिजली बनाने से लेकर घर घर पहुंचाने तक का जिम्मा जिनका है, उनका लगभग 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए फंसा हुआ है इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर, भविष्य की जरूरतों पर। निवेश हो पाएगा कि नहीं हो पाएगा?
Will the fierce freebie defenders declare where the funding comes from?
Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a telephonic conversation on Tuesday with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and conveyed India's readiness to contribute to any peace efforts.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke with Ukrainian President Zelensky on Tuesday and asserted that there can be no military solution to the Ukraine conflict.
Prime Minister reiterated his call for an early cessation of hostilities. He expressed his firm conviction that there can be no military solution to the conflict and conveyed India's readiness to contribute to any peace efforts, which essentially means that India is willing to talk to both the sides, which we have done earlier also.
Also underlining the endangerment of nuclear facilities could have catastrophic consequences. During the telephonic conversation, Modi and Zelensky discussed the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, and the Prime Minister reiterated his call for an early cessation of hostilities and the need to pursue the path of dialogue and diplomacy. Modi expressed his firm conviction that there can be no military solution to the conflict and conveyed India's readiness to contribute to any peace efforts. He also reiterated the importance of respecting the UN Charter, international law, and the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states. During his conversation with the Ukrainian President, Modi emphasized the importance India attaches to the safety and security of nuclear installations, including in Ukraine. The Prime Minister underlined the endangerment of nuclear facilities could have far-reaching and catastrophic consequences for public health and the environment. The two leaders also touched upon important areas of bilateral cooperation, following up on their last meeting in Glasgow in November 2021. Ukraine and Russia blamed each other for the attacks on Zaporizhzhia plant, Europe's largest atomic power complex. Agency report, Republic TV.
And here's a look at what else is making news across the world this morning. Russia's defense chief has informed that the military has recruited over 200,000 reservists as part of a partial mobilization that was launched about 2 weeks ago. The defense minister said that the recruits were undergoing training at 80 firing ranges before being deployed to Ukraine. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, the Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte, and several ministers from both governments have met in Berlin. They are holding an exchange on key climate policy issues. A clash between inmates armed with guns and knives inside the Latacunga prison in central Ecuador on Monday left at least 15 people dead and 20 injured. Officials attributed the fighting to national and international drug trafficking groups which have turned the Andean nation's prisons into a scene of repeated massacres. The former Bulgarian Prime Minister Boyko Borisov, whose centre-right GERB party emerged as the winner of Bulgaria's parliamentary election, has said that he's had offered talks with his political opponents to form a government as an expression of goodwill. He said that he neither wants to be a member of parliament nor minister nor prime minister. Motorcycle riding gunman killed a long-time radio commentator in metropolitan Manila in the latest attack on a member of the media in the Philippines, considered one of the world's most dangerous countries for journalists. The matter is under investigation.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Union Home Minister Amit Shah's message during his ongoing visit to Jammu and Kashmir is simple, that Kashmir has totally changed. And he is absolutely right, there have been several changes. Amit Shah is 100% correct. And he's been at the forefront of these changes. And he's led it with conviction. Right from that fiery speech on the floor of the parliament till today, his role cannot be undermined. But what is the biggest change? The biggest change, ladies and gentlemen, is that Jammu and Kashmir has been freed from the clutches of two families. Two selfish families who have since 1965 contributed 2/3 of all chief ministers in Jammu and Kashmir and therefore run the state with a convenient family hold. But Kashmir is no family's property. Jammu and Kashmir belongs to us all equally. And the government, which through the Home Minister's much watched visit is sending a message of change, must ensure that never again in the future do an Abdullah or a Mehbooba Mufti rule Kashmir like it is their inheritance or their right. It is not. If these families come back to the saddle of power directly or in a coalition because they are desperate, they'll do anything, they'll join any coalition, then we will all be effectively pushed back to the pre-370 abolition situation. We can't afford that. Because at their core, these two families want to scrape the last benefit for themselves. They want to deny the people of Jammu and Kashmir development, they want their scams to return, they want to make money, and they want to return to their traditional blackmail politics.
2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Here are the headlines at 8:30. Amit Shah's final leg of Jammu and Kashmir visit today. The Home Minister set to address a rally in Baramulla. Prime Minister Modi to visit Himachal Pradesh today. The PM to inaugurate an AIIMS in Himachal. He will also attend Kullu Dasera. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh on a 2-day visit to Uttarakhand. He will celebrate Dasara with the Jawans. Mega Dasara clash as Shinde to hold rally at the MMRDA ground while Uddhav Thackeray organises Dasara event at Shivaji Park. TRS likely to be renamed Bharata Rashtra Samiti as KCR preps for national foray. And mega crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir. 4 terrorists gunned down in twin encounters in Shopian. Good morning. Thanks for tuning in to Republic TV. You're watching the Morning Express with me, Nivedna Prabhu. In our top story of the hour, a week after the government banned PFI, the new information continues to emerge. Now, in the latest in Karnataka, police have recovered the deleted data, which has crucial information on PFI activities. Here are more details.
It's a big breakthrough in Karnataka PFI members' arrest case. They tried to dodge and hide the truth, but the attempts have failed. The erased data has been recovered. 90% of the data has been recovered. The recovered data establishes an interstate link between the PFI members. Crucial information recovered from the data hints towards the vicious terror plot of the PFI men, and there is also an information on the funding for the terror activities.
KG Helicopters have now got a massive breakthrough in the detention of the 15 PFI leaders who were taken into custody on the 21st of September. Now we get to learn that over 1 TB of data has been recovered from all their mobile phones, and all these PFI leaders were using an app called as iShredder to delete all the sensitive data which was present.
Even before the arrests, accused had used an app to erase the mobile data.
It is also now being learnt that the source of terror funding is also being known, and it is going ahead and pointing out to Middle Eastern countries from where the funds were transferred to the accounts of PFI leaders. Now there were also sensitive and crucial information regarding the communication between the interstate PFI leaders as well.
The PFI men are booked under various sections including criminal conspiracy, and with the new data recovery, more skeletons are bound to come out of the closet. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Moving on, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is on a 2-day visit to Uttarakhand, where he is going to celebrate Dasara with the Jawans. Here are the highlights from his day one and much more.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh landed in Dehradun last evening. He was received by the Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami at the airport. On day one of his visit, Defence Minister interacted with the army Jawans in Dehradun. Rajnath Singh lauded the courage of Indian soldiers.
मित्रों, आप सब पर मैं कह सकता हूं कि मुझे बेहद नाज है। लेकिन आज यदि भारत बोलता है तो लोग कान खोलकर सुनते हैं कि भारत बोल क्या रहा है। यह है भारत की हैसियत, और इस भारत की हैसियत बनने में आप लोगों का भी बहुत बड़ा योगदान है।
Mentioned their bravery during Galwan.
और मेरे बहादुर जवानों, आप लोगों ने गलवान घाटी में जो करिश्मा किया है, जब इंडो और चाइना स्टैंड ऑफ हुआ था, आप लोगों ने पासा पलट दिया है। आप लोगों में से शायद बहुत लोगों को जानकारी नहीं होगी, मुझे इस बात की जानकारी है। जिस शौर्य पराक्रम का आपने परिचय दिया है, भारत इसे कभी भूल नहीं सकता।
And gave a Prachand message.
कल देखा आपने लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर, अटैक हेलीकॉप्टर है, भारत में बना है, इंडिजिनस है, मिसाइल भी छोड़ेगा, रॉकेट भी छोड़ेगा, और पता नहीं क्या क्या छोड़ेगा। वर्षा होती रहेगी तब भी चलेगा, दिन में भी चलेगा, रात में भी चलेगा। और ऐसा हेलीकॉप्टर बनाया किसने है? भारत के वैज्ञानिकों ने बनाया। यह है भारत की ताकत।
On his second day of visit, Rajnath Singh will reach Oli at 8:30 a.m. where he will participate in the Dashera event with the army personnel. After which, the Defence Minister will leave for Manna to inspect the forward posts and then celebrate the Dashera with the Jawans. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Air Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhary has spoken about the situation at the Indian border shared with the Chinese at the LAC. Now, he focused on about how the need of the hour was to maintain a status quo. Take a look.
Annual customary pre-Air Force Day press conference, Air Chief V.R. Chaudhary has raised concerns, however mildly, about the process of theatrization of commands and the effect it could have on the Indian Air Force. He has said that every service has a doctrine, and those doctrinal structures should not be tinkered beyond a certain.
Air Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhary made it clear that the Indian Air Force is not opposed to the Tri-Services theatrization plan, but asserted that the aspects of the force should not be compromised by the proposed structures. At a press conference ahead of the Air Force Day on October 8, he said the IF has recently updated and revised to keep it relevant, noting that no single service can win wars on its own.
Airport has the unique capacity of undertaking independent strategic operations as well as operations coordinated with sister services and other arms of the national security apparatus. We understand the imperatives of joint planning and execution in future wars, and are keen on integrating the efforts of the three services.
With General Anil Chauhan taking charge as the new Chief of Defence Staff last week, it is expected that the ambitious theaterization process of the three services will move forward. According to the plan, each of the theatre commands will have units of the Army, the Navy and the Air Force, and all of them will work as a single entity, looking after the security challenges in a specified geographical territory under an operational commander. At present, the Army, Navy and the Air Force have separate commands. A plan was formed up for initially creating an Air Defence Command and Maritime Theatre Command. He also added that the situation on the line of control in Ladakh can be considered normal only if there is a return to status quo ante and withdrawal of Chinese troops at all friction points.
The Indian Air Force continues to be ever vigilant and deployed. Our air defense elements are deployed 24/7, 365 days of the year to prevent any violation or transgression of our national airspace.
When asked about recent incidents of Chinese fighter jets flying close to the LAC, he said appropriate non-escalatory measures have been taken and a message was sent to neighbours' country. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Take a look at what's making news across the globe. The South Korean and the US militaries fired 4 Army tactical missile systems, missiles towards the East Sea in response to North Korea's latest ballistic missile provocation. And the live fire drill was aimed at demonstrating precision strike capabilities against North Korea. Now, North Korea earlier had conducted its longest ever weapons test over Japan, which could reach the US Pacific territory of Guam and beyond, forcing the Japanese government to issue evacuation alerts and halt trains. The shattered people of the recently retaken village of Chandriholve village in the Donetsk region are struggling to put their lives back together post the damage caused in Russian occupation for almost half a year. Now, the village was reclaimed by Ukraine on September 26th, but its residents continue to live without electricity and running water. Frenchman Alain Aspect said that he was really taken by surprise when he found out about this year's Nobel Prize in Physics, which he shared with American John F. Clauser and Australian Anton Zillinger jointly. Now, the three scientists were cited by the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences for proving that tiny particles could retain a connection with each other even when separated.
Well, I think it shows that quantum, which is fantastic, has been here on the agenda for more than 1 century, and there is still a lot of mysteries, of strange things to discover in the quantum. It shows that the quantum is still alive. Because of course, this prize today, in my opinion, is anticipating one that will be one day on quantum technologies.
The intense saga of Elon Musk's on and off purchase of Twitter finally took a turn towards a conclusion after he proposed to buy the company at the originally agreed price of $44 billion. The Tesla CEO made the surprising turnaround not on Twitter but in a letter which the company disclosed in a filing yesterday with the US Securities and Exchange Commission. Musk's move surfaced in less than 2 weeks before a trial between the two parties is scheduled to start in Delaware. After almost a month of the Haitian Prime Minister Ariel Henry announcing a rise in fuel prices, the country still finds itself in a state of chaos and near complete paralysis not seen in decades. Now, the price hike resulted in protests with roads blocked, scarce fuel and businesses shut down. Now, Haiti's most powerful gang even took to blocking access to country's largest fuel terminal, stating that they won't back down until Henry steps down. Brazil's presidential candidates reached out to the country's religious communities to draw voters of faith as a part of their campaign for what is expected to be an intense fight as far-right Jair Bolsonaro will face leftist Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. Hurricane Ian has wreaked havoc in the United States of America. Now, as per authorities, around 1,900 people have been rescued. The search and rescue operations are underway. Here's more.
Hurricane Ian, the worst ever to the US soil, wreaked havoc in Florida. Watch how the hurricane destroyed lives in cities as danger continues to persist. People faced another week without power, while others were being rescued from homes inundated with lingering floodwaters.
So far, we've had more than 1,900 rescues, and the USAR teams with more than 1,000 personnel have gone door to door to 65 different structures to check on occupants. And those are mostly structures in the really hard-hit areas, the barrier islands and the like.
This comes as the storm onshore winds piled more water on an already inundated Chesapeake Bay. So far, at least 78 people have been confirmed dead, 71 in Florida itself.
So today, more than 130 FDOT trucks deployed to begin working on the temporary bridge fix for Pine Island. And so they're going to be able to get that done relatively quickly. This is not necessarily going to be a bridge you want to go 45 miles an hour over maybe, but at least you have connectivity to the mainland. And their goal is to have it completed by the end of this week.
Washed out bridges to barrier islands, flooded roadways, spotty cell phone service, and a lack of water, electricity, or the internet left hundreds of thousands isolated. However, authorities claim that the death toll could rise as crews continue searching homes in the hardest hit areas.
We've had 4 incidents which resulted in arrests. It saddens me, it sickens me that I'm going to say that people are looting at a time like this. But again, I wanted to get the message out clear. I mean, we're a law and order state. At every level, our attorney, Ashley General, does an amazing job. Our state attorney, Amira Fox. Our governor has made it clear. We stand with our residents for law and order. You go in someone's house and you make that fatal error, you might walk in, okay, you'll be carried out.
It is clear that the road to recovery from the last storm will be long and painful as search and rescue operations are underway. Agency report, Republic TV.
Time for a short break now, but on the other side, mega Dasara clash as Shinde to hold rally at MMRDA ground while Uddhav Thackeray organizes Dasara event at Shivaji Park. TRS likely to be renamed Bharata Rashtra Samiti as KCR preps for national foray. We'll get you the latest on that only on the Morning Express after a short break. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Serving officer being brutally murdered by a domestic servant, and now a terror group coming into the light by claiming the responsibility. The Home Minister has now reached the Darbar of Shri Mata Vaishno Devi.
The person was seen pouring petrol on his bike and burning after he was coming in a wrong direction, and police officials were trying to stop him.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's
Breaking news, a bus carrying around 50 passengers fell into a 50-meter deep gorge on Tuesday in Uttarakhand's Kotwa district. Now, the report suggests that so far 25 have been reported dead. Now, the passengers were heading to a wedding in Pori. Now, police have informed that as many as 9 have been rescued so far. And also talking about the unfortunate incident, expressing condolences, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has now expressed concern, wishing the injured a speedy recovery. We can see in those visuals as well the Prime Minister's tweet, where he has stated that the bus accident in Pori, Uttarakhand is heart-rending. In this tragic hour, my thoughts are with the bereaved families. I hope those who have been injured recover at the earliest. Rescue operations are underway. All possible assistance will be provided to those affected, is what it says in this particular tweet. Now, for more information on this, we're joined in by our reporter Piyush Ori. Piyush, what is the latest that we are gathering so far? The last, of course, when we were talking about this, 25 people have been feared dead. And on the other hand, of course, rescue operations are underway as well. We understand that the SDRF has also been deployed. All right, so this is, of course, the big update that is coming in terms of this unfortunate accident that has occurred in a Pori area of Uttarakhand. Now, of course, the Prime Minister also expressed his condolences by stating that the bus accident in Pori, Uttarakhand is heart-rending. In this tragic hour, my thoughts are with the bereaved family.
शतमिन्नु सरदो अन्तिदेवा चित्रानशकराजरसन्तनो नाम भूर्भुवस्वस्मदेवदेवताभ्यो नमः ज्ञानाद्यासनाथैमानस्नान् पुष्पाणि समर्पयामि अस्ते अष्टान् पुष्पाणि गृहीत्वा सङ्कल्पं कुर्यात् ओम विष्णु ओम विष्णु मासानां मासोत्तमे मासे पुण्य पवित्रे मासे शुभे आस्मिने मासे शुक्ले पक्षे दशम्यां शुभ पुण्यतिथौ बुधवासरान्वितायां श्री भारत सरकारस्य भारतवर्षस्य रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह महोदयो हम समस्त सेना प्रमुख सहित हम समस्त अधिकारिगणानां सहित हम श्रुति स्मृति प्राण फल प्राप्त कुटुम्बस्य ऐश्वर्य प्राप्त लक्ष्मी प्राप्त सर्व समस्त देव देवता समस्त पितृगण प्रसन्नता तथा शस्त्र अधिष्ठात्री देवानां शस्त्र पूजा कर्म च अहं करिष्ये श्रीमन्महागणाधिपतये नमः एकदन्ताय विद्महे वक्रतुण्डाय धीमहि तन्नो दन्ति प्रचोदयात् ओम नमो गणेभ्यो गणपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो व्रातेभ्यो व्रातपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो गृत्सेभ्यो गृत्सपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो भूर्भुवस्वगणपतिने गणेशाम्बिकाभ्यां नमस्ते देवताभ्यो नमः गन्धाक्षतपुष्पाणिं समर्पयामि ओम ओखधीः प्रतिमोददं पुष्पवतीः प्रशुवरीः अस्मैव सजितुरीर्विरुधः पारैष्णवः माल्यादीनि सुगन्धीनि मालित्यादीनि वै प्रभो मया हितानि पुष्पाणि पूजार्थं प्रतिगृह्यताम् भूर्भुवः गणपतिं गणेशाम्बिकाभ्यां नमः अपां पते वरुणदेवाय न पुष्पमालां समर्पयामि पुष्पमालान्ते गन्धं विलेपयामि गन्धान्ते अक्षतान् समर्पयामि पुष्पाणि समर्पयामि नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि समस्तदेवताभ्यो नमः नमस्करोमि ओम भूर्भुवः गणेशाम्बिकाभ्यां नमः पते वरुणदेवाय न गौर्यादिशौर्यमातृकाभ्यो न दिव्यादिशौर्यमातृकाभ्यो नमः ओम स्थानधिष्ठात्री देवताभ्यो नमः सर्वपूजा संभारान् समर्पयामि कृतानेन पूजनाखिं करुणा प्रियतां नमः
थोड़ा सा पीछे
ओम सहस्रजी रेखा पुरुषः गन्धाक्षपुष्पाणि समर्पयामि अपराजितादेव्यै नमः जयादेव्यै विजयादेव्यै नमः
काम क्या होगा
ये सर ओम तत्र
गोला 5 किलोमीटर तक 5 किलोमीटर
ओम सुजातो ज्योतिघातः वस्त्रं समर्पयामि ऋतुफलं समर्पयामि सम्यक् कृतानेकेन पूजनाखिं प्रियतां नमः
You see the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh on a 2-day visit to Uttarakhand. For more on this, we're also joined in by Major Gaurav Arya on the phone lines with us. Good morning, Major Gaurav Arya. How do you look at this visit? Obviously, we're getting in those visuals as well. Your initial reaction about this.
No, this is a lovely tradition, and since I belong to a regiment in which troops are largely, if not all, but largely from Uttarakhand, I belong to the Kumaon regiment. And this is the biggest festival. I mean, Dashera is bigger than Diwali. It is bigger than Holi. It is bigger than Durga Puja. It is bigger than any other festival in the Uttarakhand region, Garhwal and Kumaon included. And that Mr. Rajnath Singh, the Honorable Defence Minister of India, has chosen to go there and spend time with the troops. I think it's great. It will mean a lot to the troops. We have Shastra Puja, and in which the weapons are worshipped, and also equipment is placed there, and a lot of things are done. There was a time when we used to have sacrifices also, but now that is prohibited, so that does not happen. And then there is this thing of, in my regiment, there is Kal Ratri, which happens one night prior, and then the entire celebration of Dashera takes place. Biggest festival in Uttarakhand is Dashera, and all I can do is convey my congratulations and compliments. I think the Defence Minister is on the right place to go to on the occasion of Dashera.
Right. Also, we understand that he would be visiting the Ratcon post of the Indian Army along with the Indo-China border as well. In your point of view, you could shed some light on that visit as well?
No, absolutely. See, visiting a forward post on the occasion of Dashera is also messaging, because Chinese understand subtle messaging very well. Today is Dashera. Dashera is basically the victory of good over evil. And the Defence Minister with Indian Army senior officers visiting a forward post on the line of actual control facing the Chinese gives a message to the Chinese that this is what we are thinking about. This is the victory of good over evil. And finally, even the darkest days, one must never lose hope. Good will always win. Evil will always lose. That is the reason why we celebrate Dashera. And this is perhaps the reason why the Honorable Raksha Mantri is visiting a forward post.
Right. Thank you so much, Major Gaurav Arya, for joining us on Republic TV and sharing your thoughts with us. This, of course, are the visuals that we're getting in right now, where Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is on a 2-day visit to Uttarakhand, and he will, of course, be celebrating Dasara with the Jawans, where we're getting those visuals as well exclusively on Republic TV for you. We'll continue to get the latest on this, but we're slipping into a short break right now. Stay tuned.
Serving officer being brutally murdered by a domestic servant, and now a terror group coming into the light by claiming the responsibility. The Home Minister has now reached the Darbar of Shri Mata Vaishno Devi.
The person was seen pouring petrol on his bike and burning after he was coming in a wrong direction, and police officials were trying to stop him.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Serving officer being brutally murdered by a domestic servant, and now a terror group coming into the light by claiming the responsibility. The Home Minister has now reached the Darbar of Shri Mata Vaishno Devi.
The person was seen pouring petrol on his bike and burning after he was coming in a wrong direction, and police officials were trying to stop him.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower.
दूसरों के दुख को दूर करना, उसके लिए विष भी पीना जिसको स्वीकार है, ऐसे व्यक्ति को भी साधना के द्वारा शक्ति का अर्जन करना पड़ता है, क्योंकि साधना ही मुक्ति का शुभ द्वार है। शक्ति भी तो शांति का ही आधार है। ऐसे शक्ति उपासना का यह उत्सव है, विजय का यह उत्सव है, और संयोग है कि उसमें प्रमुख अतिथि के नाते उपस्थित श्रीमती संतोष यादव जी उसी शक्ति का, ऊर्जा का, चैतन्य का प्रतिनिधित्व करने वाली है। गौरी शंकर की ऊंचाई को 2 बार उन्होंने पाटा है। संघ के कार्यक्रम में ऐसे समाज की जो कर्तृत्व संपन्न, प्रबुद्ध, सबके लिए आदर्श उपस्थित करने वाली माता भगिनी है, उनको निमंत्रित करना, उनका उपस्थित रहना, उनका प्रमुख अतिथि बनना, ये डॉक्टर साहब के समय से ही चलता आ रहा है। श्रीमती अनुसुईयाबाई काले हमारे कार्यक्रम में आ चुकी है। उस समय भारतीय महिला परिषद, इंडियन वुमेन्स कॉन्फ्रेंस की उस समय की अध्यक्षा राजकुमारी अमृत कौर भी यहां के शिविर में आ चुकी है। दिसंबर 34 में शिविर हुआ था, उसमें भी अध्यक्षता ऐसी एक महिला ने की थी और तब से चलता आ रहा है। इमरजेंसी के बाद अकोला शहर के भी एक उत्सव की अध्यक्षा, मैं वहां प्रचारक था उस समय, तो कुमुत्ताई रांगणेकर जी, औरंगाबाद की रहने वाली, उन्होंने विजयादशमी उत्सव का प्रमुख अतिथि पद भूषित किया था। क्योंकि संपूर्ण समाज को संगठित करना है तो समाज तो दोनों से बनता है। हमारे यहां यह दृष्टि है, पुरुष श्रेष्ठ की महिला श्रेष्ठ, ऐसा वाद हम नहीं करते, क्योंकि हम ये जानते हैं कि दोनों के बिना समाज नहीं बनता, दोनों के बिना सृष्टि नहीं होती। ये दोनों परस्पर पूरक है, ये हमारी भारतीय दृष्टि है। दोनों का काम है और दोनों का काम परस्पर पूरक है। इसलिए व्यक्ति निर्माण का काम करने वाली शाखाएं तो संघ की अलग, राष्ट्र सेविका समिति की अलग, महिलाओं के लिए उनकी चलती है, पुरुषों के लिए हमारी चलती है। लेकिन समाज के बाकी सारे कामों में पुरुष महिला एकत्र मिलकर काम करते हैं, यह चलते आ रहा है। डॉक्टर साहब के समय की जो परिस्थिति थी, उस समय व्यक्ति निर्माण के काम के लिए 2 संगठन हो गए, लेकिन बाकी सभी कामों में सब मिलकर काम करते हैं, क्योंकि यह पूरकता की दृष्टि है। संपूर्ण समाज का संगठन करना है तो संख्या की दृष्टि से आधा भाग हमारे समाज का मातृशक्ति का है, उसकी उपेक्षा नहीं की जा सकती। उनको भी सशक्त करना पड़ेगा। हमारे यहां उनको माता मानते हैं, वत्सलता उनका गुण है, जगत जननी के रूप में उनकी कल्पना करते हैं। लेकिन ऐसी कल्पना करते करते क्या हमको विस्मृति हो गई पता नहीं, हमने उनकी सक्रियता के दायरे को सीमित कर दिया। और बाद में जो विदेशी आक्रमण हुए, उन आक्रमणों की परिस्थिति में उनकी सुरक्षा के नाम पर इस बंधन को एक वैधता प्रदान हुई। आक्रमण की परिस्थिति चली गई, लेकिन बंधन हमने कायम रखे, उनको कभी मुक्त नहीं किया। उनको जगत जननी मानना ठीक है, लेकिन इसका मतलब उनको पूजा घर में हम बंद करके रखे, बाहर ना आने दे, यह ठीक नहीं है। एक तो उनको जगत जननी मान के पूजा घर में बंद करते, अथवा द्वितीय दर्जे का मानकर घर में बंद करके रख देते। ये दोनों अतिवादिताओं को छोड़कर मातृशक्ति को सशक्त बनाना, प्रबुद्ध बनाना, उनको बराबरी के अधिकार से सार्वजनिक कार्यों में, परिवार के कार्यों में सर्वत्र निर्णय की स्वतंत्रता और निर्णय में बराबरी की साझेदारी देते हुए सक्रिय करना, इसकी आवश्यकता है। 2017 में विविध संगठनों में काम करने वाली और हमारी महिला कार्यकर्ताओं ने सारे भारत का एक बहुत बड़ा मातृशक्ति का सर्वे किया था। सब प्रकार की महिलाएं उसमें उन्होंने सर्वे में ली थी, यानी सन्यासिनियों से लेकर तो बड़े बड़े उद्योग चलाने वाली महिलाओं तक सबको उसमें लिया था। भारतवर्ष में महिलाओं का इतना समग्र सर्वेक्षण ये पहली बार हुआ है। वो सर्वे प्रसिद्ध भी हुआ, उस सर्वे को सरकार के पास भी दिया गया। दिल्ली में ही उसका लोकार्पण निर्मला जी सीतारामन जी के हस्ते हाथ में हुआ था, मैं था वहां पर। उस सर्वे के निष्कर्ष भी यही है, जो सब पुरुष कर सकता है मातृशक्ति कर सकती है। मातृशक्ति जो सब कर सकती है वो सब काम पुरुष नहीं कर सकते, इतनी उनकी शक्ति है। और इसलिए उनको इस प्रकार प्रबुद्ध बनाना, सशक्त बनाना, उनका सशक्तिकरण करना, उनको काम करने की स्वतंत्रता देना और कार्यों में बराबरी की सहभागिता देना। दुनिया भर में जो व्यक्तिवादी और स्त्री मुक्तिवादी आंदोलन चलते हैं, उनके 5वें फेज के बाद अब 6वां फेज चल रहा है, उसमें वो भी अपने दृष्टिकोण को अनुभवों से मोड़कर इसी रास्ते पर आ रहे हैं। और इसलिए उस मातृशक्ति के जागरण का महत्वपूर्ण काम अपने परिवार से प्रारंभ करते हुए सार्वजनिक कार्यों में, संगठन संस्थाओं में भी उसको लागू करते हुए हमको समाज के पास ले जाना पड़ेगा। क्योंकि बिना उनके सहभाग से पूर्ण समाज की संगठित शक्ति खड़ी नहीं होगी, और पूर्ण समाज की संगठित शक्ति जब काम करने लगेगी तब अपने देश के नवोत्थान के सारे प्रयास पूर्ण सफल होंगे, तब तक नहीं होंगे। आज हम उस नवोत्थान की आहट देख रहे हैं। हमारी प्रतिष्ठा दुनिया में बढ़ गई है, हमारी विश्वासार्हता बढ़ गई है। जिस प्रकार से हमने श्रीलंका के संकट में उसकी सहायता की, यूक्रेन के भूमि पर अमेरिका और रशिया की जो लड़ाई हो रही है उसमें अपने देश के हित को ध्यान में रखते हुए और जागतिक मानवता के हित को भी कम न करते हुए जिस प्रकार की भूमिका हमने रखी, हमारी बात सुनी जा रही है, हमारा वजन बढ़ रहा है, हमको बड़ा आनंद होता है। राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के मामले में हम उत्तरोत्तर सफल होते चले जा रहे हैं और स्वावलंबी होते चले जा रहे हैं। कोरोना की विपदा से बाहर आने के बाद अब हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था धीरे धीरे पूर्व स्थिति पर आ रही है और वो आगे जाएगी, इसी भविष्यवाणी दुनिया के सभी अर्थतज्ञ कर रहे हैं। खेल के क्षेत्र में भी नीतियों में जो अच्छा परिवर्तन आया है वो तो है ही, लेकिन हमारे खिलाड़ी ओलंपिक्स में और पैरा ओलंपिक्स में भी अपनी कर्तृत्व को दिखा रहे, विजय प्राप्त करके देश का नाम रोशन कर रहे। अभिमान से हमारा सीना फूल जाता है। अभी अभी दिल्ली में कर्तव्य पथ का उद्घाटन हुआ, लोकार्पण हुआ। उसमें प्रधानमंत्री जी के भाषण में उन्होंने अपने देश के नवोत्थान के इस उदय काल के दृश्य को स्पष्ट किया है। सांस्कृतिक प्रतीक, आर्थिक प्रगति के प्रतीक, हमारे देश के स्वाभिमान के प्रतीक, स्वतंत्रता के लिए जिन्होंने अपना प्राणार्पण किया उनके गौरव के प्रतीक कैसे कैसे खड़े हो रहे, उसके पीछे अपने समाज का कर्तृत्व कैसे दौड़ रहा है, इस सारा वर्णन आपने भी सुना है। इस नवोत्थान की आहट को सुनकर हम भी प्रसन्न होते हैं और हम भी कदम से कदम मिलाकर आगे बढ़ने की इच्छा करते हैं। लेकिन इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ना है तो आत्मनिर्भर, ऐसा शब्द उपयोग करते हैं हम। आत्मनिर्भर भारत की आहट हो रही है, लेकिन हमारी आत्मा क्या है उसकी स्पष्ट जानकारी चाहिए, गोलमोल नहीं चलेगा। क्योंकि आत्मनिर्भरता के पथ का प्रकाश वो आत्मा ही देती है। तो हम क्या है, हमारी आत्मा क्या है, इसकी जानकारी स्पष्ट, और शासन, प्रशासन, समाज, नेतृत्व, कार्यकर्ता, इन सब में समान प्रकार की होनी चाहिए। ऐसा होने से हमारा पथ स्पष्ट होता है। क्योंकि ये प्रगति का पथ सीधा तो नहीं होता है, कोई भी पथ सीधा नहीं होता है, क्योंकि उसको परिस्थिति से जाना पड़ता है और परिस्थिति जैसी है वैसा ही जाना पड़ता है। यहां से मैं निकलूंगा उत्तर दिशा में जाने के लिए, डॉक्टर हेडगेवार भवन कार्यक्रम के बाद मुझे जाना है, लेकिन मुझे जाना पड़ेगा पहले दक्षिण में, बाद में मैं पश्चिम की ओर मुड़ूंगा और फिर उत्तर की ओर जाऊंगा, क्योंकि रास्ता वैसा है। तो ये लचीलापन तो रखना पड़ता है। मुझे उत्तर में जाना है, बीच में पहाड़ हो, खाई हो, कुछ भी हो, मैं दिशा नहीं बदलूंगा। ऐसा करेंगे तो संकट में पड़ जाएंगे, कदाचित पहुंच नहीं सकेंगे। तो रास्ता निकालने वालों को लचीलापन धारण करना पड़ता है, लेकिन लचीलेपन की मर्यादा भी ध्यान में तब आती है जब अपने स्व की, अपने आत्मा की ये जानकारी, ये कल्पना अपनी स्पष्ट हो और सबकी समान हो। क्योंकि सबकी समान कल्पना ऐसी होने के बाद एक विश्वास रहता है, उस विश्वास के कारण आपसी समझदारी बनती है, लचीलेपन के कारण अविश्वास नहीं आता है। तो परस्पर समझदारी, विश्वास का भी वातावरण बनता है। और जिनको लचीला होना पड़ता है उनको कितना लचीला होना है और कितना नहीं होना है, पैर कहां पक्के जमाने हैं और शाखा पल्लव कैसे कैसे हवा में मोड़ने हैं, इसकी समझदारी प्राप्त होती है। तो उसके कारण संपूर्ण समाज में एक सहचित्तता का वातावरण बनता है और उस सहचित्तता के कारण प्रगति होती है। प्रत्येक व्यक्ति के और सामूहिक रूप से हमारे समाज के राष्ट्रीय चरित्र का ये महत्व का घटक है, सहचित्तता। इसलिए हमारे संगठन मंत्र में उसको स्थान है। समानो मंत्र समिति समानी, समानम मनः सहचित्तमेषाम, समानम मंत्र अभिमंत्रमेवा। सब समान कहा है, चित्त अलग अलग हो सकता है, इसलिए वहां साथ मिलकर चलने का निश्चय यानी सहचित्तता, इसको बताया है। उस सहचित्तता के वातावरण में सबको साथ लेकर हमको चलना है। और जैसा मैंने कहा, चलना है तो चलते समय कठिनाई आती है, बाधाएं आती है। दो प्रकार की बातों से साधारणतः सावधान रहना पड़ता है। पहली बाधा तो हम खुद रहते हैं, गतानुगतिकता स्वभाव की वो बाधा उत्पन्न करती है, रूढ़ि प्रियता के कारण वो बाधा आती है। समय बदलता है, समय के साथ बहुत कुछ बदलता है, समय के साथ मनुष्य का ज्ञान भी बढ़ता है और अज्ञान के कारण कुछ बातों की समझ जो थी वो समाप्त होती है, उसके जगह दूसरी नई समझ आती है, उसके अनुसार चलना पड़ता है। लेकिन रूढ़िबद्धता इस बात को रोकती है और उसके अनुसार चलना तो है, लेकिन बदलकर चलने के चक्कर में बहुत कुछ पहले अनुभव से जो चलते आ रहा है उसमें जो शाश्वत होता है, जैसे हमारी अतिथि महोदया ने बार बार सनातन संस्कृति का उल्लेख किया, वो जो सनातन शाश्वत संस्कृति के मूल्य है उनको छोड़ने से काम नहीं चलता। उसी बुनियाद पर नया युगानुकूल, देशानुकूल प्रतिमानक कौन सा होगा, ऐसा विचार करके चलना पड़ता है। तो नित्य नूतन होना पड़ता है, लेकिन चिर पुरातन भी रहना पड़ता है। सनातन और नित्य नूतन ये साथ चलते हैं। बिना सनातन के नित्य नूतनता भटका देती है, कटी पतंग हो जाती है। और बिना नूतनता के, वो अंग्रेजी कविता प्रसिद्ध है, ओल्ड ऑर्डर चेंजेथ yielding place to new, lest one good question should corrupt the world. परिवर्तन ये दुनिया का नियम है, उसके साथ चलना पड़ता है, लेकिन उसके साथ चलते चलते भटक न जाए, इसलिए सनातन पर पैर पक्के रखने पड़ते हैं। ये करने से मन की गतानुगतिकता हमको रोकती है। हमको उससे बाहर आकर अपने उस सनातन संस्कृति के मूल्यों का युगानुकूल, देशानुकूल अभिव्यक्ति करने वाला रूप क्या है, संपूर्ण दुनिया से जो आता है उसमें भी लेने लायक क्या है, उसको देशानुकूल कैसे बनाते हैं, ऐसा विचार करना पड़ेगा। दूसरे प्रकार की जो बाधा है, सनातन मूल्यों का क्षरण न हो, ये देखकर चलते समय और भी एक बाधा है, वो बाहर से आती, जो भारतवर्ष की प्रगति को होने नहीं देना चाहते। उसलिए भारतवर्ष के समाज में किसी प्रकार का सद्भाव, सामंजस्य जो नहीं चाहते, जिनके स्वार्थों को मार मिलेगी ऐसा उनको डर लगता है, ऐसा होने से वो सारी शक्तियां बाधा उत्पन्न करती है। अब उनके साधन भी होते हैं, अपना स्वार्थ साधने के लिए असत्य विमर्श पैदा करते हैं, गलत विमर्श पैदा करते हैं, हमको भटकाने के लिए, हमारे मन में द्वेष उत्पन्न करने का प्रयास करते हैं, हमारे बीच दूरियां बढ़ाने का प्रयास करते हैं। ऐसे सतत उनके प्रयास चलते हैं जिससे इस देश में एक आतंक का वातावरण हो, कलह बढ़े, देश में एक प्रकार से अराजकता हो जाए, नियम कानून के प्रति सम्मान न रहे, किसी को और कोई बंधन न रहे, डर न रहे, अनुशासन न रहे। इस प्रकार की कार्रवाइयां उनकी चलती रही है, वर्णन करने का जरूरत नहीं, हम सबको पता है, हम सब उसको अनुभव कर रहे हैं। और हम उनको पैठ दे इसलिए वो हमसे नजदीकी जताते हैं, जाति के नाम पर, पंथ संप्रदाय के नाम पर, अपने निहित स्वार्थों के नाम पर भी हमारे हमदर्द बनकर आते हैं। उनके इस चंगुल में फंसना नहीं। राष्ट्र विरोधी ऐसी बातों का निर्भयतापूर्वक और निर्मोही होकर अपने पराये का विचार न करते हुए हमको निषेध ही करना पड़ेगा, प्रतिकार भी करना पड़ेगा। शासन प्रशासन इनको नियंत्रित या निर्मूल करने का जो प्रयास करता है उसमें उनके सहयोगी बनना पड़ेगा। ये कार्रवाइयां चल रही है, भोलेपन से समाज उसमें फंसे नहीं। एक बहुत पुराना मराठी भावगीत मुझे याद आता है, शायद लता जी ने ही गाया है। उसमें यह कहा गया है, वाढवीत भेद भावा दुष्टतोचा फिरतो कावा। भेद भावों को बढ़ाते हुए दुष्टता अपने छल कपट कर रही है। गाठुनिया भोळ्या जीवा अंधारात घालील घाव। अंधेरे में आघात करेंगे लोगों के भोलेपन का लाभ उठाकर। चित्त नित्य सावध ठेवा, नित्य सावधान रहो, एक लक्ष्य लाओ न डोळे, एक लक्ष्य के तरफ अपनी नजर गड़ा के रखो, उस लक्ष्य का भान रख के सावधान रहो। वो लक्ष्य क्या है? स्वाभाविक है, भारत का परम वैभव यही अपना लक्ष्य है। और इस लक्ष्य के लिए इस प्रकार सजगता से समाज का सबल और सफल सहयोग आवश्यक है। क्योंकि परिवर्तन आता है, परिवर्तन लाने वाले उपकरण रहते हैं, शासन है, प्रशासन है, समाज में तरह तरह के संगठन है, संस्थाएं हैं, एनजीओ काम करती है। लेकिन इन सबकी यशस्विता समाज का जब तक उनको समर्थन मिलता नहीं, समाज में जब तक वो परिवर्तन आता नहीं, तब तक ये सफल नहीं होती। कई इसके उदाहरण हैं। अब कई बार हम लोग मातृभाषा माध्यम, हमारे बच्चे अपनी भाषा को भूल रहे, आजकल लोगों को समझ में नहीं था, तकरार करते, ये भी कहते हैं नीति में चाहिए, नीति में चाहिए। अब नई शिक्षा नीति आई, उसके तहत उच्च शिक्षा तक धीरे धीरे मातृभाषाओं का आगमन हो रहा है। आगे चल के लागू हो जाएगा, पुस्तकें भी तैयार हो जाएगी, पढ़ाने वाले भी तैयार हो जाएंगे। लेकिन क्या हम अपने बच्चों को मातृभाषा माध्यम में पढ़ाने के लिए भेजते हैं? कि एक जो मिथक चलता है करियर के लिए अंग्रेजी आवश्यक है, करियर के लिए अंग्रेजी आवश्यक नहीं है। मैं अकेला ये नहीं कहता हूं। पुणे में एक प्रदीप लोखंडे जी है, सप्रेम नमस्कार विनंती विशेष, ऐसा उनका नाम पड़ा है, क्योंकि उनकी एडवर्टाइजमेंट एजेंसी थी। तो मार्केट सर्वे करने के लिए वो हर गांव के सरपंच कोतवाल को पत्र भेजते थे कि आपके यहाँ बाजार है क्या, उस बाजार में लोग क्या खरीदते हैं क्या नहीं खरीदते, उनसे जानकारी लेते थे। उनका डाटा इतना समग्र और पूर्ण है कि उस समय महाराष्ट्र सरकार भी उनसे डाटा लेती थी अगर आवश्यकता पड़ी तो। उन्होंने 6वीं क्लास में स्कूल छोड़ दिया था और वो पुणे में आके एक छापखाने में काम करने लगे। करते करते उन्होंने अपनी शिक्षा भी की, बीकॉम हुए, अपनी एडवर्टाइजमेंट एजेंसी निकाली और इतने बड़े हो गए। वो मुझे मिले थे, वो भी यही बता रहे थे। वो कह रहे थे भागवत जी आप भाषण करते हो तो बड़ा प्रकाशित वगैरह होता है, तो आप एक बात कहो भाषण में, ये बताओ कि अंग्रेजी करियर के लिए आवश्यक नहीं है। करियर जिससे बनता है वो बातें अलग होती है। और आज देखेंगे तो मूर्धन्य अपने देश के जिस क्षेत्र में जितने व्यक्ति है, लगभग सब लोग 80% मैट्रिक तक तो मातृभाषा में ही पढ़े। ऐसा होने के बाद भी और शासन की नीतियां इस ओर आने के बाद भी अगर हम अपने बच्चों को मातृभाषा में पढ़ाने वाले स्कूलों में नहीं भेजेंगे तो क्या वो नीति यशस्वी होगी? और केवल मांग करने से होगा? मातृभाषा की चर्चा तो हम बहुत करते हैं, क्या सब जगह अपने हस्ताक्षर हम अपनी मातृभाषा में करते हैं? क्या हमारे घर पर जो नाम फलक टंगा है, नेम प्लेट, उस पर हमने अपना नाम, अपने कुल का नाम मातृभाषा में लिखा है? अपने घर के कार्य प्रसंगों के निमंत्रण हम भेजते हैं, अपने परिचित मित्र लगभग सब 90% तो भारत के ही होते हैं, रिश्तेदार भी भारत के ही होते हैं। क्या वो हम अपनी मातृभाषा में उनको भेजते हैं? अपने से जब ये परिवर्तन समाज करता नहीं तब तक मातृभाषा की नीति कैसे सफल होगी? शिक्षा नीति में, और हम कहते हैं संस्कार आजकल नहीं मिलते, संस्कार आने चाहिए, सुसंस्कृत देशभक्त नागरिक बनने चाहिए, लेकिन अपने पाल्यों को स्कूल में भेजते समय हम क्या बताते हैं? ऐसा पढ़ो कि अधिक कमाओगे, ऐसा बताते हैं कि ऐसा पढ़ो कि देश के उत्तम नागरिक बनोगे, ऐसा बताते हैं। पाल्यों को अगर हम ये मंत्र देकर भेज रहे कि कुछ भी करके अधिक कमाने वाली डिग्री लो, तुमको उस डिग्री का ज्ञान लेने की इच्छा हो ना हो, मन के विरुद्ध पैसा 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 ऐसा होने के लिए तुमको वही करना चाहिए। जब तक ये अभिभावक पढ़ाते तब तक छात्र कैसे देशभक्त सुसंस्कृत नागरिक बनेंगे? वो तो पैसा कमाने वाली मशीन ही बनना चाहेंगे। शुरू समाज से होती है सारी बातें। संस्कार भी समाज में, घर में अभिभावक देते हैं, सामाजिक आयोजनों में और माध्यमों के द्वारा, जननेताओं के द्वारा संस्कारों का वातावरण होता है। केवल विद्यालय महाविद्यालयीन शिक्षा में संस्कार नहीं मिलते। हमको परतंत्र बनाने वाली शिक्षा जब शासन के संपूर्ण आशीर्वाद से लागू थी स्वतंत्रता के पूर्व, तो हमारे स्वतंत्रता के लिए हमारी सनातन संस्कृति के आधार पर नए भारत की कल्पना करके संघर्ष करने वाले सबके सब लोग उसी शिक्षा पद्धति में से निकले। लोकमान्य तिलक कहां पढ़े थे? गुरुकुल में नहीं पढ़े थे। महात्मा गांधी गुरुकुल में नहीं पढ़े थे। योगी अरविंद गुरुकुलों में नहीं पढ़े थे। डॉक्टर हेडगेवार की शिक्षा अंग्रेजी पद्धति से हुई थी। लेकिन ये सब लोग देशभक्त सुसंस्कृत लोग क्यों बने? तो केवल स्कूली शिक्षा पे निर्भर नहीं थे। घर का वातावरण, समाज का वातावरण, इसके कारण उनके संस्कार बने। समाज का यह दायित्व बनता है, प्रत्येक परिवार का, जो समाज की छोटी इकाई है, उसका यह दायित्व बनता है। वहां परिवर्तन नहीं आएगा तो कैसे शिक्षा नीति संस्कार लाने में सफल होगी? दूसरी ऐसी स्वास्थ्य की आवश्यकता रहती है। हम चाहते हैं, हमारा प्रस्ताव भी है, आप सबकी इच्छा है कि सबको सुलभता से मिले, सस्ते में मिले, और समग्र विचार करके, सभी पाखियों का विचार करके जिसको जो लागू होता है ऐसा देने वाली, एक शब्द चलता है प्लूरोपैथिक, ऐसी चिकित्सा पद्धति, ऐसी चिकित्सा व्यवस्था सरकार करे। ठीक है, लेकिन स्वास्थ्य केवल उपचार पर निर्भर नहीं रहता। बीमार होने पर उपचार की बात है, बीमार न होने के लिए कुछ करना पड़ता है। इलनेस की व्यवस्था हमारी अपेक्षा ठीक है, लेकिन वेलनेस का काम हमको भी करना पड़ता है। अब सरकार के नीति के कारण और उनके आशीर्वाद से भी योग की बात रूढ़ हो रही, सब लोग योगासन करें ऐसा प्रयास चल रहा है। संयम की आदतें, सार्वजनिक स्वच्छता की आदतें, इन सारी बातों में शासन की नीति तो अग्रसर हो रही। हमारी आदतें बदली है क्या? हम अपना कचरा कहां पर डालते हैं? हम अनावश्यक कचरा करते हैं क्या? अपने पर्यावरण को, अपने घर के परिवेश को स्वच्छ रखते हैं कि नहीं रखते? हमारी स्वयं की आदतें स्वच्छता की है कि नहीं? कितनी बातें सोचनी पड़ेगी। समाज जब तक सहयोग नहीं करता, व्यवस्था यशस्वी नहीं होती। केवल डॉक्टर अंबेडकर साहब ने कहा था कि संविधान के द्वारा सबको आर्थिक स्वतंत्रता और राजनीतिक स्वतंत्रता का लाभ हुआ है, परंतु वो पूरा का पूरा मिले, अमल में आए, इसलिए सामाजिक स्वतंत्रता की आवश्यकता है और वो समाज की लानी पड़ेगी। कानून नियम तो बने, बाद में भी बने और आज भी बन रहे हैं। समाज में विषमता का निर्मूलन हो और समता को लाया जाए, यह उद्देश्य बताकर, यह उद्देश्य बनाकर भी नियम कानून तो बन रहे हैं, लेकिन विषमता रहती कहां है? विषमता तो हमारे आपके मन में रहती है। ऊपर ऊपर का इलाज होने से क्या होगा? अंदर तो नासूर सड़ता रहेगा। और इसलिए मन से उसका निर्मूलन होना चाहिए, समाज मन से विषमता चली जानी चाहिए। उसके लिए हम सबको काम करना पड़ेगा। मैं और मेरा कुटुंब, इसके मित्र, हमारे आसपास समाज में जितने प्रकार बाकी लोग मानते हैं, जाति मानते होंगे, भाषा मानते होंगे, पंथ संप्रदाय मानते होंगे, सब में मेरे अपने मित्र रहेंगे, जिनका मेरे घर और मेरा उनके घर आना जाना रहता है। सब वर्गों में ऐसे कुटुंब हमारे कुटुंब के मित्र रहेंगे, जिनके यहाँ हमारा आना जाना, उनका हमारे यहाँ आना जाना, उठना बैठना, खाना पीना, ऐसे संबंध है। और सामाजिक स्तर पर कम से कम मंदिर, पानी, स्मशान सबके लिए एक हो। छोटी मोटी बातों को लेकर आपस में झगड़ा ना हो। ये घोड़ी चढ़ सकता और वो घोड़ी नहीं चढ़ सकता, ऐसी मूर्खतापूर्ण बातें अब समाज के आचरण से चली जाए, इसका प्रयास करना पड़ेगा। यह प्रयास समाज में होगा, हम सब लोग करेंगे, संघ के स्वयंसेवक करेंगे, समाज के सुबुद्ध नागरिक करेंगे, तब तो विषमता का निर्मूलन होगा और आर्थिक और राजनीतिक स्वतंत्रता प्रत्येक व्यक्ति तक पहुंचाने वाली सामाजिक स्वतंत्रता का लाभ हमको होगा। यह हम सबको करना पड़ेगा। आर्थिक उन्नति के लिए भी रोजगार की बात आती है। बहुत सारी बातें चल रही है, स्किल ट्रेनिंग हो रहा है, उद्यमिता को बढ़ावा देने वाली नीतियां आ रही है, और हम सब लोग चाहते हैं हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था कैसी हो? रोजगार उन्मुख हो, रोजगार बढ़ाने वाली हो, उपभोगवाद रहित हो, शोषण मुक्त हो, पर्यावरण की मित्र हो। सारी दुनिया आजकल ऐसा ही विकास चाहती है, हम भी चाहते हैं, परंतु हमारे जीवन से भोग वृत्ति को हमने निकाल दिया। क्या हमारे जीवन में संयम है? हम अपने परिवार में रहन सहन में सादगी बरतते हैं, जितना आवश्यक उतना ही खर्चा करते हैं, कि अपने वैभव का प्रदर्शन करने के लिए लुटाते हैं? हमारी प्रवृत्ति क्या है? हम इसकी चिंता करते हैं कि नहीं कि मेरे करने में, मेरे अपने लिए कमाने में किसी का शोषण न हो। योगः कर्मसु कौशलम गीता में कहा है, और तथागत ने कुशलस्य उपसंपदा कहा है। वो कुशलता ये है, अपना जीवन चलाना, दूसरे किसी के जीवन को हानि बिना पहुंचाए। ये हमारी परंपरा है। क्या हमारे जीवन में वो आई है? बीच में चली गई, हम स्वार्थी बन गए। उस स्वार्थ को अपने मन से हटाकर हमने इस आचरण को अपनाया नहीं, तो शोषण मुक्त अर्थव्यवस्था कहां से आनी? रोजगार यानी केवल नौकरी, और नौकरी के पीछे ही भागेंगे, और वो भी सरकारी हो, और बने तक मेरे घर के पास हो ऑफिस। ऐसा सब लोग दौड़ेंगे तो नौकरी कितनी दे सकता है? सरकारी और प्राइवेट मिलाकर किसी भी समाज में 10, 20, 30% ज्यादा से ज्यादा नौकरियां होती है। बाकी सबको अपना काम करना पड़ता है। उस उद्यमिता की प्रवृत्ति बढ़नी चाहिए। स्टार्टअप्स वगैरह सरकार शुरू कर रही, सरकार उसको प्रोत्साहन दे रही, लेकिन हमको उधर जाना चाहिए। हम करते हैं तो होता है। कोरोना में हमने देखा, कोरोना में और बड़ी संख्या में 3 करोड़ से ऊपर लोगों का इधर से उधर जाना हुआ, रोजगार छूट गए, नए रोजगार नहीं बने। ऐसे लोगों को रोजगार देने का काम हमने किया, केवल संघ के स्वयंसेवक ने नहीं। कोई एक संगठन, एक सरकार, एक नेता नहीं कर सकता, लेकिन उस समय सब लोग इकट्ठा आ गए। शासन प्रशासन भी आया, समाज के सधन संपन्न व्यक्ति भी आए, उद्योग चलाने वाले लोग भी आए, संघ के कार्यकर्ता, समाज के कार्यकर्ता, सब एक हुए और सबने प्रयास किए, तो मिल गया काम लोगों को। और इस अनुभव से सीखकर जो स्वयंसेवक आर्थिक विषयों को ध्यान देने वाले संगठन में काम करते हैं, उन्होंने बाद में भी ये उपक्रम चलाया, समाज के ऐसे सब लोगों को साथ लिया, उनके साथ वो रहे, और एक एक जिला केंद्र पर उस जिला में ही जिनको काम मिल सकता है वहां के तरुणों को ऐसे रोजगार कौन से, उनका प्रशिक्षण और रोजगार देने की बात उन्होंने शुरू की। 350 जिलों में ये काम शुरू हो गया है, सब जिलों में शुरू होगा, और अभी तक बड़ा उल्लेखनीय रोजगार देने का काम उनके द्वारा हुआ है। आंकड़े मेरे पास नहीं है, नहीं तो मैं बताता, लेकिन ये मुझे मालूम है कि 350 जिलों में जिला केंद्र से ये काम शुरू हो गया है। ये हम अगर करेंगे नहीं तो अकेली सरकार और प्रशासन कितना रोजगार बढ़ा सकते? रोजगार लघु उद्योगों में, सहकारिता में, कृषि में सबसे ज्यादा होता है। ये तो अधिकांश सारे समाज के हाथ में है। समाज अगर ध्यान नहीं देता तो ये होता नहीं है। बार बार समाज समाज समाज, ये मैं क्यों कह रहा हूं? सरकार को उसके दायित्व से मुक्त करना मैं नहीं चाहता हूं, और हमको मुक्त नहीं करना है, उस पर नजर रखनी है, ठीक करते हैं कि नहीं अपने दायित्व को पूरा। जनता का यही काम है। परंतु वो अपना दायित्व पूरा करेंगे तो भी अगर समाज नहीं करता तो उनकी बातों का यश नहीं आने वाला, क्योंकि सब बातों का कारण समाज है। उस समाज में यह परिवर्तन लाना पड़ेगा। समाज बड़ा विशाल है, कुछ लोग उससे भी डरते। इतनी बड़ी जनसंख्या है, पहले उसको कम करो नहीं तो कुछ नहीं होगा। यह वाक्य पूर्ण सत्य नहीं है। ये बात सही है, जनसंख्या जितनी ज्यादा उतना बहुत ज्यादा, लेकिन यही एक बात नहीं है, क्योंकि जनसंख्या जैसे एक बोझ के रूप में देखी जा सकती है, वैसे जनसंख्या का ठीक से उपयोग किया तो एक साधन बनता है, एसेट बनता है। आज अपनी इतनी ज्यादा जनसंख्या है तो जैसे उसका वर्णन बोझ के रूप में हो सकता है, वैसे हम ये भी कह सकते हैं कि हम आज डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड की स्थिति में है। 57 करोड़ युवाओं की संख्या किसी दुनिया के देश में नहीं है। चीन हमारा पड़ोसी बूढ़ा हो चुका है, हम जवान रहने वाले 30 साल तक। जनसंख्या का विचार दोनों रूप से हो सकता है, वो एक साधन भी है, और एक परिस्थिति में विचार करता है तो एक बात लगती, दूसरे परिस्थिति में विचार करता है दूसरी बात लगती है। चीन की इतनी ज्यादा जनसंख्या थी, उनको बोझ लगने लगा, उन्होंने एक परिवार में एक संतान और बाद में नहीं संतान, ऐसी नीति अपनाई। बड़े कड़े प्रयास से उन्होंने उसको लागू किया। हुकुमशाह है वहां, डिक्टेटरशिप है, यशस्वी हो गए। लेकिन फिर उनके ध्यान में आ गया अब सब बूढ़े ही बूढ़े हैं, काम करने के लिए जवान कहां से आएंगे, तो अब उन्होंने 2 संतति को प्रोत्साहन देना शुरू कर दिया। हमारे यहां क्या है, हमको भी विचार करना पड़ेगा। हमारा देश 50 वर्षों के बाद कितने लोगों को खिला सकता है? उस समय समाज में काम करने वालों की कितनी संख्या चाहिए? काम न कर सकने वाले उस समय कितने रहेंगे? आज के 57% युवा 50 साल के बाद काम करने की स्थिति में रहेंगे क्या? अपने देश का पर्यावरण कितने लोगों को खिला सकता है, कितने लोगों को झेल सकता है? इतने लोगों के शिक्षा की, स्वास्थ्य की क्या व्यवस्था हम कर सकेंगे? इतने लोग काम करेंगे, रहेंगे भी, क्या क्या करना पड़ेगा? और केवल देश का प्रश्न नहीं है, जन्मदात्री तो माता होती है, वो हमारी मातृशक्ति का सशक्तिकरण हमने कितना किया है, उनका स्वास्थ्य कैसा है, उनको उनकी इच्छा क्या है, उनकी आवश्यकता क्या है, परिवार की भी आवश्यकता होती है, परिवार का भी विचार क्या है। ये एक समग्र विचार करके एक नीति बनानी पड़ती है। हमने ऐसी नीति बनाई, कुछ वर्षों पूर्व भारत सरकार ने बनाई, और 2.1 ऐसा एवरेज संतान, हमने उसको इतनी अच्छी तरह लागू किया, दुनिया को भी ये उम्मीद नहीं थी, वो आश्चर्य कर रही है। उससे भी नीचे हम आ गए 2 तक। लेकिन बहुत नीचे आना भी गड़बड़ होता है, क्योंकि घर के बच्चों को सामाजिक व्यवहार का प्रशिक्षण परिवार में मिलता है। परिवार में संख्या चाहिए, अपने बराबरी के भी 2-3 लोग चाहिए, ऊपर के भी चाहिए, नीचे के भी चाहिए। तो सबसे बात कैसे करना, सामाजिक संस्कार कैसे होता है, अपने अहंकार को कैसे संयमित करना पड़ता है, ईगो मैनेजमेंट कैसी करनी पड़ती है, ये सारी बातें सीखनी पड़ती है। उसके लिए परिवार की संख्या भी चाहिए, और जनसंख्या बहुत कम हो गई तो फिर बढ़ना बंद होता है, तो समाज के समाज लुप्त हो जाते हैं, भाषाएं लुप्त हो जाती है। कितनी भाषाएं दुनिया की, बोलने वाले नहीं रहे, भाषाएं समाप्त हो गई। और इसलिए ऐसा समग्र विचार करना चाहिए। और ये भी हम देखते हैं कि जनसंख्या में प्रमाण का भी संतुलन चाहिए। हम भुगते हैं, जनसंख्या का असंतुलन हुआ तो 50 साल पहले उसके गंभीर परिणामों को हमने भुगता। और केवल हमारा ऐसा हुआ ऐसा नहीं, आज की तारीख में पूर्व तिमोर नाम का एक नया देश बना, दक्षिण सूडान नाम का नया देश बना, कोसोवो बना। जनसंख्या में पंथ संप्रदाय के प्रमाण में अंतर आने से नए देश बन गए, देश टूट गए। यह असंतुलन, जन्मदर एक भाग है उसका, लेकिन जोर जबरदस्ती या छल कपट से, लालच से मतांतरण, ये सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर है। और जहां सीमा पार से घुसपैठ होती है, वहां घुसपैठ से भी ये होता है। उस संतुलन का भी ध्यान रखना देश हित की दृष्टि से अनिवार्य बात है। और इसलिए जनसंख्या की एक समग्र नीति बने, वो सब पर समान रूप से लागू हो, एक बार बनने के बाद किसी को छूट न मिले और समाज इसको स्वीकार कर ले, इसलिए उसके लिए मन बनाकर उसको लाया जाए, इसकी आवश्यकता है। क्योंकि फिर से समाज में अगर उसको नहीं माना तो नीति क्या करेगी?
Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Serving officer being brutally murdered by a domestic servant, and now a terror group coming into the light by claiming the responsibility. The Home Minister has now reached the Darbar of Shri Mata Vaishno Devi.
The person was seen pouring petrol on his bike and burning after he was coming in a wrong direction, and police officials were trying to stop him.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Serving officer being brutally murdered by a domestic servant, and now a terror group coming into the light by claiming the responsibility. The Home Minister has now reached the Darbar of Shri Mata Vaishno Devi.
The person was seen pouring petrol on his bike and burning after he was coming in a wrong direction, and police officials were trying to stop him.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you
सब अपना है, क्योंकि सब एक से, मैं जिससे बना हूं, मैं जिसको व्यक्त करता हूं, दूसरे जगह, दूसरे रूप में, दूसरे प्रकार से, दूसरे नाम से, दूसरे रूप में कोई और उसको वही प्रकट करता है, और इसलिए वो दिखता अलग है लेकिन मेरे से अलग नहीं है, वो मैं ही हूं। उसका सुख मेरा सुख, उसका दुख मेरा दुख। ये हमारे पूर्वजों ने पहचाना, संपूर्ण पृथ्वी को एक कुटुंब माना और संपूर्ण विश्व एक घर बने, इस प्रकार का लक्ष्य लेकर जीवन कैसे जीना, इसका आदर्श संपूर्ण दुनिया को देने के लिए एक समन्वय की संस्कृति बनाकर स्व के आधार पर इस राष्ट्र का निर्माण किया। वो संस्कृति, वो हमारे पहचान का पहला आधार है, वो हमारे राष्ट्रीयता का पहला आधार है, जिसको बार बार सनातन सनातन कहा हमारे प्रमुख अतिथि महोदया ने। वह हमारी चलती हुई भारतीय संस्कृति, खान पान, रीति रिवाज वगैरह ऊपर की बात है, आचार धर्म है, वो बदलते रहता है, लेकिन मूल्य समान है, क्योंकि इस सत्य के वो है, वो कोई कल्पना नहीं है, थियरी नहीं है, उस सत्य को साक्षात किया, वो सत्य सदा विद्यमान रहता है। उसके आधार पर हमने कहा कि धर्म से चलो। क्या धर्म है? सत्य, करुणा, शुचिता, तपस, बस 4 बातें। बाकी किसकी पूजा करना, किधर पैर करके सोना, कौन सा कपड़ा पहनना, कब क्या खाना पीना, आचार धर्म है। देश काल परिस्थिति के अनुसार बदलता है। जो चलता है वो रखो, जो बदलना है वो बदलो। परंतु जो भी करोगे, जिस किसी नाम रूप से करोगे, वो सत्य होना चाहिए, सत्य से मेल खाने वाला होना चाहिए। उसमें सबके प्रति करुणा चाहिए, संवेदना चाहिए। अंतर्बाह्य शुचित्व धारण करके तुम ये विचार करोगे तो ये करुणा संभव है, ये सत्य संभव है। और उसके लिए तुमको तपश्चर्या करनी पड़ेगी। ये चार जिसमें नहीं है, इस चार में से एक का भी अधिक्षेप या तिरस्कार जिस बात में होता है वो अधर्म है, चाहे वो चलता आया हो। इसलिए अस्पृश्यता अधर्म है, जात पात की विषमता भेद अधर्म है। कहीं भी लिखा हो इसमें सत्य हम सब एक है, इसका अधिक्षेप होता है। इसमें परस्पर संवेदना करुणा का अधिक्षेप होता है। इसमें तन मन की शुचिता का अधिक्षेप होता है। और इसमें तपस की प्रतिष्ठा कम हो जाती है। और कुछ नहीं, बस इतना चाहिए, बाकी आपकी मर्जी, इसके बाहर नहीं जाना।
And that was a live telecast of RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat's address at the RSS's Dashera rally. And Mohan Bhagwat, Sar Sangchalak, spoke on matters of importance in the current day and expressed his vision on them. Time now for a short break. More news and updates coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Union Home Minister Amit Shah's message during his ongoing visit to Jammu and Kashmir is simple, that Kashmir has totally changed. And he is absolutely right, there have been several changes. Amit Shah is 100% correct. And he's been at the forefront of these changes. And he's led it with conviction. Right from that fiery speech on the floor of the parliament till today, his role cannot be undermined. But what is the biggest change? The biggest change, ladies and gentlemen, is that Jammu and Kashmir has been freed from the clutches of two families. Two selfish families who have since 1965 contributed 2/3 of all chief ministers in Jammu and Kashmir and therefore run the state with a convenient family hold. But Kashmir is no family's property. Jammu and Kashmir belongs to us all equally. And the government, which through the Home Minister's much watched visit is sending a message of change, must ensure that never again in the future do an Abdullah or a Mehbooba Mufti rule Kashmir like it is their inheritance or their right. It is not. If these families come back to the saddle of power directly or in a coalition because they are desperate, they'll do anything, they'll join any coalition, then we will all be effectively pushed back to the pre-370 abolition situation. We can't afford that. Because at their core, these two families want to scrape the last benefit for themselves. They want to deny the people of Jammu and Kashmir development. They want their scams to return. They want to make money and they want to return to their traditional blackmail politics. So Amit Shah is absolutely right. He said today that these politicians said, and don't you remember they said that? If 370 is removed, they said if 370 is removed, then the Pir Panjal mountains will be set ablaze, they said.
Welcome back. You're watching Live in Breaking and the top stories we are tracking at this hour. Union Home Minister on his second and final day of a Jammu and Kashmir visit will address a mega rally in Baramulla. Ahead of Home Minister Amit Shah's mega rally in Baramulla, train services between Baramulla and Budgam to remain suspended today. Authorities say train services between both the regions will remain suspended in view of the Union Minister's visit. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to visit Himachal Pradesh today. The Prime Minister will inaugurate AIIMS in Bilaspur and attend the Kulu Dashera. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is on a two-day visit to Uttarakhand and is all set to celebrate Dashera with the Indian Jawans there in Oli. Amid Shinde versus Uddhav camp face-off on the Dashera rally, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will hold a rally at the MMRDA grounds, while Uddhav Thackeray organizes the Dashera event at Shivaji Park, sparking a clash. And Telangana Rashtra Samiti likely to be renamed Bharat Rashtra Samiti as Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao prepares for his foray into national politics. JDS leader H.D. Kumarasamy leaves for Hyderabad with 20 MLAs to attend KCR's national party. Kumarasamy has left for Hyderabad to meet the Chief Minister KCR Rao, who is expected to announce the Telangana Rashtra Samiti's foray into national politics today.
We are reporting from the venue where Amit Shah is going to come and address the massive crowd in Baramulla. People have expectations from the Home Minister as he has already announced the quota benefits for the Gujar, Bakarwal and the Pahari communities. In Baramulla, people are celebrating Home Minister Amit Shah's announcement. One can see the massive crowd in Baramulla, and expectation is that some 36,000 people will be joining Amit Shah here in Baramulla. More on the story, keep watching Republic TV.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Hemant Loya, serving officer, being brutally murdered by a domestic servant, and now a terror group coming into the light by claiming the responsibility. The Home Minister has now reached the Darbar of Shri Mata Vaishno Devi.
The person was seen pouring petrol on his bike and burning after he was coming in a wrong direction, and police officials were trying to stop him.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. The world supermarket. The world is ours for the taking. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Serving officer being brutally murdered by a domestic servant, and now a terror group coming into the light by claiming the responsibility. The Home Minister has now reached the Darbar of Shri Mata Vaishno Devi.
The person was seen pouring petrol on his bike and burning after he was coming in a wrong direction, and police officials were trying to stop him.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Serving officer being brutally murdered by a domestic servant, and now a terror group coming into the light by claiming the responsibility. The Home Minister has now reached the Darbar of Shri Mata Vaishno Devi.
The person was seen pouring petrol on his bike and burning after he was coming in a wrong direction, and police officials were trying to stop him.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
After a power-packed day one, Amit Shah is set to kick off day two of the mega Jammu and Kashmir visit. Key meetings and big rallies are lined up. The Prime Minister is in Himachal Pradesh, will inaugurate key projects and celebrate the Sera in Kullu. It is the biggest tribute to the forces. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh celebrates the Sera with the forces in Uttarakhand.
इनके स्वार्थों को मार मिलेगी ऐसा उनको डर लगता है, ऐसा होने से वो सारी शक्तियां बाधा उत्पन्न करती हैं.
In Nagpur, the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat hits out at the anti-India forces, says stop hindering country's growth. The TRS prepares for a national foray. All eyes are on KCR as he's set to launch the Bharat Rashtriya Samiti. Mega crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir. 4 terrorists are gunned down in twin encounters in Shopian. Good morning and welcome. You are watching Republic TV and we'd like to wish all our viewers a happy Dasera. In fact, on the occasion of Dasera, the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has reached Oli's military station. Rajnath Singh is celebrating Vijay Dashmi with the armed forces personnel.
भारतीय सेना की और 22 ग्रेनेडियर अशोका पलटन की जय पुकारे. भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय! भारतीय सेना की जय! भारतीय सेना की जय! भारतीय सेना की जय! 22 ग्रेनेडियर्स अशोका पलटन की जय! 22 ग्रेनेडियर्स अशोका पलटन की जय! 22 ग्रेनेडियर्स अशोका पलटन की जय! धन्यवाद. बहुत बढ़िया. माता की, भारतीय सेना की और 22 ग्रेनेडियर अशोका पलटन की जय पुकारे. भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय! भारतीय सेना की जय! भारतीय सेना की जय! भारतीय सेना की जय! 22 ग्रेनेडियर्स अशोका पलटन की जय! 22 ग्रेनेडियर्स अशोका पलटन की जय! 22 ग्रेनेडियर्स अशोका पलटन की जय! धन्यवाद. बहुत बढ़िया. माता की, भारतीय सेना की और 22 ग्रेनेडियर
कह सकते हैं कि भाई शस्त्र या तो निर्जीव होते हैं, इनकी पूजा करने का क्या मतलब है। लेकिन हमारे भारत की संस्कृति और हमारे भारत के जो जीवन मूल्य हैं वो हमको यह शिक्षा देते हैं कि चाहे जड़ हो अथवा चेतन हो, जीव हो चाहे निर्जीव हो, यदि हमारे जीवन को वह सुगम बनाता है, वह हमारे समाज की, हमारे राष्ट्र की रक्षा करने में वो हमारी मदद करता है, तो हमें कभी न कभी जीवन में अथवा वर्ष में एक बार उसके प्रति कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करनी चाहिए, उसके प्रति आभार व्यक्त करना चाहिए। और इसी सोच के आधार पर विजयादशमी के अवसर पर शस्त्रों की पूजा की जाती है। आप सबको कल्पना नहीं होगी कि आप लोगों के बीच आकर हम लोगों का हौसला कितना बुलंद होता है, हम लोगों का मनोबल ऊंचा होता है कि हमारा देश हमारे सेना के, हमारे पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के जवानों के हाथों में पूरी तरह से सुरक्षित है। और हम जनता के बीच जाते हैं तो जनता को भी आश्वस्त करते हैं। और विजयादशमी के पर्व पर आया हूं तो यह पर्व ऐसा पर्व है जिस दिन शस्त्रों की पूजा होती है। दुनिया के किसी देश में शस्त्रों की पूजा नहीं होती, लेकिन भारत दुनिया का अकेला देश है जहां शास्त्रों की भी पूजा होती है और शस्त्रों की भी पूजा होती है।
And in fact, that was the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. He's celebrating the Sera with Jawans on the front lines over there. Pictures on your screen are of those celebrations. Well, news just coming in. We are learning that a terror attack has been reported in Kashmir's Pulwama. Terrorists have opened fire in the Hal area, where one civilian succumbed to his injuries. The civilian has been identified as Wasif Ahmed Padru. So Wasif Ahmed Padru is a civilian who has been unfortunately killed by terrorists. They opened fire in the Pulwama area. Now, since last night, there have been three encounters, in fact, that have been reported in Jammu and Kashmir. One where 3 terrorists were neutralized. There was another one in which 1 terrorist was neutralized earlier this morning. And unfortunately, 1 civilian has now succumbed to his injuries after terrorists opened fire at him in Pulwama. I'm going to try and go across to our correspondents on the ground to give us more details. But earlier this morning, of course, there were 2 more encounters that were reported. And in both those encounters, we're given to understand that terrorists belonging to the Jaish-e-Mohammed were essentially killed in one of the encounters. Zeenat is live. She's reporting from Baramulla on this. Zeenat, give us more details of this latest encounter.
Nupur, this is a terror attack that has taken place in Hal area of Pulwama, South Kashmir, and this time the terrorists targeted a civilian, Wasif Ahmed Padru. He was on his motorbike when targeted by the terrorists. He was taken to the hospital, but he succumbed to the injuries. So this is coming from the South Kashmir, which also had witnessed early morning and yesterday evening the encounters in which the 4 terrorists as of now have been neutralized. Although the encounters are over, but forces do got success as far as the encounters is concerned, because the 3 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists and 1 LET terrorist was neutralized by J&K police along with Indian Army. The operation was launched after getting specific leads by coming from the SOG Shopian. But now we are seeing a terror attack in Pulwama. Although Home Minister Amit Shah is in the Kashmir Valley chairing the security meet. Meanwhile, the action has come from Pulwama, where terrorists targeted a civilian. We are seeing that the CASO has been launched in Pulwama and the adjoining places in Pulwama to see and to nab those who are behind the attack. Terrorists trying to target disrupt the situation on ground. Although security forces and also the Amit Shah has maintained yesterday that the situation post abrogation of Article 370 has tremendously increased, because the kind of number that is coming as far as the data for the anti-terror operations are concerned, the number of terrorists were neutralized. There are no stone pelting incidents were reported, or for that matter, hartal calls were not given by the separatist leaders, because all the oxygen that was supporting the terror outfit has been taken out by the government of India.
All right, Zeenat bringing us the latest on this targeted killing that has taken place. One civilian, unfortunately, has lost his life in a terrorist attack over there. Thank you very much, Zeenat, for joining us with those details. Now, in fact, after Harsh Ribidia had resigned from his post of MLA as well as from the Congress party, we're now learning that a district-level meeting is taking place in Junagadh. And the decision over who to field from the Visawadar constituency will be taken. Now, the Congress party is in a huddle, I beg your pardon, over this assembly seat. Sources seem to suggest that Harsh Ribidia is also all set to join the BJP. Priyanka is reporting on this. She joins us from Ahmedabad. Priyanka, give us more details. Of course, this will be another setback essentially for the Congress.
It definitely is a setback, Nupur. We had seen yesterday that Harsh Ribidia, in fact, had gone to Gandhinagar and he had met with the Speaker, Nimaben Acharya, and had tendered in his resignation. Those visuals are on your screen right now. And in fact, while leaving from the place as well, he had stated that he was also meeting with several leaders of the BJP as well, and that there might be a decision pending of him joining the BJP as well, is what we were learning. But as of now, of course, he has resigned from the party. He has resigned from his post as a member of the Legislative Assembly. And of course, we are now seeing that the Congress party is in a huddle in Junagadh. They are deciding upon who to really field from that particular constituency, because he is a strong candidate of the Congress party there in Visawadar, in Junagadh. And now we are seeing that the Junagadh Congress team, in fact, is they be fielding from that particular constituency as well. But apart from that, of course, a major setback is this as well, Nupur, that this is a sitting MLA who has tendered in his resignation just a month before the elections that are all set to take place in the state of Gujarat. And he is already talking about how there is a lot of infighting in the Congress party and that there are no decisions that are being made, and that he is already talking about how there are other parties as well who are in the fray, and that this of course also means that he has given a hint that he might be joining another party, which only leads for us to understand that it's either going to be the BJP or the Aam Aadmi party. The BJP is most likely, but that of course we will have to wait and watch for. But as of now, we do see that back-to-back setback that the Congress party is really facing, even as we see that the
Priyanka,
state-level leadership and try to decide on how the strategy will be formed for the upcoming elections. Yes.
Right, absolutely. You know, Priyanka, as you're pointing out, of course, this is just one setback. But for the Congress party, it's been really difficult heading into these elections in Gujarat. There has been talk for some time now that the party will face a lot of desertions.
Well, that's exactly right, Nupur. If you look at it in the broader perspective of what's really happening in this election, a new addition in this election and challenging the bipolarity of the Gujarat politics is the Aam Aadmi party that has thrown their hat in the ring for all 182 constituencies. In fact, the Congress party this time is going to be struggling for their entire identity in the state of Gujarat, because the Aam Aadmi party very clearly wants to position themselves as a major opposition party in the state of Gujarat that can challenge the BJP. And it seems as though the Congress has also come on a back foot, because we do see that a lot of strategy meetings that have been going on with the Delhi leadership that has been descending upon it on the Gujarat Pradesh Congress committee offices, and there have been meetings with the state level leadership as well with respect to how they will be fighting the upcoming elections. But time and time again, we do see that the senior leaders of the Congress party have been resigning from the party and then saying the same thing. In an echo, claiming that there's no planning in the party, that there's no leadership in the party, and that the Congress party is in itself not very serious about fighting the Gujarat elections altogether. So that being said, we do see another such resignation that has come to light of Harsh Ribidia, and now we are also seeing that the Congress party is in a huddle, is in a defensive mode, trying to understand which constituencies and which candidates will they be fielding in those constituencies as well, because we did see over the past 5 years. Remember, in 2017 is when the Congress party had almost hit 90 in terms of winning constituencies in the state assembly elections, last elections, And now we see over the last 5 years that they have reduced their numbers significantly. In fact, major leaders and major MLAs and candidates, in fact, had joined the BJP over the last 5 years. And now we see that once again, a litmus test for the Congress party on two fronts. That is fighting the BJP and the kind of leadership leaving the Congress party and joining the BJP, and also at the Aam Aadmi party, challenging their entire identity in the state of Gujarat as an opposition party in the state.
Absolutely. I couldn't really... as you were pointing out, Priyanka, obviously this is going to be troubling for the Congress party. Priyanka, of course, is continuing to bring us all those details of what's happening in the Congress over there. Thank you very much, Priyanka, for joining us right now. And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. The Union Home Minister is on the second and the final day of his Jammu and Kashmir visit, and he will be addressing a mega rally in Baramulla today. Ahead of the Home Minister Amit Shah's mega rally in Baramulla, train services between Baramulla and Budgam will remain suspended today. The authorities have said that train services between both the regions will remain suspended in view of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah's visit. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to visit Himachal Pradesh today. Prime Minister will inaugurate the AIIMS in Bilaspur and attend the Kullu Dasera. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is on a two-day visit to Uttarakhand and is all set to celebrate Dasera with Indian Jawans. Amit Shinde and the Eknath Shinde versus Uddhav camp fight on the Dasera rally. The Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will hold a rally at the MMRDA ground, while Uddhav Thackeray organised a Dasera event at Shivaji Park. Telangana's Rashtriya Samiti is likely to be renamed the Bharat Rashtriya Samiti as Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao preps for a national foray. JDS leader H.D. Kumaraswamy has left for Hyderabad with 20 MLAs to attend the KCR's national party launch. Kumaraswamy left for Hyderabad yesterday. The last rites of the Jammu and Kashmir DG prisons, Hemant Lohia, who was brutally murdered yesterday, will take place at 3 this afternoon in a mega search operation. The Prime Minister, the prime accused in this particular case, was arrested earlier. The rescue operations in Uttarkashi will resume today as massive avalanche has hit the Dokirani Bamak Glacier. Meanwhile, 5-member team of the STRF and 3 instructors were dropped by helicopter at the Dokirani Glacier. And ahead of Gujarat Assembly elections, a big setback to the Vadra Congress as MLA Viswadhar Harshad Ribadia resigned from the party. Soon after, there was speculation of him joining the BJP. And we're now getting an update on the road accident in Mumbai, where a total of 13 people were injured on the Bandra-Worli Sea Link. 5 people, unfortunately, have succumbed to their injuries and 8 continue to be in critical condition. Now, pictures on your screen are of the accident that took place yesterday. This appears to be a pile-up that has taken place inside on the Bandra-Worli Sea Link. Pictures on your screen are coming to you from a CCTV camera that was installed, and this appears to be a pile-up that took place. Now, 13 people were injured. Unfortunately, we're getting to know right now that about 5 people succumbed to their injuries. 8 of them are believed to be in critical condition still. place yesterday at the Bandra Worli ceiling. 5 people unfortunately have succumbed to their injuries. 8 are believed to be still critical. Now, this accident, we are given to understand, took place late last night. I think Sandeep is live with us. He's reporting on this. He gets us more details. Now, Sandeep, we are given to understand that about 5 vehicles were involved in this accident. One of them, of course, was an ambulance.
Yes, 5 vehicles involved.
You're watching Republic TV, and still to come, mega Dussehra clash as Eknath Shinde is to hold a rally at the MMRDA grounds while Uddhav Thackeray organizes a Dussehra event at Shivaji Park.
Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Serving officer being brutally murdered by a domestic servant, and now a terror group coming into the light by claiming the responsibility. The Home Minister has now reached the Darbar of Shri Mata Vaishno Devi.
The person was seen pouring petrol on his bike and burning after he was coming in a wrong direction, and police officials were trying to stop him.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Serving officer being brutally murdered by a domestic servant, and now
The world supermarket. The world is ours for the taking. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
A massive fire has been reported at a hospital in Agra. 3 people have been rescued, 4 remain in critical condition. Now, police officers, including an SSP, are currently at the spot. The fire broke out at the R. Madhuraj Hospital at Jagnar Road. Pictures on your screen are of what appears to be a massive blaze that broke out in Agra last night. Now, this is a fire that has been reported from a hospital over there. 3 people, we are told, were rescued from the spot. However, 4 are still critically injured in this fire. This fire broke out at the R. Madhuraj Hospital, and we are told that even though fire tenders rushed to the spot immediately, there were cases of critical fire injuries that have been reported. 4 people still in critical condition. 3 people have been rescued. You are watching Republic TV, and we'll continue to bring you more details of this fire that took place at a hospital in Agra.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Union Home Minister Amit Shah's message during his ongoing visit to Jammu and Kashmir is simple, that Kashmir has totally changed. And he is absolutely right, there have been several changes. Amit Shah is 100% correct. And he's been at the forefront of these changes. And he's led it with conviction. Right from that fiery speech on the floor of the parliament till today, his role cannot be undermined. But what is the biggest change? The biggest change, ladies and gentlemen, is that Jammu and Kashmir has been freed from the clutches of two families. Two selfish families who have since 1965 contributed 2/3 of all chief ministers in Jammu and Kashmir and therefore run the state with a convenient family hold. But Kashmir is no family's property. Jammu and Kashmir belongs to us all equally. And the government, which through the Home Minister's much watched visit is sending a message of change, must ensure that never again in the future do an Abdullah or a Mehbooba Mufti rule Kashmir like it is their inheritance or their right. It is not. If these families come back to the saddle of power directly or in a coalition because they are desperate, they'll do anything, they'll join any coalition, then we will all be effectively pushed back to the pre-370 abolition situation. We can't afford that. Because at their core, these two families want to scrape the last benefit for themselves. They want to deny the people of Jammu and Kashmir development. They want their scams to return. They want to make money. And they want to return to their traditional blackmail politics. So Amit Shah is absolutely right. He said today that these politicians said, and don't you remember they said that? If 370 is removed, they said if 370...
We're getting in visual of the fact that Amit Shah is chairing a security review meeting. Now, these are exclusive visuals that you're seeing on your screen right now in terms of the fact that Shah's Kashmir itinerary for today includes a security review meeting with top officials at the Raj Bhavan in Srinagar. Now, the focus on the meeting will be on tackling the attacks on the non-locals in the Kashmir Valley. Now, Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, top officials of the army, paramilitary forces, state police and civil administration will take part in the high-level meeting where we can see, of course, the visuals on our screens right now where all of them are present, where Amit Shah, of course, is chairing the security review meeting currently in Kashmir. Now, of course, the Union Home Minister is on a 3-day visit to Jammu and Kashmir. We did see him conducting a rally yesterday. Now, there will be a rally today as well, but before that, of course, he's chairing this security review meeting where, of course, top officials of the army, paramilitary forces, we're also seeing the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha as well, and state police and civil administration will take part in this high-level meeting, which we can see in our visuals right now on our screens, which Republic is getting to you exclusively in terms of the visuals as well. He, of course, the Union Home Minister is on a 3-day visit to Jammu and Kashmir, and he did... For more information on this, we're cutting across to our Kashmir Bureau Chief, Zeenat, joining us on our phone lines. Zeenat, what is the agenda of the security review meet that Amit Shah is currently holding? We do understand that top officials of the army, paramilitary forces, state police and civil administration, as well as the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha as well are present. But if you could give us more details about this security review meet that is happening currently. All right, we will connect with Zeenat in a bit, but this is, of course, the visuals that we're getting on our screens right now that you can see where Amit Shah is holding that security review meeting with top officials at the Raj Bhavan in Srinagar. Now, of course, the focus of the meeting will be on tackling the attacks in the Kashmir Valley, and in terms of who will be attending the meeting as well. If you can see in those visuals, Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, top officials of the army, paramilitary forces, state police and civil administration will take part in this high-level meeting, which is expected to be starting soon. We'll try gathering the latest on this as well. In terms of the latest about this particular security review meeting that is currently underway in a couple of minutes. All right, for more on this, we have our Kashmir Bureau Chief Zeenat joining us live from Baramulla. Zeenat, cutting across to you straight about the fact that, of course, we're getting in visuals of the Union Home Minister in this particular security review meet. But what is the latest that we have? If you could take us through and break down the agenda of this particular meeting.
See, as far as the agenda in the Amit Shah's meeting that he is sharing in order to review the security situation in the Kashmir Valley, it is being attended by the top corps of J&K Police, Indian Army, Corps Commander, 15 Corps Commander is there, BSF Chief is there. Similarly, the officers from the CRPF and other intelligence agencies are there. He is reviewing the security situation, although he has himself admitted yesterday that the situation in the Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir has improved post-abrogation of Article 370. More number of encounters have been reported, and also the forces are neutralized the terrorists who are trying to infiltrate. So borders are quite active, and we are seeing the Indian Army quite alert as far as the line of control is concerned. When we talk about the hybrid terrorist threat, or for that matter the targeted civilian casualties, he is taking note of it also, because just a few minutes back there has been a casualty in Shopian of South Kashmir where the terror attack has taken place and a civilian has been hit by the terrorists. We have been seeing the anti-terror operations. He has been briefed about the anti-terror operation and how the terror funding is being choked after getting the directions from the central government, because in order to choke the funding of terrorism in the Kashmir Valley, he is reviewing the situation and also briefing how more steps further can be taken so that the peace is established in the Kashmir Valley. As has already pointed out earlier, that the Modi government does not believe in buying peace, but they are trying to establish peace in the Kashmir Valley. Security review at Raj Bhavan, which is being chaired by the Home Minister Amit Shah, and from after this security meet, Home Minister Amit Shah will be coming here at Baramulla, where he is expected to address some massive crowds. A gathering of some 36,000 people is going to be here at the Shaukat Ali Khan Stadium in Baramulla.
Zeenat, of course, you did point out with the fact that the encounter also that we've been seeing, in fact, in the past, we saw 2 encounters as well last night and today as well. In terms of that, overall the security situation, this is coming at a very crucial point of time. So if you could shed light on that as well for us.
See, as far as the encounters in South Kashmir is concerned, the 2 encounters were reported since yesterday, last evening, until morning. The 2 encounters were reported in which Jaish-e-Mohammed 3 terrorists were neutralized, the local terrorists were neutralized in the key gam of Shopian, and similarly the another anti-terror operation was launched in Molu of Shopian, where again one LET terrorist was neutralized. As per ADGP Kashmir Vijay Kumar, all these terrorists were involved in the terror crime. It is seen as a force's success when it comes to crack down on terror in the Kashmir Valley. 4 terrorists neutralized in less than 12 hours in South Kashmir, and now in North Kashmir, Amit Shah is going to address a rally.
Also, Zeenat, of course, you are reporting, live from Baramulla. Yesterday, we did see the grand welcome that Amit Shah had in Rajouri in terms of that mega rally that he did address. But tell us a little bit about what is the itinerary, for the Union Home Minister. He will be, of course, addressing this particular rally. But apart from that, if you could talk to us about the developmental projects also, and of course, what else is expected for the Union Home Minister in terms of his plans in Baramulla today.
See, Home Minister's visit to Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, he has already announced the benefits for the Pahari community, Gujars and Bakarwals, as far as the ST benefits are concerned. So the people are quite happy about the move coming from the central government. And similarly, now in the Kashmir Valley, we are seeing that the rally will be addressed by the Amit Shah, and then also he's chairing a security review meet at the Raj Bhavan, where he is taking the review of the security in the Kashmir Valley because of the encounters, anti-terror operations, and also how the situation can be more peaceful, as Delhi has already pointed out that Delhi believes in establishing peace, not buying peace. Then also he has been told that the kind of developmental initiatives that have been implemented after getting directions from the central government. Recently Kashmir witnessed reopening of cinemas almost after 3 decades. As far as the itinerary of the Amit Shah goes, Amit Shah, after addressing a massive rally here in Baramulla, he will be going back to the Raj Bhavan for the lunch, and then also he is planning to visit one of the Gurdwaras in Srinagar. Still later he will be again going back to the Raj Bhavan, because most of his itinerary is planned at Raj Bhavan. He will be laying foundation of some developmental projects, and then in the evening around 6:30 he will be heading back to Delhi. But this is very a successful tour that we are seeing of the Home Minister Amit Shah. Earlier also last year he visited Kashmir Valley, where he spent a few nights with the CRPF and by staying in their camp, and now then he went to Jammu also this year, and now this is a 3-day tour of the Home Minister Amit Shah, where he is visiting where he visited the parts of the Jammu as well as now in the Kashmir Valley. He's at present in Srinagar. My VJ can show you also the visuals, the crowd that has gathered to get the glimpse of Home Minister Amit Shah. Some 36,000 people are expected to be here, so one can also hear the sloganeering that is going on, and the kind of response that the BJP is getting in Kashmir just tells you that yes, this is Naya Kashmir, the Modi's Naya Kashmir. Home Minister also appealed the people of Jammu and Kashmir that they should strengthen Modi's vision for the development, because it is Modi government, Prime Minister Modi, who handed over laptops to the misguided youth who were pelting earlier stones on road, but now they are well equipped with the laptop. And he also talked about the vision of Prime Minister Modi, and also how government of India strengthened the grassroots democracy in Jammu and Kashmir. Now J&K is ruled by 30,000 people who were elected as Panch and the Sarpanch in the Jammu and Kashmir. Expected is that the elections, the assembly elections, can be any time from by next year. That is how the Amit Shah planned his yesterday's visit, and the kind of hints that he was giving in yesterday's rally. It's very important to see what he will talk here in Baramulla as far as his vision for the development of Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. He also talked about the security situation, how it has improved post abrogation of Article 370. By announcing the quota benefits to Gujjar, Bakarwals and the Paharis, he said that it is because of the abrogation of the Article 370 that paid way to these communities. That is why these people are now able to get the benefits which earlier were not possible. So hailing the decision and the announcement coming from the Home Minister, we today witnessed a massive support for BJP here in Baramulla, because Pahari Forum is also staying here in this stadium, and everybody is waiting when the Amit Shah will come and what kind of announcements will be made by the Home Minister in Baramulla.
Of course, as you're of course pointing out about the fact that there is anticipation among people to see, what exactly the Home Minister is going to be talking at this particular rally. We did see the atmosphere yesterday when he did address the rally, but now of course in Baramulla we'll have to, wait and watch how that's going to pan out. But Zeenat, coming back to you in terms of talking about the security arrangements as well ahead of this particular rally, if you could talk to us about that. We do understand a multi-tier security has been lined up, but the latest on that front.
See, as far as the security scenario in Kashmir, particularly North Kashmir, if we talk about where Amit Shah is going to come in some time from now, massive security arrangements on ground. Although there has not been restrictions that have been put in place, people are being allowed to make the movements. But yes, frisking has increased at number of points, and also the deployment number has increased in the Kashmir Valley. If we talk about the South Kashmir, North Kashmir or the Central Kashmir, yes, the numbers have increased, deployment numbers have increased. Alert has already been sounded when it was announcement was made as far as the Home Minister's visit to the Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. we witnessed the anti-terror operations in South Kashmir where the 4 terrorists were neutralized, and then also terrorists targeted a civilian in Hal area of Pulwama. All this is coming at a time when the Home Minister Amit Shah is in the Kashmir Valley, crackdown on terror. In South Kashmir, 4 terrorists neutralized. They were involved in the terror crimes. People have gathered to welcome Amit Shah in North Kashmir. People, Pahari.
All right, Zeenat, stay with us. Stay with us. The Srinagar police have exposed Mehbooba's claim. Now, she had earlier claimed that she's put under house arrest, but Mehbooba's lies have been fact-checked by the police now. That's what we're understanding so far on this, where she had earlier stated that she was under house arrest, but the Srinagar police have slammed Mehbooba over claims of being under house arrest, says locks were put by those who live inside. So, what is the latest that we're gathering about this, if you could tell us?
See, as far as the tweet that has just come from the Srinagar police, it's a rebut from the Srinagar police as far as Mehbooba claimed that she is kept under her house arrest, she is not being allowed to move out. And now the Srinagar police has tweeted where the tweet reads that there are no restrictions of any kind of travel to Patan. Travel to Patan was at 1 p.m. as intimated to us. The picture tweeted by is of inside of the gate with lock of residents who stay in the bungalow. There is no lock or any restriction. She is free to travel. That is what the Srinagar police claims, that Miss Mufti, the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, is free to travel because she's supposed to go to Patan by 1 p.m. So completely negating, and also a rebut coming from the Srinagar police that takes care of the entire Srinagar jurisdiction. And Mehbooba also lives in Gupkar, and she has claimed that she's not being allowed to move out when the Home Minister is in the valley. If this can happen to her, what about the other people of the Kashmir Valley? But this has again been rebutted by the Srinagar police.
Right, that's absolutely right, because she had tweeted earlier about the same, where she said that in that particular tweet, and I quote, "I was informed last night by the SP Baramulla that I wouldn't be allowed to travel to Patan today." And now, of course, the reaction that is coming in from the Srinagar police, where they have tweeted and rather exposed the lies by Mehbooba Mufti, where they have gone on to tweet saying that it is clarified that no restriction of any kind of travel to Patan. Travel to Patan was at 1 p.m. as intimidated to us. The picture tweeted by her of inside is from the gate with the own lock of residents who stay in the bungalow. So there's no lock or any restriction. She's free to travel. Of course, it's the latest coming, but have we heard, on her front after this fact that the police have, busted those lies of Mehbooba Mufti, or any political reactions also coming in, Zeenat, if you could tell us that?
See, after Srinagar police tweeted about the actual situation, and there are no travel restrictions, there is no restriction if somebody wants to go out from the bungalow. No further reaction has come from the Mehbooba Mufti, because the first tweet had come from Miss Mufti, where she claimed that she is not being allowed because the restrictions have been put in place just outside her residence in Gupkar. But police claims that there are no restrictions. She is free to travel. She is free to go anywhere.
Right, like you're pointing out, of course, the first tweet that she had earlier tweeted was the fact that while the Home Minister is going around Kashmir beating drums of normalcy, I'm under house arrest for simply wanting to visit Patan for a workers' wedding. So obviously, she had gone on to have two different tweets, which the Srinagar police has now, called out her lies for, where they've, of course, slammed Mehbooba over claims of being house arrest. But talking about this, she also connected it with the fact that when this was in tandem with the Home Minister's visit to Kashmir as well. So how do you see that? Because she's also stated in that particular tweet, if an ex-Chief Minister's fundamental rights can be suspended so easily, one can't even imagine the plight of a commoner. But now clearly the Srinagar police have busted the claims that she has made. So what do we make of this right now, Zeenat?
See, the picture that Mehbooba Mufti tweeted with the police vehicles outside and the lock outside the home where she resides at present, but Srinagar police has claimed that the lock belongs to block belongs to them only, belongs to the residents of the house. There is no restrictions as far as Mehbooba Mufti's travel itinerary, or if she wants to go, Mehbooba is free to travel anywhere. The lie busted by Jammu and Kashmir police. Srinagar police claims that Mehbooba Mufti is free to travel. She can go anywhere, and whatever Mehbooba is claiming is absolutely false. Stay tuned to Republic TV. More on Miss Mufti claims.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Serving officer being brutally murdered by a domestic servant, and now a terror group coming into the light by claiming the responsibility. The Home Minister has now reached the Darbar of Shri Mata Vaishno Devi.
The person was seen pouring petrol on his bike and burning after he was coming in a wrong direction, and police officials were trying to stop him.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Big breaking news coming in. HD Kumaraswamy along with other JDS leaders arrived at the Chief Minister camp office and they met Telangana Chief Minister KCR ahead of the TRS General Body meeting. Now remember, HD Kumaraswamy along with 20 MLAs had arrived with the fact that of course the KCR is planning to launch his national party ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, and of course notably the development comes after the fact that the TRS President and Telangana Chief Minister KCR discussed his national ambitions with HD Kumaraswamy and HD Deve Gowda as well, which we did see a few days ago as well. But right now we're getting in the visuals of this key meeting where HD Kumaraswamy and other JDS leaders as well are seen along with KCR in this particular meeting. We're getting those exclusive visuals for you right here on Republic. And for more information on this, we're cutting across to Aneri. Aneri, this, of course, the fact that this particular plan of the national, there's anticipation, number one. Number two, of course, hurry to be making this national party. How do, what are the reactions that are coming in? And, of course, in terms of this particular meeting, if you could shed light about that with the fact that Kumaraswamy has now met KCR.
Well,
that's right, Nivedna. We have been seeing how since a long time the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao has been hinting out that he would go national, and also he has been hinting out that there is a need for an alternative in the country to push out BJP. But also at the same time, will he? What would be the announcement also remains to be seen, because very close. The cards are very close. He has not revealed anything. We have also seen how the city is all decked up, as you can see as we continue to report from outside the Telangana Bhavan. You see there are banners, huge banners of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao which have been put up, and also at many places there are banners of BRS, that is Bharatiya Rashtra Samiti. So will the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao rename the TRS, that is Telangana Rashtra Samiti, to BRS? Also is a larger question. All eyes on the announcement which is expected to happen at 1:19 p.m. because that is said to be an auspicious time accordingly. And so, but before that also there is a TRS general body meeting which is going to take place here at the Telangana Bhavan. But also we have been seeing that coming in support of the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao is the JDS leader Kumar Swamy, along with 20 other leaders of JDS. They have come down to Hyderabad from all the way from Bengaluru. We have been seeing that he had received a warm welcome by the Telangana's IT Minister and TRS Working President KT Rama Rao was there to receive them. But before that, also once again, as we are showing you this poster, this very poster which says BRS Party and Desh Ka Neta KCR, very significantly saying that they are going national. But also at the same time, the opposition parties are not really very saying that there's no need, whereas Telangana Chief Minister should first work for the state of Telangana and then think of going national, because we have been seeing how Telangana Chief Minister has been planning to stitch up an anti-BJP alliance. So will there be an anti-BJP alliance or not also remains to be seen, because we have been seeing how CM KCR has been meeting various leaders, let it be Kumar Swamy or MK Stalin, Arvind Kejriwal and various other leaders in the recent past. Well, now we have been seeing that in the recent public meeting, also the Telangana Chief Minister had made a very important announcement that we will go national, and also we will give free power for the farmers in the country. So definitely a big announcement which is expected to happen today, because we have been seeing all the leaders from the TRS party are coming in. They are on the way right now at the Telangana Bhavan. As you can see, many leaders have come down, and right now also the JDS leaders are in a meeting. Are meeting the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao at the Pragati Bhavan, and also at the same time this comes just ahead of the general body meeting, the meeting between Kumar Swamy and the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao. So all eyes on the announcement which is expected to happen at 1:19 p.m. Well, will Telangana Chief Minister also rename the TRS to BRS, and what is next move from the Telangana Chief Minister also remains to be seen. We'll be right back after a short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
Serving officer being brutally murdered by a domestic servant, and now a terror group coming into the light by claiming the responsibility. The Home Minister has now reached the Darbar of Shri Mata Vaishno Devi.
The person was seen pouring petrol on his bike and burning after he was coming in a wrong direction, and police officials were trying to stop him.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Serving officer being brutally murdered by a domestic servant, and now a terror group coming into the light by claiming the responsibility. The Home Minister has now reached the Darbar of Shri Mata Vaishno.
Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Serving officer being brutally murdered by a domestic servant, and now a terror group coming into the light by claiming the responsibility. The Home Minister has now reached the Darbar of Shri Mata Vaishno Devi.
The person was seen pouring petrol on his bike and burning after he was coming in a wrong direction, and police officials were trying to stop him.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Serving officer being brutally murdered by a domestic servant, and now a terror group coming into the light by claiming the responsibility. The Home Minister has now reached the Darbar of Shri Mata Vaishno Devi.
The person was seen pouring petrol.
2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Good morning and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh celebrating the Sera with our Jawans. He had reached earlier in the morning and celebrated Vijay Dashmi with armed forces personnel. Well, in fact, he is currently, I think, at Badrinath. So essentially, Rajnath Singh, the Raksha Mantri at Badrinath, to remember that Rajnath Singh has been on a string of visits since this morning. He was earlier at the Oli military station where he was seen interacting with troops of the Indian Army. Now currently, of course, at Badrinath Shrine, the Defence Minister over there accompanied by senior officials of the Indian Army. I think he's in Chamoli currently. We have, of course, seen his interaction since this morning with defence personnel. And this is something that's been a hallmark essentially of this defence minister, that on every big event you can see him with the forces celebrating with the Jawans on the ground. And currently, of course, the defence minister is in Chamoli. He's making his way to the Badrinath shrine, I think. Earlier this morning, we saw the defence minister in Oli, where he was interacting with the Jawans. Let's listen in to how that interaction was.
शस्त्र या तो निर्जीव होते हैं, इनकी पूजा करने का क्या मतलब है? लेकिन हमारे भारत की संस्कृति और हमारे भारत के जो जीवन मूल्य हैं, वह हमको यह शिक्षा देते हैं कि चाहे जड़ हो अथवा चेतन हो, जीव हो चाहे निर्जीव हो, यदि हमारे जीवन को वह सुगम बनाता है, वह हमारे समाज की, हमारे राष्ट्र की रक्षा करने में वो हमारी मदद करता है, तो हमें कभी न कभी जीवन में अथवा वर्ष में एक बार उसके प्रति कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करनी चाहिए, उसके प्रति आभार व्यक्त करना चाहिए। और इसी सोच के आधार पर विजयादशमी के अवसर पर शस्त्रों की पूजा की जाती है। आप सबको कल्पना नहीं होगी कि आप लोगों के बीच आकर हम लोगों का हौसला कितना बुलंद होता है, हम लोगों का मनोबल ऊंचा होता है कि हमारा देश हमारे सेना के, हमारे पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के जवानों के हाथों में पूरी तरह से सुरक्षित है। और हम जनता के बीच जाते हैं तो जनता को भी आश्वस्त करते हैं। और विजयादशमी के पर्व पर आया हूं तो यह पर्व ऐसा पर्व है जिस दिन शस्त्रों की पूजा होती है। दुनिया के किसी देश में शस्त्रों की पूजा नहीं होती, लेकिन भारत दुनिया का अकेला देश है जहां शास्त्रों की भी पूजा होती है और शस्त्रों की भी पूजा होती है।
Well, that of course is the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh celebrating the Sera with Jawans. He's in Himachal Pradesh. It's a power-packed day for him. Earlier, of course, he was at the Oli military station celebrating the Sera with our Jawans. Now, going on to the big story that we are tracking this morning. After a power-packed day one in Rajouri, the Home Minister Amit Shah is looking forward to yet another hectic day in Jammu and Kashmir's Baramulla, with key security review meetings, big rallies and mega projects that are lined up even as we speak. In fact, there is a high-level security meeting that is currently on top brass of the Jammu and Kashmir Union Territory administration over there, meeting the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Of course, security has been on a heightened alert ever since the Home Minister began his visit. That was day before yesterday. Zeenat is joining us right now. She's reporting on this from Baramulla. Zeenat, give us a sense of the key issues that could be discussed at this security meeting. Now, this meeting, of course, comes even as there have been some terrorist attacks in the past 24 hours.
See, Nupur, we need to understand that things are turning better for the people of Jammu and Kashmir post-abrogation of Article 370. Kashmir is no more known for hartal, stone pelting or for the band calls. Situation has improved, and as far as the recruitment among the terror ranks is concerned, the recruitment has also gone down drastically. Now you see, we have talked yesterday the security chief of South Kashmir, where he said that now locals are not getting neutralized, but the foreign component is getting more neutralized. That means the Kashmiri, the local terrorist, is not ready to fight the way in earlier years we have seen through the data that the more local terrorists would get neutralized. Yeah, now the people are going to the army camps, going to police, and they are saying that they want to enroll their kids for de-radicalization programs. So many programs have been taken by the government of India, Home Ministry, Defense Ministry. They are working so that this radicalization element is no more prevalent in Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen the kind of information, the information flow that is coming for the security forces as far as the terrorist movement is concerned. All these things were also discussed in Home Minister's security meeting that he chaired a while back at Raj Bhavan. Not only the DGP Jammu Kashmir Police Dilbag Singh, ADGP Kashmir Vijay Kumar, Northern Commander Northern Commander Upendra Dwivedi, and also the IB intelligence chiefs and people from the officers from the CRPF and other forces were part of this very meeting, which has just concluded now, because Home Minister Amit Shah is planning in some time from now. He will be coming to Baramulla here at the Professor Shaukat Ali Mir Stadium in Baramulla, where he is expected to address a massive gathering, because as of now we are picking here that some 36,000 people have already gathered to get the glimpse of Home Minister Amit Shah, because yesterday when he was addressing people in Rajouri, he made an announcement that the Pahari, Gujars as well as the Bakarwals are going to get quota benefits. So we also witnessed the celebrations coming from the Pahari Forum after Home Minister made such announcements here, such announcements yesterday. So a lot of expectations from the Home Minister Amit Shah's rally in Baramulla, because from here he will be going to Raj Bhavan, where he will be inaugurating the developmental project. So focus of Modi government is as far as the development of Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, the Modi government wants development. They are not looking for buying peace. Rather, the Modi's vision is establishing peace in Jammu and Kashmir.
Absolutely. Hold your thoughts for a minute, Zeenat. We're going to come back to you. But let's listen into the reactions that we are getting from the people who are gathered to attend this massive outreach program that has been lined up. It takes place at about 20 minutes from now. That's when we are expecting the Home Minister to arrive there.
जब अमित शाह यहाँ पर महिलाओं के बीच, पुरुषों के बीच एक बड़ी जनसभा को संबोधित करने आ रहे हैं, तो वो मर्द समझते हैं कश्मीर का दर्द क्या है, कश्मीर की परेशानी क्या है, और उसी परेशानी को दूर करने के लिए बड़े लोग भी यहाँ पर हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। क्या है आप बताइए। कहाँ से आए आप?
हम शेरी बारामूला से आए। शेरी बारामूला।
क्या उम्मीद करते हैं
आज ऐसे ही आए सर, बीजेपी के साथ ये रोक करने के लिए आए।
ठीक है, तो यहाँ पर लोग जो है वो यही कह रहे हैं कि एक बड़ा उत्साह भी है। हमने इससे पहले भी कई मर्तबा लोगों से बातचीत की है, ढोल नगाड़े भी सुने हैं। देखिए तैयारी बड़ी गजब की है, सुरक्षा व्यवस्था चाक चौबंद है, और इसके अलावा आप देखिए एक तरफ पुरुषों की एक बड़ी संख्या है, दूसरी तरफ महिलाएं भी पीछे नहीं है। हम दिखाएंगे आपको। फिरदौस जरा तस्वीर दिखाइए आप। फिरदौस, वहां से लेकर यहां तक पूरे आप देखिए कि एक बड़ी संख्या में यहां पर लोगों की मौजूदगी है, और अब बस कुछ देर का इंतजार है। लगभग 11:30 बजे के बाद कभी भी यहां पर गृह मंत्री अमित शाह पहुंच सकते हैं। यहां पर आप देखिए कि बड़ी संख्या में लोग भी पहुंचे हुए हैं, और खासतौर से पहाड़ी कम्युनिटी की जो बात की जा रही है, जो एसटी का दर्जा, जो लोगों की मांग है, जो डिमांड है, और सबसे ज्यादा उम्मीद इसी बात को लेकर है कि आज आज इस मंच से उसको लेकर कुछ बड़ा ऐलान भी होगा। कल भी हमने देखा था राजौरी में भी जो हक की बात की गई थी वो भी बात की गई थी। गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने भी कहा था इस एसटी दर्जे को लेकर कि इसकी संभावना बनेगी और उनको हक दिया जाएगा। और अब जो है लोग इसी उम्मीद के सहारे यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं और बातचीत कर रहे हैं। जी,
Go back to Zeenat over there now. Zeenat, are we looking at any big ticket announcements to come in today? Because as you were pointing out yesterday, of course, it was, on anticipated lines that the scheduled tribe quota would be extended essentially to the Paharis as well. But in terms of announcements, are we expecting anything big in this Baramulla rally?
Nupur, we need to understand that the BJP is only focusing on development, and everywhere, wherever the BJP is fighting election, it is fighting on election. Election is being, they're trying to fight elections on developmental agenda. So since government of Delhi is planning to hold elections as per the sources next year between March and April, so definitely it is a developmental push to Jammu and Kashmir for the upcoming elections that J&K will see after the abrogation of Article 370. We are seeing the Delimitation Commission has almost completed its exercise. Now the Election Commission of India can announce the dates of elections anytime soon. So, say coming to Pahari and the Gujars and the kind of benefits they will, the quota benefits that has been announced by the Home Minister is again a push for this kind of community where the BJP is looking for the votes in the upcoming elections. Similarly, as far as the development is concerned, we are expecting that the Home Minister Amit Shah is going to lay foundation of colleges as well as is going to empower the health sector of the Jammu and Kashmir, which earlier the many facilities in J&K were lacking and people used to go to Delhi, Bombay, Chandigarh and other places for even to treat their small elements. So there will be a inauguration of the foundation of these projects, but that will also happen at the Rajbar where the event is planned somewhere around 3:30. The tight itinerary for the Home Minister Amit Shah, because as per the sources he was also planning to visit the Gurudwara in Srinagar city. So making inroads in Srinagar city is again a bigger move, because earlier the downtown, which was known as a stone pelters bastion, now people from outside, from Delhi and all other VIP movements can take place in Srinagar, where earlier it was more like bar and it was a security hassle for the people to make such kind of movements. But now this also tells you that the Kashmir, the Jammu and Kashmir is changing, the Naya Kashmir which Modi wants to build through development, through vision. So we are seeing some traces of that on ground, because as per that the Home Minister, the security situation in the Jammu and Kashmir has improved post abrogation of Article 370.
Oh yes, absolutely. Zeenat bringing us the details of what we're expecting at Baramulla. The Home Minister will begin his public meeting over there at in about 20 minutes from now, and Zeenat will be back with you then. Thank you for the moment. And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. The Jammu and Kashmir DG of Prisons, H.K. Lohiya's funeral is being conducted today, with the main accused in connection with the case apprehended and further investigations underway. 3 terrorists linked to the outfit the Jaish-e-Mohammed were killed in an encounter in the area of Drach in Jammu and Kashmir's Shopian. The terrorists were reported to have earlier been involved in the death of an SPO and a labourer from West Bengal in Pulwama. Another Lashkar-e-Toiba militant was also killed in Mulu in the Kashmir Valley. A bus en route to the Kanda Tala in Uttarakhand fell into a gorge at least 3.5 meters deep near the village of Simdi in Lansdowne. At least 12 bodies have been recovered from the bus, with about 45 people in the bus at the time of the accident. Uttarakhand's Chief Minister has announced rescue operations were being undertaken. More than 10 people were injured following a multiple vehicle collision at the Bandra Worli Sea Link in Mumbai. The injured were eventually shifted to hospital. 5 people unfortunately lost their lives in this collision. Prime Minister Modi has a visit scheduled to Himachal Pradesh today, where he will be inaugurating an AIIMS in Bilaspur along with the foundation stone of projects worth about 3,650 crore rupees, as he's scheduled to participate in Vijay Dashami celebrations in Kullu. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has a security review meeting that's scheduled at Raj Bhavan. In fact, that meeting, of course, just took place a short while ago and was attended by several senior functionaries of the Jammu and Kashmir administration. The RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat gave an address as part of the annual Vijay Dashmi celebrations in Nagpur. Mountaineer Santosh Yadav was invited as a chief guest for the celebrations. The RSS chief spoke about equality between genders that was needed for social cohesion and unity.
शक्ति की उपासना करने के पश्चात विजय के साथ उदित होने वाली अश्विन शुक्ल दशमी के दिन हम अपने इस विजयादशमी उत्सव को संपन्न करने के लिए यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं।
South Korea and the United States fired 4 ground-to-ground missiles into East Sea in response to North Korea's missile that flew over Amari Prefecture in Japan recently. The billionaire Elon Musk has confirmed his plans to proceed with the $44 billion purchase of Twitter, with the social media platform intending to close the deal at $54.2 per share. The Delhi Disaster Management Authority has decided to stop levying a 500 rupee fine for not wearing masks at public places in Delhi from the 1st of October. Meanwhile, services of healthcare workers hired on contract in COVID hospitals is to be extended till the end of the year. Now, an unfortunate accident was reported earlier. A bus carrying around 50 passengers fell into a 500-meter deep gorge on Tuesday in Uttarakhand's Kotdwar district. The Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami visited the accident site and took stock. According to reports, the bus fell into the gorge near Simd village on the Rikni-Nikhal-Bironkhal motor road in Dhumakote police station area of Pauri district. The bus was going from Laldhang in Haridwar district to Birkhal block of Pauri. No official confirmation of the number of casualties or deaths has been received so far. The passengers were heading to a wedding in Pauri. The police have said that as many as 9 people have been rescued. Piyush Shori is reporting on this. He has more details. Piyush, unfortunate news coming in over there. Now, we are given to understand that at least 9 people have been rescued, but give us more details on the rescue operations.
So yes, Nupur, an extremely unfortunate incident that occurred in Uttarakhand. This incident comes at the backdrop when there was already an avalanche that had occurred. So yes, a lot of loss of lives. Now, this incident occurred at the Pauri area, where a bus that was carrying people who had been going to a wedding procession actually fell into a 500-meter gorge, deep gorge. Now, what we have been told is that there have been 15 people that have lost their lives. There have been, 25 people who have lost their lives. But yes, thankfully, there have also been 21 people that have been saved, which also includes women and children. But taking into cognizance of a major tragedy that has occurred, what is being confirmed is that yes, there have been 25 people who unfortunately have lost their lives in this tragic and very unfortunate incident. Yes, back to you in the studio.
All right, Piyush Shori bringing us the details of this accident that has taken place. Rescue efforts still underway in the Pauri area. Thank you, Piyush, for joining us. As Piyush was pointing out, of course, the Chief Minister, Pushkar Singh Dhami, has reached the site. He was taking stock of the situation. Now, we are given to understand that this was a marriage party that was on its way when this bus unfortunately fell into the gorge. And it's been a difficult rescue operation. Essentially, you can see over there that NDRF and SDRF personnel are trying to go down into the gorge to rescue as many people as possible. Now, H.D. Kumaraswamy, along with other JDS leaders, arrived at the Chief Minister's camp office and met the Telangana Chief Minister KCR ahead of the TRSS General Body meeting. Now, this, of course, is being looked upon as one of those extremely important events as far as KCR is concerned. This is largely his foray into national politics. A lot has been said about this. We are told that Kumaraswamy, along with about 20 MLAs, will be in Telangana, in Hyderabad, to attend that meeting. Now, the TRS, of course, is being renamed as the Bharat Rashtriya Samiti. So that name change taking place, it also perhaps paves the way for KCR to make an entry into national politics. He's been eyeing that for a while now. In fact, it was in 2019 when he made that first foray. That didn't really do very well. But now this is another attempt from KCR to make that national foray. Aneri is reporting live from Hyderabad on this. She joins us now. Aneri, to begin with, good morning. Give us an overall sense of what you are seeing in Hyderabad. This, of course, is being touted as a big ticket event.
Well, Nupur, definitely a big event for the Telangana people and also for the Telangana Chief Minister, because he is all set to announce a national party, because we have been seeing how since a long time Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao has been hinting over an anti-BJP alliance or an alternate for the country, and now we see that today is the day. On the eve of Vijay Dashmi, we see that Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao is expected to make some announcement, and the auspicious time is said to be 1:19 p.m. So all eyes on that. But before that, as we continue to report from Telangana Bhavan, I would like to show you how there are banners which have been put across the city. Well, city has been all decked up in pink today, and also one very poster which we see here right outside the Telangana Bhavan, which says India, he is coming, KCR is on the way. And we have been seeing how back then also Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao has been meeting various leaders across the country. He had earlier met Kumaraswamy, then M.K. Stalin and Arvind Kejriwal and many such other leaders. Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao has been meeting in the recent times. But also, not to forget, we have been seeing how Telangana Chief Minister has been criticizing the central government over various issues, or also he has been saying that the central government has not done anything for the country. But also at the same time, we see that the Telangana Chief Minister, who will be heading to Telangana Bhavan in some time from now, from Pragati Bhavan, he will be coming here at the party office, where first there will be the TRS general body meeting, and then as expected at 1:19 p.m. there would be an announcement which would be made.
Aneri, a lot would essentially depend on how much traction this move from KCR gets, because his effort is, of course, to unify all the opposition forces. But we have seen in the past how divisive the opposition has been. So in terms of a challenge, how big a challenge will it be for him to get traction for the Bharat Rashtriya Samiti?
Well, definitely it could be a big challenge, because stitching an alliance has been an attempt not only from the Telangana Chief Minister but also from various leaders, let it be Arvind Kejriwal or Mamata Banerjee. Stitching an anti-BJP alliance or forming an alternative has been an pitch from many leaders back then also, and now one more attempt to form an anti-BJP alliance has been coming up from the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, where we see that almost all the leaders from the TRS party have now been coming in at the Pragati Bhavan, which is also known as the TRS head office, where the Telangana Chief Minister is sometime from now expected to reach here, and there will be a general body meeting of the TRS party which will be held, where almost 283 leaders of the TRS will be part of that general body meeting. And then at after that we will be seeing that there will be an announcement, or well, also at the same time, will the TRS party be renamed at BRS, that is the Bharatiya Rashtriya Samiti, or will it be the same? Also remains to be seen, because we see that there are a lot of talks that there could be a renaming of the party name also. So how will it have an impact on the elections also is a larger question, because this is coming ahead of the the 2024 general elections, and also not to forget the Telangana state will also be going into polls next year, that is 2023, where the Telangana will be seeing elections. So how will it have an impact on that also is a larger question. Also, I would like to show you how now people have gathered outside the Telangana Bhavan with the banners of Telangana Chief Minister and Desh Ke Neta KCR, where many banners have been put up. Now people in large number are trying to gather up here at the Telangana Bhavan, coming in support of the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao. So very significant move coming in from the Telangana Chief Minister, but how and what would be the strategy also remains to be seen, because he has been hinting out that then there is a need for an alternative. Well, will the Congress party be a part of it also is a larger question. But yes, he has been meeting a lot of opposition leaders, but he has not yet met, the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao has not yet met any of the Congress leaders. So will the Congress be a part of it or not also remains to be seen. And also at the same time, not to forget, this comes ahead of the election season 2024. So will the National Party announcement and also an alternative front work out for the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao remains to be seen. We'll be right back after a short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
Amit Shinde versus Uddhav camp on the Sera rally. Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will be holding a rally at the MMRDA ground, while Uddhav Thackeray organizes the Sera event at Shivaji Park. The Telangana Rashtriya Samiti is likely to be renamed the Bharat Rashtriya Samiti as Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao preps for a national foray.
The world supermarket. World is ours for the taking. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Rescue operations in Uttarkashi will resume today as massive avalanche hit the Dokriani Bamak Glacier. Meanwhile, a 5-member team of the SDRF and 3 instructors were dropped by helicopter at the glacier.
2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Amit Shinde versus Uddhav camp on the Sera rally. Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will be holding a rally at the MMRDA ground, while Uddhav Thackeray organizes the Sera event at Shivaji Park. The Telangana Rashtriya Samiti is likely to be renamed the Bharat Rashtriya Samiti as Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao preps for a national foray.
The world supermarket. World is ours for the taking. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Rescue operations in Uttarkashi will resume today as massive avalanche hit the Dokriani Bamak Glacier. Meanwhile,
2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
the headlines at 11:30 after Power Pack Day 1. Amit Shah set to kick off Day 2 of his mega Jammu and Kashmir visit. Key meetings and big rallies on the cards. Mehbooba Mufti at it again, alleges house arrest amid Amit Shah's visit. Srinagar police fact checks, exposes claim. Prime Minister Modi is in Himachal Pradesh, will inaugurate projects and celebrate Dussehra in Kulu. A big tribute to the forces. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh celebrates Dussehra with the forces in Uttarakhand.
जिनके स्वार्थों को मार मिलेगी, ऐसा उनको डर लगता है, ऐसा होने से वो सारी शक्तियां बाधा उत्पन्न करती हैं।
In Nagpur, RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat hits out at anti-India forces, says stop hindering the country's growth. TRS prepares for national foray. All eyes on KCR as he is set to launch Bharata Rashtra Samiti. Back-to-back setbacks for the Congress in Gujarat. Harsh Ribidia quits the party. Sources say he is set to join the BJP. You're watching Live and Breaking here on Republic. I'm Rukma, and we begin by getting you news from Madhya Pradesh's Indore, where a clash broke out between two groups amid Navratri celebrations. Breaking news coming in about the entire incident being caught on CCTV. The incident was reported in Ashoknagar of Aerodrome Police Station, and now a case has been launched to probe the case. So clashes break out in Indore in Madhya Pradesh amid Navratri celebrations. A case has been registered and investigations are to be conducted. And those are visuals of the entire incident. As you can see, the injured lying on the ground, and clashes broke out between two groups there at those Navratri celebrations. Navratri underway and across Maharashtra and being celebrated in the form of Garba and so on across Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Gujarat. And these are visuals caught on CCTV of the clashes that took place between two groups at one such celebration. A case has now been registered, and the entire incident there, as you can see, clashes breaking out between two groups. And police have told us that investigations are underway. Satya Vijay joining us with the details of this. Satya Vijay, we're hearing about clashes between two groups. In fact, we are watching the visuals right now, caught on CCTV camera. It's over to you to give us more.
यहाँ ये पूरा घटनाक्रम मध्य प्रदेश के इंदौर का है, जहां पर लगातार इस तरह के विवाद सामने आ रहे हैं। ये जो घटना हुई है इंदौर के एरोड्रम थाना क्षेत्र के अंतर्गत आती है, जहां पर कि 4 युवक जो हैं हथियारों के साथ आते हैं और गरबा पंडाल के बाहर कुछ युवकों के साथ मारपीट करते हैं। 2 गुटों में ये विवाद हुआ है और जो हमलावर हैं वो बाइकों से आते हैं, उनके हाथ में लाठियां होती हैं, तलवार होती हैं और ये दूसरे गुट के लोगों पर हमला करते हैं, जिसके बाद पुलिस ने इस मामले में प्रकरण दर्ज कर लिया है और पुलिस के पास एकमात्र सीसीटीवी फुटेज जो है वो एविडेंस के तौर पर है और इसी एविडेंस के आधार पर अब पुलिस आरोपियों की अरेस्टिंग की कोशिश कर रही है। लेकिन गरबा पंडाल के बाहर बार जैसा कि मैंने कहा कि इंदौर में आए दिन घटनाएं हो रही हैं। पहले गरबा पंडाल में एंट्री को लेके विवाद हुए थे, लेकिन ये विवाद जो है 2 गुटों में है, जिसमें एक गुट ने तलवार और लाठी डंडों से हमला किया है। वजह क्या है हमले की, इसकी पतासाही आरोपियों की गिरफ्तारी के बाद ही हो पाएगी। लेकिन ये जो पूरा घटनाक्रम है सीसीटीवी फुटेज कैमरे में कैद हुआ है, सीसीटीवी में कैद हुआ है, और इसमें एक युवक की हालत गंभीर है जिसको की इलाजरत है, जिसको की ट्रीटमेंट दिया जा रहा है। लेकिन बड़ी चुनौती है पुलिस के सामने, क्योंकि फुटेज सामने आ चुके हैं जिसमें साफ तौर पर देखा जा रहा है कि 3 से 4 युवक बाइक पर आते हैं, लाठी डंडों से तलवारों से हमला करते हैं और फिर फरार हो जाते हैं, और आरोपियों की गिरफ्तारी पुलिस के लिए इसमें चुनौती बनी हुई है।
Well, many thanks, Satya Vijay, for joining us there. Those are visuals caught on CCTV camera, and our correspondent Satya Vijay telling us about this particular incident. Another addition to a series of incidents that we are seeing across Madhya Pradesh related to Navratri celebrations, especially Garba performances. And this happened outside a Garba Pandal in Indore here. As you can see in those visuals, one has been reported injured and he has been hospitalized. As per latest reports, investigations are underway. And now let's bring you the latest updates on, as our viewers are aware, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is in Jammu and Kashmir. In a short while from now, he is to address a mega rally in Baramulla. A short while back, we were bringing you those updates of his high-level security meeting. And it was a power-packed day one at Rajouri yesterday. The Home Minister making very crucial and significant announcements that were welcomed very warmly by people across the board in Jammu and Kashmir. It's a mega 3-day visit that the Union Home Minister is on. And in a short while from now, he is to address a mega rally in Baramulla. And already the public has gathered there to hear him speak. More expectations of more announcements. And yesterday we saw him at Rajouri. And right now these are visuals of the high-level security meet that he held a short while back. Zenat, our bureau chief in Srinagar, who's there covering the story from the ground. Zenat, give us a sense of the atmosphere there at the rally site in Baramulla. You've been covering this story ever since it began. We are also seeing the visuals of the Union Home Minister holding that high-level security meet, that high-level security review meet. So what are the updates you have as of now, a sense of the atmosphere there?
See, I'll tell my Vijay Mubashir to give you a sense of the people who have gathered here. Despite that it is the harvesting season and people have left all their work and have come here in Baramulla. This is the stadium known as Shaukat Ali Mead Stadium, where the people have gathered to get glimpse of Home Minister Amit Shah, and expectations from the people is more that what more Amit Shah is going to announce, because yesterday when he was addressing a rally in Rajouri, he announced the quota benefits for the Pahari Gujars as well as the Bakarwal community. So the community, the Pahari Community Forum, Pahari Forum is also waiting for more further announcement. If at all they have, Home Minister Amit Shah has more in his kitty to give to the people who are here assembled to pay, to see, get the glimpse of Home Minister Amit Shah. As far as you talked about the security review meeting, that was held at Raj Bhavan Srinagar, where not only the people from the police, administration, security chiefs, intelligence chief, even the Northern Commander is present, was present in that very rally, where it was discussed about the counter-terrorism operations, the anti-terror operations launched by security forces, the threat of hybrid terrorists, and also the way terrorists target the target killings that the Kashmir is witnessing for the last more than a year now. So this was discussed, and how to de-radicalize the youth, which is a bigger challenge for the government of India and also for the administration of Jammu and Kashmir. All these things were discussed, and how the Kashmiri terrorists based in Pakistan are planning and coordinating the attacks in the Kashmir Valley, how they are coordinating the infiltration. Although if we talk about the anti-infiltration gate, that is quite vibrant, and many anti-terror operations were in this time witnessed also along the line of control. So this was discussed threadbare in that video meeting, and now Amit Shah, Home Minister, will be in Baramulla in some time from now. This is going to be a 2-hour public address where he will be making an announcement and will be speaking to the people of Baramulla. Most of the people had come from Uri, Sopore, Sharifabad of Baramulla and other areas of this very adjoining district, and people have also come from the Kupwara, which is again a part of North Kashmir. So as we see around, there are expected is them 36,000 people will be gathered here to hear Home Minister Amit Shah, because this is the third visit of Home Minister Amit Shah post abrogation of Article 370. If you remember, last year in October he visited CRPF for 2-3 days, and then in this year he visited Jammu. That time he did not visit Kashmir, but this time he is making a visit both to Jammu as well as Kashmir. And once he leaves from Baramulla, he will go to Raj Bhavan, where he is expected to inaugurate some developmental projects. The function is lined up around 3:30 p.m. and Home Minister will conclude his 3-day visit to Jammu and Kashmir around 6:30, when he will be departing from here and will be landing in Delhi somewhere around 8 o'clock. So it has been a tight itinerary for the Home Minister Amit Shah, because yesterday after landing in Srinagar, he visited Raj Bhavan and later met the people of different communities. He met some politicians, also social activists, and also provided appointment letters in the Jammu and Kashmir government. 4 appointment letters were given to next of kin, of those martyrs who lost their life in the terror attack. So he tried to address each and every community. And also he met the kickboxer Tajamul Islam and named her as an inspiration for the younger girls with the kind of achievement she had under her belt. So we are seeing that Amit Shah is trying to address all the communities, and we see the kind of move for the Gujar, Bakarwal and the Pahari community. It is more like to strengthen and to give some representation to the community, because if we go through the speech that he delivered yesterday at Rajouri, he said that they were getting now the benefits because this was not earlier possible because of the Article 370 and 35A, but with the abrogation of the article, the people of the community are able to ripe these kind of benefits, terming it as a success that the Article 370 was abrogated. Otherwise, it was a blockade for many central schemes that could not reach to the people of Jammu and Kashmir. He also said that the 3 families, the 3 dynasties have looted Jammu and Kashmir, and the money that center would send for the development would go into the kitty of these families. He appealed the Jammu and Kashmir people that they should strengthen the vision of Modi government so that developmental agenda can take a real shape. More on Amit Shah in Baramulla. Keep watching Republic TV.
Rescue operations in Uttarkashi will resume today as massive avalanche hit the Dokriani Bamak Glacier. Meanwhile, a 5-member team of the SDRF and 3 instructors were dropped by helicopter at the glacier.
2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Amit Shinde versus Uddhav camp on the Sahara rally. Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will be holding a rally at the MMRDA ground while Uddhav Thackeray organizes his Dussehra event at Shivaji Park. The Telangana Rashtriya Samiti is likely to be renamed the Bharat Rashtriya Samiti as Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao preps for a national foray.
the world supermarket. World is ours for the taking. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Rescue operations in Uttarkashi will resume today as massive avalanche hit the Dokriani Bamak Glacier. Meanwhile, a 5-member team of the SDRF and 3 instructors were dropped by helicopter at the glacier.
2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Amit Shinde versus Uddhav camp on the Sahara rally. Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will be holding a rally at the MMRDA ground while Uddhav Thackeray organizes his Dussehra event at Shivaji Park.
मॉडल का मुआयना करते हुए एम्स अस्पताल बिलासपुर का, और ऐसा कहा जा रहा है कि ये जो अस्पताल है जिसके कि 3D मॉडल का प्रधानमंत्री इस वक्त अवलोकन कर रहे हैं, ये 1470 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक की लागत से ये अस्पताल निर्मित है। और इस अत्याधुनिक अस्पताल में 18 स्पेशलिटी और 17 सुपर स्पेशलिटी विभाग हैं, 18 मॉड्यूलर ऑपरेशन थिएटर, 64 आईसीयू बेड के साथ 750 बेड शामिल हैं। तो आप समझ सकते हैं कितना अत्याधुनिक ये अस्पताल, जिसमें कि 18 स्पेशलिटी और 17 सुपर स्पेशलिटी विभाग हैं। यहां पे 18 मॉड्यूलर ऑपरेशन थिएटर हैं, 64 आईसीयू बेड के साथ 750 बेड शामिल हैं। और ये जो अस्पताल है एम्स बिलासपुर अस्पताल, ये 247 एकड़ में फैला हुआ है। 24 घंटे इमरजेंसी सेवा यानी आपातकालीन सेवा और डायलिसिस सुविधाओं, अल्ट्रासोनोग्राफी, सिटी स्कैन, एमआरआई, ये जो तमाम उच्च स्तरीय तकनीकें हैं, इन तमाम आधुनिक डायग्नोस्टिक मशीनों, यहां अमृत फार्मेसी भी है, जन औषधि केंद्र भी है और साथ ही साथ 30 बिस्तरों वाले आयुष ब्लॉक से ये एम्स बिलासपुर सुसज्जित है। ऐसा कहा जा रहा है कि अस्पताल के जरिए हिमाचल प्रदेश के जो सुदूर जनजातीय लोग हैं और दुर्गम जनजातीय क्षेत्रों में स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं प्रदान करने के लिए डिजिटल स्वास्थ्य केंद्र भी स्थापित किया गया है। साथ ही साथ काजा, सलूनी और केलोंग जैसे दुर्गम जनजातीय और जो अधिक ऊंचाई वाले हिमालयी क्षेत्र हैं, वहां स्वास्थ्य शिविरों के माध्यम से अस्पताल द्वारा विशेषज्ञों द्वारा स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं प्रदान की जाएंगी। और इस एम्स अस्पताल में हर साल एमबीबीएस कोर्स करने के लिए 100 छात्रों और नर्सिंग कोर्स के लिए 60 छात्रों को प्रवेश दिया जाएगा। और जब ये छात्र यहां से पास आउट होंगे तो फिर आसपास के जो इलाके हैं वहां स्वास्थ्य को लेकर जो स्थितियां हैं उनमें आमूलचूल परिवर्तन आने वाले दिनों में देखा जा सकता है। तो हम ये कह सकते हैं कि आज का दिन, खासकर जब एम्स बिलासपुर का उद्घाटन हो चुका है, पूरी तरह से शुरू होने के बाद ये हिमाचल प्रदेश में जो स्वास्थ्य के लिहाज से अब हम ये कह सकते हैं कि ये अब आत्मनिर्भर हो गया है। इस एम्स बिलासपुर के उद्घाटन के बाद से आधे हिमाचल निवासियों को इसका सीधा सीधा लाभ मिलने जा रहा है। बिलासपुर, पास में हमीरपुर और मंडी जो जिले हैं, यहां के जो निवासी हैं, इनको इस एम्स अस्पताल के जरिए वो सीधे लाभान्वित होंगे। इसके साथ ही जो सुदूर पर्वतीय इलाका लाहौल स्पीति है और कुल्लू, वहां के लोगों को भी बेहतर स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं अब बिलासपुर एम्स में ही मिला करेंगी। आप सभी जानते हैं कि इस पूरे क्षेत्र में
Visuals of Prime Minister Modi in Himachal Pradesh, and there he is. He is in Himachal Pradesh to inaugurate and lay the foundation stones of projects worth about 3,650 crore rupees. Right now, we are bringing you visuals directly from Bilaspur in Himachal Pradesh and rolling on this coverage. Continuing with this coverage on Republic of the Prime Minister's visit in Himachal Pradesh, we slip into a very short break, but more after that. Stay tuned.
The world supermarket. World is ours for the taking. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Rescue operations in Uttarkashi will resume today as massive avalanche hit the Dokriani Bamak Glacier. Meanwhile, a 5-member team of the SDRF and 3 instructors were dropped by helicopter at the glacier.
2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Amit Shinde versus Uddhav camp on the Sahara rally. Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will be holding a rally at the MMRDA ground while Uddhav Thackeray organizes his Dussehra event at Shivaji Park. The Telangana Rashtriya Samiti is likely to be renamed the Bharat Rashtriya Samiti as Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao preps for a national foray.
The world supermarket. World is ours for the taking. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Rescue operations in Uttarkashi will resume today as massive avalanche hit the Dokriani Bamak Glacier. Meanwhile, a 5-member team of the SDRF and 3 instructors were dropped by helicopter at the glacier.
2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
उम्मीद की जा रही है कि वो अगले साल दिसंबर तक, यानी दिसंबर 2023 तक तीसरा चरण भी इसका शुरू कर दिया जाएगा। शुरू किया जा रहा है और यहां पे 500 नर्सिंग स्टाफ, 91 चिकित्सक और करीब 500 लोगों का जो बाकी स्टाफ हैं वो ऑलरेडी एम्स बिलासपुर में उन्हें तैनात कर दिया गया है। और जैसा कि हमने कहा कि इस साल एम्स में बिलासपुर में 100 सीटों के साथ साथ एमबीबीएस की जो भर्ती की एडमिशन की प्रक्रिया है वो शुरू हो जाएगी। अभी तक यहां 50 सीटों की क्षमता के साथ ये चल रही थी। रिकॉर्ड समय में बनकर तैयार हुआ है और जो आप देख रहे हैं जिस प्रोजेक्ट को फेज़ 1, फेज़ 2 और फेज़ 3 में किस तरह से और भी यहाँ पे डेवलप किया जाएगा इस संस्थान को, इस एम्स बिलासपुर को, उसका 3D मॉडल प्रधानमंत्री उसका निरीक्षण कर रहे थे। यहाँ के जो डायरेक्टर हैं डॉक्टर वीर सिंह नेगी, उन्होंने कहा कि एम्स बिलासपुर अस्पताल का निर्माण काफी तेज गति से किया गया, एक रिकॉर्ड समय में बनकर यह तैयार हुआ है। और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने, आपने देखा आपसे कुछ देर पहले, हिमाचल वासियों को उन्होंने एक सौगात के तौर पर उन्होंने ये दिया है। तो लगातार हम आपको बता रहे हैं इसमें क्या कुछ सुविधाएं हैं, किस तरह से महत्वपूर्ण स्वास्थ्य के लिहाज से स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं को मजबूत करने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री का जो दृष्टिकोण रहा है और जो संकल्प रहा है उसको फिर से इस एम्स संस्थान के जरिए प्रदर्शित करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। प्रधानमंत्री ने यही महीना अक्टूबर 2017 का था जब इस अस्पताल का शिलान्यास किया गया था। प्रधानमंत्री ने इसका शिलान्यास किया था और प्रधानमंत्री स्वास्थ्य सुरक्षा योजना के तहत इसे स्थापित किया गया है। एक
Amit Shinde versus Uddhav camp on the Sera rally. Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will be holding a rally at the MMRDA ground while Uddhav Thackeray organizes the Sera event at Shivaji Park. The Telangana Rashtriya Samiti is likely to be renamed the Bharat Rashtriya Samiti as Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao preps for a national foray.
The world supermarket. World is ours for the taking. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Rescue operations in Uttarkashi will resume today as massive avalanche hit the Dokriani Bamak Glacier. Meanwhile, a 5-member team of the SDRF and 3 instructors were dropped by helicopter at the glacier.
2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Amit Shinde versus Uddhav camp on the Sera rally. Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will be holding a rally at the MMRDA ground while Uddhav Thackeray organizes the Sera event at Shivaji Park. The Telangana Rashtriya Samiti is likely to be renamed the Bharat Rashtriya Samiti as Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao preps for a national foray.
The world supermarket. World is ours for the taking. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
After a power-packed day one, Amit Shah is to continue his rally in Jammu and Kashmir. There are a host of meetings and rallies on the cards. Mehbooba Mufti is at it again, alleges house arrest amid Amit Shah's visit. The Srinagar police fact checks, exposes the claim. Prime Minister Modi is in Himachal Pradesh, inaugurates projects and celebrates the Sera in Kullu.
माता की भारतीय सेना की भारतीय सेना की भारतीय सेना की 22 ग्रेनेडियर्स अशोक का पलटन की
A big tribute to the forces. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh celebrates the Sera with forces in Uttarakhand.
जिनके स्वार्थों को मार मिलेगी, ऐसा उनको डर लगता है, ऐसा होने से वो सारी शक्तियां बाधा उत्पन्न करती है.
In Nagpur, the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat hits out at the anti-India forces, says stop hindering country's growth. The TRS prepares for a national foray. All eyes are on KCR as he's set to launch the Bharat Rashtra Samiti. Back-to-back setbacks for the Congress party in Gujarat. Harsh Rebadia quits the party. Sources say he's set to join the BJP. Good afternoon and thank you very much for staying with us on Live on Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now the stage is set for a Sena versus Sena mega show in Mumbai with rival factions headed by Uddhav Thackeray and Chief Minister Eknath Shinde holding the Sera rallies at different venues. Now while the Thackeray camp will hold its rally at the traditional venue of Shivaji Park, the Shinde camp has chosen the Bandra Kurla complex. Let's listen into this report filed by my colleague Alisha Nair from the Shinde faction rally site.
Stage is all set for Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde to address the Dasara rally today at around 5 p.m. in MMRDA ground in BKC. The preparations are still underway. I'll request my video journalist Amish Shilke to show you the visuals in and around of the MMRDA ground, where Eknath Shinde is going to address a rally, a Dasara rally, a significant of this rally at this point of time, and specifically talking about the current situation, because now this year, as we know, that it's been 56 years ago where Shiv Sena founder Bilaspur Thackeray, who has addressed the same rally, Dasara rally, has started with the Dasara rally on the dais in Shivaji Park, that is Shiv Tirtha in Dadar. But this time for getting a permission where the Uddhav Thackeray has got seek a permission to address the rally in Shivaji Park from the Bombay High Court, after which there was an application that was given to the MMRDA ground in BKC. Moreover, it will be very significant to know because the chairs are ready. But how many people do visit here? Because the people district has already been started coming while here, and the chairs will be filled as much as can, and also the claim that was made by Eknath Shinde faction clearly mentioning that this is the real Shiv Sena, and after which all the Shiv Sainik should be here present in MMRDA ground in BKC to see the significance. So it will be, of course, indeed a picture that we are going to see this time, where the legacy that has started from Bilaspur Thackeray on 30th October 1966. But this time there will be two Dasara rally. One that is going to be held by Uddhav Thackeray, who is going to address the rally in Dadar's Shivaji Park, whereas Eknath Shinde is going to address the public and the Maharashtrians from the PKC, from where I am reporting from. In Mumbai with video journalist Samir, this is Alisha Nair for Republic TV.
Now, even as these two rallies are essentially going to be a test of the numbers in terms of the local cadre for both these factions, do remember that Uddhav Thackeray's faction is holding the rally in the traditional venue, that is the Shivaji Park. And of course, Eknath Shinde is holding the rally at BKC, which is quite a large ground. I'm going to try and go across to our correspondents. In fact, joining me right now is Sandeep. He's reporting from Shivaji Park. Sandeep, good afternoon. And to begin with, give us an overall sense of what you see around you.
See, yes, as far as the rally at Shivaji Park is concerned, I am right at the Shivaji Park ground, wherein you can see the visuals. The stage is all set, and in fact, my video journalist Neeraj will show you the visuals of the chairs that has been kept out here at the Shivaji Park ground. And in fact, so far, the party workers, the sympathizers in fact of Uddhav Thackeray have started coming out here at Shivaji Park ground. Remember, it is very much crucial and important for Uddhav Thackeray as well to prove himself on this day. In fact, Dashera Day, Dashera rally is very much important for Shiv Sena, and since decades this is the Shivaji Park, the iconic ground wherein the late Balasaheb Thackeray have been addressing several mega rallies in the city of Mumbai. And in fact, you can see in the visuals the party workers of Shiv Sena, and in fact the sympathizers of Uddhav Thackeray have arrived out here. We'll try to speak to the party workers. In fact, क्या कहेंगे? आज शिवसेना की दो रैली होगी, एक बीकेसी में होगी, एक शिवाजी पार्क में हो रही है, तो उसको लेकर के आपकी क्या राय है? एकनाथ शिंदे कहते हैं कि हिंदुत्व के मुद्दे पर वो मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं, और वो कहते हैं कि उद्धव ठाकरे ने हिंदुत्व के साथ जो है वो गद्दारी की।
सबसे पहले दसरा मेला का सब शिवसेना को जय, शिव सैनिकों को जय महाराष्ट्र। आज जो शिव सैनिक यहाँ पे आए, सब बाला साहेब के ज्वलंत विचार उनके दिल में है, और वो असली हिंदू तो बाला साहेब और उद्धव साहेब इनका ही है।
लेकिन उन्होंने तो कांग्रेस के साथ हाथ मिला लिया। बाला साहेब तो कांग्रेस के खिलाफ थे।
वो कैसा है, पहले चाल बीजेपी ने की है, जैसा सब शिव सैनिकों को मोदी जी पीएम है, ये सब शिव सैनिक
आप बताइए, क्या विचार है आपके? क्या कुछ सोच करके आज शिवाजी पार्क आप आए हैं? क्योंकि शिवसेना के आज दो रैली होने वाले हैं।
आज हम सब आदरणीय उद्धव जी ठाकरे साहब को समर्थन देने के लिए यहाँ पे खड़े हैं। पिछले कई सालों से हम इधर आते हैं, जब से यहाँ पे शिवाजी पार्क में बाला साहब थे, तभी से पूरे शिव सैनिक इधर पे आते हैं, उनके विचार सुनते हैं और आगे की कार्रवाई इधर करते हैं।
आप बताइए कि रणनीति जो है आज उद्धव ठाकरे तय करेंगे, आने वाले दिनों में चुनाव भी हैं, क्या सोच करके आप शिवाजी पार्क आए? क्यों आप उद्धव ठाकरे को समर्थन कर रहे हैं? क्या विचार हैं आपके?
हम उद्धव ठाकरे साहब को इसलिए समर्थन कर रहे हैं क्योंकि पहले तो हम बिकाऊ नहीं है, जो बिकाऊ थे वो चले गए, अब जो है वो निष्ठावान थे, और आज साहब हमको ये आदेश देने वाले हैं कि आगे शिवसेना कैसी लेके जाना है।
You just heard the thoughts of the party workers who are out here at Shivaji Park, who are here to support Uddhav Thackeray. It will be very much crucial to see the tussle between Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray.
Absolutely. Sandeep, do stay with us. Let's also go across to Alisha, who's reporting from BKC. And Alisha, we just saw your report over there of what preparations have been made. But have workers of the Shinde faction already begun to arrive?
Well, Nupur, let me first give you the sense of where I'm reporting from. This is an MMRDA ground in BKC where Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is going to address a Dasara rally at around 5:30 p.m. And, well, yes, as of now, there are the senior police officials who have arrived and they have been looking into the law and order situation is something very important and in priority when it comes to the Mumbai police, which is why there are heavy police deployment, whether it is in BKC or whether it is in Shivaji Park. So here are the police officials officials while talking about the chairs and the preparations which still are underway, and I'll request my video journalist Samir Shelke to show you the sense what exactly has been happening. Here are the chairs that has already been placed. Moreover, there are some of the workers who has already arrived, and there are more others who have been waiting outside, because this is something a Chief Minister Eknath Shinde who is going to address a rally. See, it's very important to even know the significance of the Dasara rally, because it's all started on 30th October 1966 when the Shiv Sena founder Bala Thackeray shared a dais in Shivaji Park. So, well, yes, when it comes to Dasara rally, it was every year. It's a Shiv Tirtha, that is Shivaji Park, where my colleague Sandeep Singh is reporting from. But after getting a legal battle fight, because that was Uddhav Thackeray who went to the Bombay High Court to get a permission to organize Dasara rally in Shivaji Park. Right after, there was also another application that was filed before MMRD, and the permission that has been given to Eknath Shinde to hold the rally. So as I was talking about the significance of Bala Thackeray, at that point of time, that was 56 years ago, where the first Dasara rally that was addressed by Bala Thackeray for the Maharashtrian people, for the Marathi youth people, and that is for the identity of the Marathas. So that was the main significance, and for their rights. But this time, if the current scenario, if we look after, because this is something, a two faction of a Shiv Sena, one is a Uddhav Thackeray faction and one is a Eknath Shinde faction. So importantly, it will be very important to see where exactly the people and the people of Maharashtra actually goes, whether it is a Shivaji Park or whether it is a BKC.
Now, even as we watch out for that, obviously, the Dasara rally is looked upon as something which essentially sets the stage for the Shiv Sena's ideological path as well. And I think we've got Shivangi live with us. Also, she's reporting on this, and she's at Dadar, I think. Shivangi, as we were talking about, this is also the ideological path that the Shiv Sena essentially takes, indication of which is usually given at the Dasara rally. So what are you hearing? Are we going to hear significant, perhaps a battle cry of sorts to come in from both factions of the Shiv Sena? Of course, the battle is still in court.
Right. Well, Nupur, I'm at the Shivaji Park right now in Mumbai, and as you can see how grand this park is. It's the largest park in Mumbai, Nupur, and this is where the Uddhav faction will be holding their rally. Now, when I was coming on the roads, when we were coming here to the spot in Mumbai, there were big hoardings. There were two hoardings we saw specifically. One was the one advertising the Uddhav rally, and one was the one advertising the Shinde faction rally, Nupur. So we saw two huge hoardings all across Mumbai while we were making our way to Shivaji Park. And yes, it is going to be, in a way, a battle cry from both sides. And this is the reason why today's rally is a Shiv Sena versus Shiv Sena rally. It's a battle for who is the real Shiv Sena. That is what this rally is about. You can see here how big this ground is. And as the evening approaches, the hours approach towards sunset, we can expect this entire place to be completely full. Talking about security arrangements, there are many security arrangements already. Now, if my camera person can pan, you can see many people here, but we also saw a lot of security towards the gates. So what we're learning so far is that 3,200 officers, 15,200 personnel, 1,500 personnel of State Reserve Police Force, 1,000 Jawans of Home Guard, 20 quick response team, and a lot of security. And you can see that the fervor here is already quite high. We can see. आज आप आए हैं उद्धव के रैली के लिए, आपके क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस है?
हम हिंदुत्व पर प्यार करने वाले हैं, हम बाला साहब के विचार पे प्यार करने वाले हैं, हम आदित्य साहब की विचारधारा पे प्यार करने वाले हैं, हम पन्नास खोके और धोखे देने वाले लोग नहीं है।
और ये कुछ गद्दार लोग बोलते हैं कि हिंदुत्व हमारा सच्चा है। हिंदुत्व की परिभाषा अगर गद्दारी होती तो वो हिंदुत्व हमें नहीं चाहिए, हमें वो हिंदुत्व चाहिए जो हमारे साहब हमें देते हैं। गद्दारी हमारे हिंदुत्व में नहीं है, अगर ऐसा कोई हिंदुत्व होगा वो गद्दारी वाला हिंदुत्व हमें नहीं चाहिए।
Right. So you can hear that, Nupur. मैं आपके पास फिर से आ रही हूँ क्वेश्चन लेने के लिए। व्यूअर्स को बोल रही हूँ कि जो यहाँ पे जो सपोर्टर्स हैं, सपोर्टर्स ऑफ उद्धव फैक्शन, they say that we do not like backstabber. That's something that the Uddhav faction has maintained. Even the leaders of the Uddhav faction of Shiv Sena. अब बहुत जल्दी आ गए आज ना, रैली तो बहुत इवनिंग में है, तो अब बहुत फर्वर होगा आज, आप बहुत एक्साइटेड होंगे।
हमारा ये ऐसा ऐतिहासिक मेळावा जिसको बोलते हैं, यह ऐतिहासिक मेळावा होने वाला है, क्योंकि गद्दारों ने जो हमें हमारी परिभाषा बोलने के लिए मजबूर किया है, जो शिवसेना को आजमाने की कोशिश किया है। शेर आखिर शेर ही होता है,
और ये बाला साहब के शेर है, ये बाला साहब के शेर है।
कभी शेर नहीं भागते और शेर कभी भागता नहीं है, भागने वाले कुत्ते होते हैं।
हम
क्या शेर नहीं भागता है?
Absolutely. So a lot of fervor here. बस एक क्वेश्चन है, अभी हम वापस जा रहे हैं।
Shivangi, absolutely a lot of supporters over there. But I'm going to go across to Alisha. I think she's got someone with you.
Yes. Law and order. How many police has been deployed here? Because it's something very important, because there are two factions of the Shiv Sena. Even the fact Home Minister has clearly said that there will be the law and order situation that has to be looked after the senior police officials.
We have done extensive homework, and we have deployed forces to monitor the crowd, traffic regulation and anti-sabotage measures. We do not expect any law and order problem, because the traffic is properly diverted. Of course, the vehicles coming for both the Medavas are segregated properly. Their parking areas are earmarked, and they will be suitably guided and monitored and taken to their respective destinations. Yes, the people mostly coming from Thane, Nasik, Aurangabad, they have been guided well, and most of them would be coming for BKC area, and Mumbai, maximum Mumbai people would be coming in both the areas, so that is properly guided and monitored. Of course, for other, today is Devi Immersion Day also, Ravan Dahan also, people are coming for, this is one of the Sadhe Teen Muhurt, so go to greet each other. So we are taking care of Mumbaikars at large, and we have very good liaising with the leaders over here, volunteers, and we have kept good bandobast. We do not anticipate any problem.
So if you can give it a sense over how many police has been deployed, whether it is in the Shivaji Park or whether it is in BKC?
We do not disclose the figures of the policemen who are deployed at various places. Of course, we have taken care of deployment of miscellaneous forces like QRTs, BDTS teams, gas squads, striking forces, SRPF forces, and they have been deployed at important junctions. They have been deployed at access control points, at parking areas. So the deployment is professionally done, and we have got adequate support from the DGP office also.
Thank you so much for speaking with us. So this was a joint CP Law and Order who is giving the information about how the police has been deployed in and around. So it's very important, and also will give you the sense of what exactly has been happening, because it is something Dasara Milava of Eknath Shinde, where the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is going to address a rally here by around 5:30. 5:30 is what we have been told, and importantly, it will be a real strength to show the real Shiv Sena, because the teaser that has been released,
Absolutely.
whether from the Uddhav Thackeray or whether from the Eknath Shinde faction, they have been clearly asking the Maharashtrians to come and join, whether it is in Shivaji Park or whether it is in BKC,
Alisha,
clearly mentioning that come for, as you are the real Shiv Sena, so come to the same rally. Yeah,
absolutely, Alisha, as you're pointing out, of course, the taste of the pudding will lie in the eating, and we'll have to wait out to see how many people actually turn up. I'm going to go quickly across to Shivangi. I think, Shivangi, we had to interrupt you there. But very quickly, Shivangi, what are you hearing? Are we going to see any major announcements from the rally site?
Right. Well, Nupur, like I was speaking to some of the supporters here of the Uddhav faction, they were saying, very categorically, and this is something that has been narrated as well from the Uddhav faction leaders as well, Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, saying that, they are okay with the other faction, but they do see this as a kind of a betrayal. So when we talk about announcements, Nupur, we can expect that it's going to be a fiery speech, not just from the Uddhav Thackeray side, but also from the Eknath Shinde side, which was happening at BKC Maidan. So of course, this is going to be something that we have our eyes on. It's going to be we can expect very, very big announcements coming in. Of course, it's going to happen in the evening. Now let's talk a little bit about why today's rally is very important. Like Sandeep is here as well as Shivaji Park. We also have Alisha at BKC Maidan. The reason it's important, and I'm coming back to Nupur again to the studio, is because for the first time, two Shiv Sena factions are going to hold a rally on Dussehra. Back to you, Nupur.
All right, Shivangi, thank you very much for that. Alisha as well as Sandeep, thank you to the two of you as well. We'll, of course, keep coming back to you through the day to get a sense of what's happening at the various rally sites. Now, going on to the other big political story that's taking place in Telangana today, of course, H.D. Kumaraswamy, along with about 20 JDS leaders, have made their way to Telangana, where the launch of the national TRS is going to take place. Now, this is being seen as a big event as far as the TRS's foray into national politics is concerned. You remember that this is not the first time that KCR has tried essentially to be someone who unites the opposition. He made a similar foray in 2019. Now, that did not really end up with too much, too much of fruits being got for that foray. But today, perhaps KCR is hoping that the support that he's able to get, as well as from other national parties, is significant. Aneri has been tracking all the developments since the morning. Now, Aneri, we are given to understand that senior leadership of the TRS is beginning to arrive over there. There is a general body meeting, and thereafter, the renaming takes place. So tell us more.
Well, Nupur, all the leaders of the TRS have arrived, including the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, have arrived here at the Telangana Bhavan, where he is going to make the announcement of the national party. As you can see here, a large number of people have gathered in support of the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, as he plans to go national and form an alternative for the country. But also at the same time, we see that coming in support of the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, we see that H.D. Kumaraswamy, the JDS leader, along with other 20 leaders of the Janata Dal JDS, have come here to Hyderabad along with the Telangana Chief Minister. They have arrived at the Telangana Bhavan as well. And also from Tamil Nadu, we have been seeing that leaders of VCK party have also come here to be part of this announcement. And also at the same time, we have been seeing how Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao has been very categorically hitting out at the central government over various issues. So he has been planning for a national party since a long time. He has been meeting a lot of leaders, and also he has been hinting out of going national. And finally, on the eve of Vijay Dashmi, we see that the Telangana has been seeing new political developments, which we have been seeing that Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao at 1:19, he is expected to make the announcement. But also before that, I would like to show you how these are the banners which are put up here, which says that BRS party and also Desh Ka Neta KCR. And not to forget, we have been seeing that Telangana is all set to go for polls next year, and this announcement of national party comes ahead of the general elections as well, which is in 2024. So how and what would be the strategy of Telangana Chief Minister remains to be seen, and what sort of announcements will Telangana Chief Minister be making is also a larger question. But yes, as of now, we see that on the announcement on the eve of Vijay Dashmi, Telangana Chief Minister is going to make a major announcement of going national. Well, will the TRS party be renamed as BRS, that's the Bharatiya Rashtra Samiti, or any other name will be announced? Also at the same time, we see that there are large number of people who have gathered outside, and also at the same time, Kumaraswamy along with TRS leaders have gathered here at the Telangana Bhavan. There's a general body meeting, and then we are also expecting that around 4 p.m. there could be a press conference from the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, which would be taking place, but no clarity on that yet. But yes, at 1:19 we will be seeing the announcement being made. All eyes on that, and how this new role of the National Party of KCR will also try and speak to them.
देश का नेता गली में बोलो, दिल्ली में बोलो, गली में बोलो, दिल्ली में बोलो, देश का नेता, देश का नेता।
So Nupur, as you see, people here have gathered in large number, and also at the same time we have been seeing a new development which is taking place. Who will come in support of KCR? Will there be an anti-BJP alliance in future? Also remains to be seen. And what would be the next move of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao in regard with the national role?
Absolutely. Now, Aneri, even as, of course, there are a lot of enthusiastic cadres behind you, is KCR perhaps looking at two groups within the same party, one that will focus on national politics and one that remains in charge of the state unit? And how do you see this going forward in, the state elections that take place, in fact, before the general elections? The state elections for Telangana are due next year.
Well, Nupur, definitely very crucial about that, because Telangana, in the Telangana state, TRS is the ruling government. He has been in governance since last 2 terms, and in 2023 we will be seeing elections also in the state of Telangana before the general elections. So definitely it is going to be very crucial, because Telangana elections are also very important for TRS, because the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao has fought for a separate state for many years, and that is and then finally we had seen that how a separate state was formed, and also now the decision of going national. How and what would be the strategy is still a larger question, because we see that the state importance is also very important for KCR, and then national party, what would be his role? Will there be an alliance of all the opposition parties coming united together? Because Telangana Chief Minister has been meeting various leaders of the opposition parties, and also one point here which is to be noted is that the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao till now has not met any of the Congress leaders. So will it be an anti-Congress and anti-BJP front, or will the Congress be a part of it also, is a larger question. So we will have to wait for the announcements at 1:19, which is expected, and just some time from now, some time back, we had seen the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao arriving here at the Telangana Bhavan, and now at 1:19 the announcement will be made. We'll be right back after a short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Amit Shinde versus Uddhav camp on the Sera rally. Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will be holding a rally at the MMRDA ground, while Uddhav Thackeray organizes the Sera event at Shivaji Park. The Telangana Rashtriya Samiti is likely to be renamed the Bharat Rashtriya Samiti as Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao preps for a national foray.
The world supermarket. World is ours for the taking. 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Serving officer being brutally murdered by a domestic servant, and now a terror group coming into the light by claiming the responsibility. The Home Minister has now reached the Darbar of Shri Mata Vaishno Devi.
The person was seen pouring petrol on his bike and burning after he was coming in a wrong direction, and police officials were trying to stop him.
Here are the headlines at 12:30. After a power-packed day 1, Shah set to kick off day 2 of his mega Jammu and Kashmir visit. Key meetings and big rallies on the cards. Prime Minister Modi is in Himachal Pradesh, inaugurates projects and celebrates Dasara in Kulu.
माता की भारतीय सेना की भारतीय सेना की भारतीय सेना की वाइस ग्रेनेडियर्स अशोक पल्टन की
A big tribute to the forces. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh celebrates Dasara with forces in Uttarakhand.
प्रधानमंत्री जी को सम्मानित करने के लिए सादर आग्रह है माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री जयराम ठाकुर जी से। हिमाचली टोपी और शॉल भेंट कर श्रद्धाएं प्रधानमंत्री जी का अभिनंदन किया जा रहा है हिमाचल वासियों की। ये पेंटिंग है माननीय राज्यपाल जी और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष भाजपा से निवेदन है कि भेंट करने के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को। हमारी समृद्ध विरासत का प्रतीक रणसिंघा भेंट किया जा रहा है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को। आइए आकाश भक्त तालियों सौंप कर सदैव प्रधानमंत्री जी का आभार व्यक्त करें, अभिनंदन करें, वंदन करें। माननीय केंद्रीय सूचना प्रसारण एवं खेल व युवा मामले मंत्री एवं हमारे बहुत प्रिय सांसद श्री अनुराग ठाकुर जी से अनुनय है स्वागत संबोधन के लिए।
भारत माता की। देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री परम आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, हिमाचल प्रदेश के माननीय राज्यपाल आदरणीय राजेंद्र आर्लेकर जी, हिमाचल प्रदेश के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय जयराम ठाकुर जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सम्माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी, हिमाचल प्रदेश भाजपा के अध्यक्ष आदरणीय सुरेश कश्यप जी, सांसद श्री किशन कपूर जी, सुश्री इंदु गोस्वामी जी, हमारे राज्यसभा के सांसद सिकंदर जी, यहां पर उपस्थित सभी माननीय मंत्रीगण, सभी विधायकगण, सभी चुने हुए प्रतिनिधि, प्रदेश के कोने कोने से आए हुए मेरे प्रिय भाई और बहनों और मीडिया से आए हुए मेरे प्रिय मित्रों, मैं देवभूमि हिमाचल प्रदेश के हमीरपुर संसदीय क्षेत्र के अपने जिला बिलासपुर में आप सबकी ओर से दुनिया के सर्वाधिक लोकप्रिय नेता यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत और अभिनंदन करता हूं। अधर्म पर धर्म की विजय के इस महापर्व के अवसर पर विजयदशमी पूरा देश मना रहा है, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने विजयदशमी के दिन भी देवभूमि हिमाचल प्रदेश को चुना है। आपको विजयदशमी की बधाई, आप सबकी ओर से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को विजयदशमी की बहुत बहुत बधाई। मित्रों, आज कुछ और नहीं, जो हमने सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था, उससे ज्यादा
एम्स अस्पताल 1470 करोड़ का 750 बेड का 100 सीट का मेडिकल कॉलेज, 60 सीट का नर्सिंग कॉलेज, 64 बेड का आईसीयू वार्ड और 18 स्पेशलिटी तो 18 सुपर स्पेशलिटी लेकर 1470 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से बनकर आज राष्ट्र को समर्पित करने नरेंद्र मोदी जी आए हैं, देश के प्रधानमंत्री। मैं उनका बहुत बहुत आभार उनके लिए प्रकट करता हूं। यही नहीं मित्रों, 140 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से गवर्नमेंट हाइड्रो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज कोई और नहीं बना सकता था, यह भी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने हम सबको युवाओं को दिया है, इसके लिए भी उनका बहुत बहुत आभार। प्रधानमंत्री जी, आप जब प्रधानमंत्री की शपथ ली थी, आपने कहा था आपकी सरकार गरीब की, वंचित की, शोषित की, पीड़ित की होगी, महिला की, मजदूर की, नौजवान, जवान, किसान की होगी। और पिछले 8 वर्षों में आपकी सरकार ने 12 करोड़ शौचालय हो, 3 करोड़ से ज्यादा पक्के मकान हो, 11 करोड़ से ज्यादा मुफ्त में रसोई गैस के सिलेंडर का कनेक्शन हो, या 45 करोड़ जनधन खाते हो, हर घर हर गांव को बिजली देने की बात हो, या अब हर घर को नल से स्वच्छ जल देने का भी काम प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ही करके दिया है। नाहन हो, चंबा हो, हमीरपुर हो, मेडिकल कॉलेज से लेकर एम्स अस्पताल से लेकर पीजीआई सैटेलाइट सेंटर भी यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ही दिया है। ट्रिपल आईटी हो, आईआईटी मंडी हो, आईआईएम सिरमौर हो, सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी देहरा या धर्मशाला हो, हाइड्रो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज बिलासपुर हो, एक के बाद दूसरा बड़ा शिक्षा का केंद्र हो या स्वास्थ्य का केंद्र हो, ये जो कोई नहीं दे पाया, ये भी मोदी जी ने ही संभव करके दिखाया है मेरे भाई और बहनों। हिमाचल प्रदेश को रेलवे लाइन से जोड़ने के लिए नंगल ऊना तलवाड़ा रेलवे लाइन का काम तेज रफ्तार के साथ एक और पूरा करवाने का काम, तो भानुपुली बिलासपुर का रेलवे लाइन का काम भी पूरी तेज गति के साथ किसी ने करवाया तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ही करवाया है। हमारे बिलासपुर को रेलवे लाइन हो, हाइड्रो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज हो या फिर 4 लेन हाईवे, कीरतपुर से बिलासपुर का समय मात्र 30 मिनट रह जाएगा, जो कभी 3 घंटे होता था, यह भी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के कारण ही हो पाया। हमीरपुर मंडी का ग्रीन हाईवे 1400 करोड़ का हो, यह भी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने दिया। तो हमारे पूर्व सैनिकों की लंबे समय से मांग थी 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन की, 40 साल तक कोई नहीं कर पाया, यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने वो भी करके दिखाया है। राफेल विमान हो या बाकी हेलीकॉप्टर हो, देश को ही रक्षा के क्षेत्र में आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का काम भी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने करके दिखाया है। और आज हम देश के लिए नहीं, दुनिया भर के लिए रक्षा के इक्विपमेंट्स बनाने का काम करते हैं। जो कल तक सबसे ज्यादा आयात करते थे, आज निर्यात करने की शुरुआत भी हमने प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में की है। यही नहीं मित्रों, आपदा का समय देश और दुनिया के सामने बहुत बड़ा संकट था, लेकिन हमारे पास नरेंद्र मोदी जी जैसा नेतृत्व था। एक और तो देश में 2 वैक्सीन बनाई भी, दुनिया के 100 से ज्यादा देशों को पहुंचाई भी, दवाई वैक्सीन देने का काम जहां दुनिया में किया, हिंदुस्तान में 200 करोड़ से ज्यादा वैक्सीन बिल्कुल मुफ्त में लगवाने का काम भी नरेंद्र मोदी जी के समय। यही नहीं, 80 करोड़ से ज्यादा हिंदुस्तानियों को महामारी के समय भूखमरी से बचाने के लिए 28 महीने तक दुनिया का कोई देश नहीं कर पाया, लेकिन आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपने 80 करोड़ गरीबों को 28 महीने तक 5-5 किलो अनाज और उनकी सेवा करने का काम किया है। इसलिए हम आपका बहुत बहुत आभार प्रकट करते हैं। हमारे देश के किसान हो, उनके खाते में 6,000 रुपया साल का डालने की बात हो, फसल बीमा योजना का लाभ हो, या फिर हमारे किसानों को, दुनिया में तो खाद के दाम 3 गुना बढ़ गए, लेकिन आपने किसान के ऊपर बोझ नहीं पड़ने दिया। आपने सस्ती खाद भी दी और पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि का पैसा भी किसान के खाते में डालकर किसान को अपनी ओर से आशीर्वाद दिया। इसके लिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभार प्रकट करता हूं। यही नहीं मित्रों, सीरिया हो, अफगानिस्तान हो, लीबिया हो, जहां जहां युद्ध हुए वहां से भी भारत के लोगों को सुकुशल वापस लाने का काम प्रधानमंत्री जी की सरकार ने किया है। रशिया और यूक्रेन में युद्ध में 27,000 से ज्यादा हिंदुस्तान के छात्र फंस गए थे। लेकिन ऑपरेशन गंगा चलाकर आपने बगैर खरोंच लगे 27,000 युवाओं को युद्ध की भूमि से वापस निकाल कर लाए हैं। इसके लिए भी आपका बहुत बहुत आभार प्रकट कर। आपने हमें कहा गुलामी की मानसिकता से बाहर निकलना है। हम गुलामी की मानसिकता से बाहर भी निकल रहे हैं, आत्मनिर्भर भारत को भी बना रहे हैं। और आपके नेतृत्व में जिन अंग्रेजों ने हमारे ऊपर 200 साल राज किया, उसको भी पछाड़कर आज हिंदुस्तान 5वें नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था बन गया है। मित्रों, 5वें नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था बन गया। खेलों के क्षेत्र में भी आपने जो नई नई योजनाएं शुरू की, टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स में सबसे ज्यादा मेडल, पैरालंपिक्स में सबसे ज्यादा मेडल, डेफ ओलंपिक्स में सबसे ज्यादा मेडल, और अब कॉमनवेल्थ खेलों में भी तिरंगे झंडे का मान सम्मान, सबसे ज्यादा मेडल जीतने का काम हमारे युवा साथियों ने, खिलाड़ियों ने किया है। कोई ऐसा क्षेत्र नहीं जहां पर भारत पीछे रहा हो। गरीबों का उत्थान और गरीबों को गरीबी रेखा से बाहर निकालने का काम भी रिकॉर्ड समय में अगर इस देश में किसी ने किया है तो यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। मित्रों, जो लोग 60 साल में नहीं कर पाए, वो मोदी जी ने 8 साल में करने का काम किया है। 8 साल में करने का काम किया। और मैं चाहता हूं, जब हमें इतनी बड़ी योजनाएं, 3,650 करोड़ रुपए की योजनाएं आज मोदी जी उद्घाटन, शिलान्यास और देश को समर्पित करने हम सबके बीच में आए हैं, तो जोरदार तालियों के साथ अपने स्थान पर खड़े होकर मोदी जी का स्वागत करें। बोले भारत माता की स्वागत है जी, स्वागत है, स्वागत है जी, स्वागत है, स्वागत है जी, स्वागत है। आप सबकी ओर से एक बार फिर माननीय मोदी जी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत और अभिनंदन। प्रधानमंत्री जी आप आए, आपने आशीर्वाद दिया, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय हिमाचल।
आभार माननीय। हिमाचल को नए शिखर पर पहुंचाने वाले भारतीय जनता पार्टी के माननीय अध्यक्ष एवं सांसद परम आदरणीय श्री जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी से आदर सहित विनती है उद्बोधन के लिए।
भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री, हम सबके बहुत ही प्रिय सम्मानीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, हमारे हिमाचल प्रदेश के सम्मानीय राज्यपाल श्री आर्लेकर जी, हमारे हिमाचल प्रदेश के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री श्री जयराम ठाकुर जी, हमारे भारत सरकार में मंत्री और यहाँ के लोकप्रिय सांसद और हमारे छोटे भाई श्री अनुराग ठाकुर जी, हमारे प्रदेश के अध्यक्ष श्री सुरेश कश्यप जी, कृष्ण कपूर जी, इंदु गोस्वामी जी, सिकंदर जी, सम्मानित मंच और यहाँ उपस्थित सभी मंत्रीगण, सांसदगण, विधायकगण और हिमाचल के कोने कोने से आए हुए हमारे सभी वरिष्ठ कार्यकर्ता बंधु, मीडिया के मेरे साथी, प्रिंट मीडिया और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया के मेरे साथी, आज ये ऐतिहासिक घड़ी जिसमें हम सब के मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी उपस्थित हैं, यह हम सब के लिए बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक दिन है। यह हम सब के लिए बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक पल है। विजयदशमी के दिन आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी एक नहीं अनेकों स्कीम की सौगात हिमाचल प्रदेश की जनता को समर्पित करने के लिए आए हैं। मैं इस ऐतिहासिक दिन पर और इस ऐतिहासिक पल पर आप सबकी ओर से और हिमाचल के तमाम बहनों भाइयों की तरफ से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं और स्वागत करता हूं। मैं उनको आप सबकी ओर से विजयदशमी का भी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। मां दुर्गा उन पर आशीर्वाद रखे। वो जिस तरीके से देश की, दुनिया की, मानवता की सेवा में दिन रात जुटे हैं। मां दुर्गा उनको आशीर्वाद दे, ताकत दे, वो यशस्वी होते हुए देश की सेवा में पल पल लगे हैं, उसको ताकत दे। मित्रों, मैं जब आज की घड़ी को ऐतिहासिक पल बोलता हूं तो मैं भाव विभोर हो जाता हूं। यह कहने के लिए नहीं मैं कह रहा हूं कि ऐतिहासिक पल है। मैंने राजनीतिक घटनाक्रम को बचपन से देखा है और मैंने छोटी छोटी घटनाओं से देखा है कि दिल्ली हिमाचल प्रदेश को किस निगाह से देखता रहा है। हमारे उस समय के राजनीतिक कांग्रेसी कार्यकर्ता पता नहीं क्या क्या सब्ज बाग दिखाते थे और अपने प्रधानमंत्री के बारे में तारीफ करते हुए कहते थे कि यहां ये होगा, यहां ये होगा, यहां ये होगा। 1 साल नहीं गुजरा, 2 साल नहीं गुजरे, 1 दशक नहीं गुजरा, 40 साल गुजर गए, 4 दशक गुजर गए, हमें कुछ देखने को नहीं मिला। अगर हमको आशा की किरण दिखी तो तब दिखी जब हिमाचल की धरती ने दिल्ली में कमल खिलाया और भारत में यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री बनाया। फिर मैं कहने के लिए नहीं कह रहा हूं, ये प्रदेश में बिलासपुर सदा देने वाला था। हम एक बार नहीं उजड़े, कई बार उजड़े। हम देने वाले रहे, हमें कोई देने नहीं आया। लेकिन पहली बार हिमाचल की सुध ली और चिंता की तो मुझे अच्छी तरीके से याद है कि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री हमारे प्रभारी बनकर के आए थे और उस समय हमने कहा था कि 30 साल से कोल डैम का विषय चला हुआ है, 30 साल से सैंज का विषय चला है, हमारे पावर प्रोजेक्ट्स रुके हुए हैं। आप हमारे प्रभारी थे, आपने उस समय के प्रधानमंत्री भारत रत्न अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी से बातचीत की और तब कोल डैम का शिलान्यास कराया और आप उसको समर्पित करने के लिए आए और आपने यहां पर उसको समर्पित किया। अटल टनल, आप उसका भी शिलान्यास करवाने के लिए अटल जी को लेकर के आए थे। आप जानते हैं कि उसके बाद सरकार केंद्र की बदल गई, 10 साल यूपीए की सरकार रही। मैंने आपसे भी जिक्र किया था कि अटल जी कहते थे कि वो पत्थर जो मैंने अटल टनल में लगाया है वो पत्थर मेरे सीने पर है। और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने कहा था कि अब हम बैठे हैं, अटल टनल रिकॉर्ड टाइम में बनेगा और वो समर्पित होगा और वो समर्पित हुआ। कभी हमने सोचा था कि प्रधानमंत्री आएंगे और हमको एम्स देंगे? कभी हमने सोचा था? मैं यहां तमाम जनता से पूछना चाहता हूं, कभी आपने हिमाचल में यह ताकत देखी थी क्या? कभी देखी थी क्या? 3 अक्टूबर 2017 को आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री इसी मैदान में आकर के उन्होंने एम्स का शिलान्यास किया था और आज 5 अक्टूबर 2022 को वो समर्पित कर रहे हैं हमारे को एम्स का, ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मेडिकल साइंसेज। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या कभी आपने कांग्रेस के जमाने में देखा कि शिलान्यास भी हुआ और उद्घाटन भी हुआ? देखा कभी? ये आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के काम करने की शैली है। रीति बदला, रिवाज बदला और आने वाले समय में तुम भी रिवाज बदलोगे, इस बात को हमको ध्यान में रखना है। आज हमको ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मेडिकल साइंसेज मिला है हिमाचल को, 70 लाख की आबादी और एक ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मेडिकल साइंसेज। प्रधानमंत्री जी, हिमाचल का एक एक व्यक्ति सदा आपका ऋणी रहेगा, आभारी रहेगा। हम याद रखेंगे, हम हिमाचली बहुत मन के पक्के लोग हैं। हम लोगों को प्यार चाहिए और जो आपने प्यार दिया है उसको हम ब्याज समेत लौटाएंगे, इस बात का हम आपको वायदा करते हैं। ये बंदले की पहाड़ी, इस बंदले की पहाड़ी को लोग बोलते थे ये कौन जाएगा, कौन जाएगा। आज वहां पर ताज की तरह हाइड्रो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज सजा हुआ है, जिसको प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी आज उसको समर्पित करेंगे। वो हमारा ताज बन गया। हमारे इलाके में कहते थे ये बंजर है, ये बंजर है, आज वो आबाद हो गई। इसको हमको समझना पड़ेगा। हर छोटी बड़ी घटनाएं जो विकास के तीर्थ बने हैं, उसका संबंध अगर है तो वो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से जुड़ता है। इस बात को हमको ध्यान में रखना है। मित्रों, आज हमको मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क मिलेगा। आज आपको लगता है वो मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क है, ऐसा नहीं है। यह प्रधानमंत्री जी की सोच है और आगे चल करके वो हिमाचल को मेडिकल डिवाइस के नक्शे पर किस तरीके से दुनिया में खड़ा करेगा, इसकी आपको कल्पना नहीं है। मैं उसके लिए भी आपको बधाई देता हूं। मैं एक बात के लिए आपको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। लोग भूल जाते हैं, और आपने ये काम बिना हमारे मांग के किया था। बिना हम मांग भी नहीं पाए थे। हमें याद है, शांता कुमार जी हमें ले जाते थे, कहते थे अधिकार यात्रा में हम दिल्ली चलें अपना अधिकार मांगने।
Rescue operations in Uttarkashi will resume today as massive avalanche hit the Dokriani Bamak Glacier. Meanwhile, a 5-member team of the SDRF and 3 instructors were dropped by helicopter at the glacier.
2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Amit Shinde versus Uddhav camp on the Sera rally. Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will be holding a rally at the MMRDA ground, while Uddhav Thackeray organizes the Sera event at Shivaji Park. The Telangana Rashtriya Samiti is likely to be renamed the Bharat Rashtriya Samiti as Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao preps for a national foray.
और हमें जिस तरीके से प्रोजेक्ट्स के माध्यम से हिमाचल को आगे बढ़ाया है, विकसित किया है, दुनिया तो लोहा मानती है। अभी अनुराग जी ने सारे देश की और दुनिया की तस्वीर आपके सामने खींची। दुनिया और देश लोहा मानता है, लेकिन हम हिमाचल के लोग जो बिल्कुल सीधे साधे पक्के अपनी बात कह करके चुप हो जाते थे, उनको अगर किसी ने आवाज दी है तो वो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने दी है। इस बात को हमको याद रखना है। उसको अगर किसी ने राजनीतिक ताकत दी है तो वो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दी है। कभी हम सोच सकते थे? आपको याद होगा अच्छी तरीके से, यहां से कैबिनेट रैंक का मंत्री नहीं बनता था, स्टेट मिनिस्टर में ही गुजारा करते थे। एक नहीं, 4-4 दशक गुजारा किया। आप प्रधानमंत्री बने, आपने इज्जत दी, आपने स्थान दिया। आज जिस तरीके से पार्टी में भी मुझ जैसे को अध्यक्ष की जिम्मेवारी दी है, हिमाचल प्रदेश की दृष्टि से आपने जो सम्मान दिया है, उसको मैं और हिमाचल की जनता भी हमेशा याद रखेगी। लेकिन जो आपने राजनीतिक ताकत दी है हिमाचल के आम आदमी को, उसके लिए हम आभारी हैं। मित्रों, इसलिए मैं कहता हूं कि यह ऐतिहासिक पल है, यह ऐतिहासिक दिन है। आज पुनः मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को अपने शीश झुकाकर उनका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आभार माननीय श्रद्धेय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके प्रेरणादायी मार्गदर्शन में माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री जयराम ठाकुर जी की अथक मेहनत से हिमाचल ने आपके हर संकल्प को आपकी ही प्रेरणा से आगे बढ़कर रहकर पूरा किया है। प्रदेश के जनप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय श्री जयराम ठाकुर जी से आदर सहित विनती है उद्बोधन के लिए।
भारत माता की। देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, हिमाचल प्रदेश के माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय श्री राजेंद्र विश्वनाथ अर्लेकर जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष और राज्यसभा के सांसद आदरणीय श्री जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी, केंद्रीय मंत्री भाई अनुराग ठाकुर जी, माननीय सांसद श्री किशन कपूर जी, सुश्री इंदु गोस्वामी जी, प्रोफेसर प्रेम कुमार, प्रोफेसर सिकंदर कुमार जी और यहाँ उपस्थित सभी।
The world supermarket. World is ours for the taking. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Rescue operations in Uttarkashi will resume today as massive avalanche hit the Dokriani Bamak Glacier. Meanwhile, a 5-member team of the SDRF and 3 instructors were dropped by helicopter at the glacier.
2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Amit Shinde versus Uddhav camp on the Sera rally. Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will be holding a rally at the MMRDA ground while Uddhav Thackeray organizes the Sera event at Shivaji Park. The Telangana Rashtriya Samiti is likely to be renamed the Bharat Rashtriya Samiti as Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao
2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Big breaking news coming in. Army chopper crashes in Tawang. Now, the initial report suggests that two pilots were on board of the chopper. Now, 2 pilots were in the chopper, one critical, one out of danger. For more information on this, we're joined in by our reporter Aniruddha, who's joining us from Guwahati. Aniruddha, what can you tell us about this army chopper crash in Tawang? What we understand right now is that 2 pilots were in the chopper, one is critical and one is out of danger. But what is the latest that we've gathered so far about this army chopper crash?
Yes, this chopper crash has been confirmed by our sources in the Indian Army. However, we are also expecting an official statement in quite some time from now. We are getting to know that this chopper crash took place around 65 kilometers away from the district headquarters of Tawang at Lungla. And it has been reported that the weather was a bit inclement, but the exact cause of the chopper, whether it was due to inclement weather or whether there was some technical snag is still yet to be confirmed. We are getting to also know that there were two pilots were on this chopper, on board this chopper when the crash took place, and one of them is in critical condition, whereas another one is reportedly safe. The Tawang area particularly is also known as one of the most dangerous flying zone in India, and it is not inhospitable mostly for the chopper sorties. And we are also getting to know that probably this was an advanced light helicopter of the Indian Army which have crashed in Lungla, and we are still awaiting more details on this press, but as we get all those updates, we'll be bringing in all the updates for our viewers here on Republic Studio.
Right, Aniruddha, all right, we're going to continue to get all the latest on this particular story where an army chopper has crashed in Tawang. Two pilots were in the chopper, one critical, one out of danger. This crash site was 65 kilometers from Tawang. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break to get you the latest on this.
Amit Shinde versus Uddhav camp on the Sera rally. Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will be holding a rally at the MMRDA ground while Uddhav Thackeray organizes the Sera event at Shivaji Park. The Telangana Rashtriya Samiti is likely to be renamed the Bharat Rashtriya Samiti as Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao preps for a national foray.
The world supermarket. World is ours for the taking. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Rescue operations in Uttarkashi will resume today as massive avalanche hit the Dokriani Bamak Glacier. Meanwhile, a 5-member team of the SDRF and 3 instructors were dropped by helicopter at the glacier.
2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower.
कश्मीर के ही नेता डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह जी, जो मेरे साथी हैं मंत्री परिषद में, हमारे साथ यहां पर उपस्थित सफीना बेगम जी, जो डीडीसी की चेयरपर्सन है, और आए हुए आज इस खुशनुमा सुबह में आए हुए मेरे बारामुल्ला और आसपास के सभी क्षेत्र के प्यारे भाइयों बहनों, और विशेषकर गुर्जर, बकलवाल और पहाड़ी क्षेत्र के मेरे भाइयों, आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। मित्रों, जब मेरा कार्यक्रम शुरू हुआ तब मुझे बताया गया, सुनो, जब कार्यक्रम इश्यू हुआ तब मुझे बताया गया बारामुल्ला जा रहे हो, सुनने कौन आएगा। मैं आज ये लोगों को कहना चाहता हूं, कैमरा वालों को भी कहना चाहता हूं, जरा पीछे दिखा दीजिए कश्मीर की एक खूबसूरत वादी में हजारों लोग विकास की गाथा सुनने के लिए, नरेंद्र मोदी का साथ देने के लिए यहां पर उपस्थित है। मित्रों, ये बारामुल्ला जब मैं आया हूं तब सबसे पहले मकबूल सेवाई को प्रणाम कर याद करना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ लड़ते अपनी जान देकर अपनी मातृभूमि की रक्षा की थी। और उस वक्त अगर सन 47 में मकबूल सेवाई जैसे वीर नौजवानों ने अपने इस क्षेत्र को बचाया न होता तो आज यहां पर भी पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर जैसा हाल होता, न बिजली होती, न पानी होता, न अस्पताल होता। आज मैं फिर से एक बार मकबूल सेवाली को प्रणाम कर उनको श्रद्धांजलि देकर मेरी बात की याद करना चाहता हूं। मित्रों, जम्मू के पीर पंजाल की पहाड़ियां और चिनाब और कश्मीर घाटी से बना हुआ एक क्षेत्र दुनिया में सबसे खूबसूरत क्षेत्रों में माना जाता है। मैं यहां 3 दिन से हूं, आज तीसरा दिन है। मैं जहां पर भी गया एलजी साहब को मैं विशेष धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। मोदी जी और मनोज सिन्हा जी ने जो विकास के काम किए हैं उसकी खुशी यहां की जनता के चेहरे पर दिखाई पड़ती है। तो आज मैं कहना चाहता हूं, कुछ दिन पहले महबूबा मुफ्ती जी का मैंने एक ट्वीट पढ़ा था कि ऐसे मां पा रहे हो, हिसाब देकर जाना कि क्या दिया है कश्मीर को। महबूबा जी, कान खोलकर सुन लीजिए, आंख खोलकर देख लीजिए, आप और फारूक साहब दोनों देख लीजिए, हमने क्या दिया इसका मैं हिसाब देता हूं। मगर 75 साल तक आपके 3 परिवारों ने यहां शासन किया, उन्होंने क्या दिया उसका हिसाब जरा बाद में करना। सबसे पहला काम मोदी जी ने गांव तक जमहूरियत को पहुंचाने का किया है। पहले कश्मीर के अंदर जमहूरियत की व्याख्या थी 3 परिवार, 87 विधायक और 6 सांसद, और आज मोदी जी ने 5 अगस्त के बाद जम्मू कश्मीर में जमहूरियत को जमीन तक, गांव तक पहुंचाने का काम किया है। और आज घाटी और जम्मू दोनों क्षेत्र में 30,000 से ज्यादा लोग पंचायत, तहसील पंचायत और मस्जिद में कुछ चल रहा है मुझे अभी चिट्ठी मिली, मस्जिद में समय हुआ है प्रार्थना का, अब समाप्त हो गया। मैं चालू करूं क्या फिर से? जरा जोर से बोलो, चालू करूं भाई? मोदी जी ने जमहूरियत को 30,000 लोगों तक पहुंचाने का काम किया है। अब तक 370 जाने के पहले 87 विधायक, 6 सांसद और 3 परिवार था। मुफ्ती परिवार, अब्दुल्ला परिवार और गांधी परिवार। और अब मोदी जी ने लोकतंत्र को गांव के पंच, सरपंच, बीडीसी और जिला पंचायत तक पहुंचाकर 30,000 लोगों को जोड़ने का काम किया है। मित्रों, 30,000 लोग। मित्रों, आज तक ये 3 परिवारों ने भ्रष्टाचार रोकने के लिए पूरे देश भर में एंटी करप्शन ब्यूरो था, मगर ये 3 परिवारों ने मेरे जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर एंटी करप्शन ब्यूरो को घुसने नहीं दिया। मैं समझ नहीं पाता क्यों घुसने नहीं दिया। जब यहां आया 1 साल पहले एक जर्नलिस्ट ने कहा कि साहब एंटी करप्शन ब्यूरो अगर बनेगा तो वो ही घर लिए जाएंगे, वो भला क्यों करेंगे। मुझे बताओ माताओं, भाइयों, बहनों, इतनी बड़ी संख्या में उपस्थित हो, गरीबों का पैसा भ्रष्टाचार की भेंट चढ़ना चाहिए क्या? जरा जोर से बोलिए, चढ़ना चाहिए क्या? मोदी जी ने तय किया है गरीबों का पैसा गरीब तक पहुंचेगा। मित्रों, आज मैं पूछने आया हूं फारूक साहब और महबूबा जी को, आप हिसाब लाइए 70 साल तक ये 3 परिवारों ने शासन किया। कितना इन्वेस्टमेंट आया जम्मू कश्मीर में, कितनी इंडस्ट्री आई, कितने कल कारखाने लगे, कितने युवाओं को रोजगारी मिली। 70 साल के अंदर सिर्फ 15,000 करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट आया और मोदी जी ने ये 3 साल में 56,000 करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट आज जम्मू कश्मीर में आने का काम किया है। पहले ये टेररिस्ट हॉटस्पॉट था, आज टूरिस्ट हॉटस्पॉट। मित्रों, कश्मीर के घाटी में सबसे ज्यादा साल के 6 लाख सैलानी आया करते थे। आज मैं यहां पर अक्टूबर में आया हूं, जोर से ताली बजाइएगा। पहले 6 लाख आते थे, अक्टूबर तक 22 लाख प्रवासी यहां आ चुके हैं, जिससे कितने युवाओं को रोजगारी मिली और ये सिलसिला आगे बढ़ने वाला है। पहले क्या दिया घाटी के युवाओं, मैं बताता हूं आपने क्या दिया। महबूबा जी, फारूक साहब, आपने घाटी के युवाओं के हाथ में पत्थर पकड़ाया, बंदूक पकड़ाई और मोदी जी ने यहां पर इंडस्ट्री लाकर उसके हाथ में मोबाइल और लैपटॉप पकड़ाने का काम किया है, जिससे युवा अपने आप को रोजगार युक्त कर पाए। मित्रों, आज मैं जब यहां आया हूं तब एक बात बताना चाहता हूं। दहशतगर्दी से कभी किसी का भला हो सकता है क्या? आतंकवाद ने दुनिया में किसी का भला किया? ऐसी कोई घटना हो तो मुझे आतंकवाद के पैरोकार जो है वो बता दें। दहशतगर्दी से किसी का भला नहीं। जम्मू कश्मीर के 42,000 लोग 90 से लेकर आज तक दहशतगर्दी के भेंट चढ़ गए, आतंकवाद के भेंट चढ़ गए। मुझे बताइए भाइयों बहनों माताओं, ये 42,000 लोगों की मृत्यु के लिए कौन जिम्मेदार है? ये 3 परिवार ने शासन किया, वो जिम्मेदार है। अब आतंकवाद धीरे धीरे समाप्ति की ओर जाता है। कुछ लोग यहां पर पाकिस्तान की बात करते हैं। मैं आज उनको कहना चाहता हूं, कभी भी आप आइए, हमारे लोगों के साथ बैठिए। पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर में कितने गांव में बिजली है, इसका हिसाब लेकर आइए। मैं बताता हूं, आज हमारे कश्मीर के अंदर हर गांव में बिजली पहुंच चुकी। माताओं, भाइयों, बहनों, भगवान न करे आपके घर में कोई बीमारी आ जाए तो मोदी जी ने 5 लाख तक का इलाज पूरा फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट कर दिया। 77 लाख लोगों को काम देकर आज इलाज के लिए एक भी पैसा खर्च नहीं करना। 1 लाख लोग ऐसे थे जिनके पास एक बर्फीली हवाओं में भी रहने का पक्का घर नहीं था। 70 साल तक मुफ्ती एंड कंपनी ने, ये अब्दुल्ला एंड सन्स ने शासन किया, मगर 1 लाख लोगों को घर नहीं मिला था। मोदी जी ने 14 से लेकर 22 तक कश्मीर में और जम्मू में 1 लाख लोगों को घर देने का काम किया है। मित्रों, ये सबसे बड़ी उपलब्धि। मित्रों, लगभग 12,41,000 इतनी बड़ी संख्या में माताएं बहनें बैठी है। 12 लाख परिवारों को गैस का सिलेंडर देकर चूल्हे के धुएं से मुक्ति देने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने किया। लगभग 11,87,000 किसानों के अकाउंट में हर साल 6,000 रुपया जमा किया जाता है। जल जीवन मिशन के तहत 58% लोगों के घर में नल से जल पहुंचाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने पूरा कर दिया है। मित्रों, आप एक बात बताइए, ये मुझे सलाह देते हैं कि पाकिस्तान से बातचीत करो। मुझे सलाह देते हैं, जिन्होंने 70 साल तक यहां राज किया, वो लोग सलाह देते हैं पाकिस्तान से बात करो। मेरा स्पष्ट मत है, मैं पाकिस्तान से बात करना नहीं चाहता। मेरे बारामूला के गुर्जर, पहाड़ी और बकरवाल भाई हो गए, मुझे बात करना चाहता। मैं कश्मीर के युवाओं को बात करना चाहता। जरा खुली नजर से, खुले दिमाग से सोचिए, जिन्होंने दहशतगर्दी फैलाई, इसने कश्मीर का क्या भला किया है। आज पूरे देश के सभी राज्य आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, कश्मीर को भी वो रेस के लिए लगाना है। हमें आतंकवादी के बताए हुए रास्ते पे नहीं जाना। कश्मीर का युवा देश के विकास में जुड़े, कश्मीर का युवा पढ़ लिख कर नौकरी प्राप्त कर उद्योगों के साथ जुड़े, ये करने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी कर रहे हैं। मेरा आपसे निवेदन है कि आप इसमें आपका सहयोग दीजिए। मित्रों, 2 मॉडल है यहां। एक तो मोदी जी का मॉडल है, जो विकास, शांति, सद्भाव और रोजगारी देता है, और एक गुपकार मॉडल है। गुपकार मॉडल ने क्या दिया? पुलवामा का अटैक करा दिया। और आज मोदी जी ने क्या कहा? पुलवामा में 2000 करोड़ के खर्चे से अस्पताल बनाने का काम किया गया। गुपकार मॉडल क्या कर रहा है? पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादियों को लाल जाजम बिठाकर यहां पर ला रहा। मोदी मॉडल क्या कर रहा है? 56,000 करोड़ के इन्वेस्टमेंट को जमीन पर उतारकर मेरे बारामूला के युवाओं को रोजगारी देने का काम ये नरेंद्र मोदी मॉडल कर रहा है। मित्रों, युवाओं के लिए गुप्कार मॉडल में क्या है? पत्थर है, बंद कॉलेज है, हाथ में मशीन गन है। नरेंद्र मोदी मॉडल में क्या है? आईआईएम है, आईआईटी है, एम्स है, नीट है। युवा को पढ़ाई लिखाई चाहिए। अब्दुल्ला साहब, युवा के हाथ में पत्थर नहीं चाहिए। और मित्रों, युवा के हाथ में से पत्थर लेकर पढ़ाई लिखाई कराने का काम हमारे नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। मित्रों, हमने पॉलिटिकल प्रोसेस शुरू की। मैं आपको भरोसा दिलाना चाहता हूं कि जैसे ही चुनाव आयोग का मतदाता सूची बनाने का काम समाप्त हो जाएगा, पूरी पारदर्शिता के साथ कश्मीर के अंदर चुनाव करा दिए जाएंगे। आपके खुद के चुने हुए नुमाइंदे यहां पर शासन करेंगे। माताओं, बहनों और भाइयों, मैं परिसीमन की बात करना चाहता हूं। पहले जो परिसीमन किया, डिलिमिटेशन किया, ऐसे किया था कि आप कुछ भी करो, ये 3 परिवार के लोग ही चुनकर आएंगे। मोदी जी ने जिस प्रकार की दखल नहीं की, और आज चुनाव आयोग ने जो डिलिमिटेशन किया है, इसके परिणाम स्वरूप आपके ही नुमाइंदे जीत कर आएंगे, आपके नुमाइंदे ही यहां पर शासन करेंगे। मित्रों, दहशतगर्दी से मोदी जी ने लगभग कश्मीर को मुक्त कर दिया है। और आज मैं आप सभी को कहना चाहता हूं, दहशतगर्दों का साथ गांव में भी कोई देता है तो उसको समझाइए, उसको वापिस लाइए, उसको मेन स्ट्रीम में लाइए। दहशतगर्दी से, आतंकवाद से कश्मीर का भला नहीं होने वाला। कश्मीर का भला जमहूरियत से होने वाला। कश्मीर का भला इंडस्ट्री लगने से होने वाला है। कश्मीर का भला एम्स लगने से होने वाला है। कश्मीर का भला आईआईएम लगने से होने वाला है। मित्रों, बारामूला के अंदर एक जमाने में जब ये 3 परिवार का शासन था, 132 करोड़ का बजट था। कितना था बारामूला वालों, बताइएगा? 132 करोड़। जरा जोर से बोले, कितना था? 132 करोड़। और 2022-23 में मोदी जी के शासन में 132 करोड़ से बढ़ाकर 1515 करोड़ तक पहुंचाने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। डीडीसी और बीडीसी के लिए 110 करोड़ रुपया अलग से दिया है। बारामूला में सरकारी मेडिकल कॉलेज बन रहा है जो यहाँ के बच्चों को डॉक्टर बनाकर कश्मीर के गरीब भाइयों बहनों का इलाज कराने का काम करेगा। एक्सप्रेसवे नारवल से बारामूला तक राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग और बारामूला से उरी तक 850 करोड़ की लागत से एक्सप्रेसवे बनाया है। गुलमर्ग से पर्यटक बारामूला आना चाहते हैं। बारामूला बाबा रेसी गुलमर्ग तक 43 किलोमीटर का सड़क 85 करोड़ के खर्च से बनाने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया है। मित्रों, 847 करोड़ रुपए से 1.5 लाख परिवारों को शिक्षा के क्षेत्र के तहत आज शामिल करने का हमने फैसला किया है। जो मेडिकल कॉलेज लगेंगे वो मुफ्त अस्पताल भी चलाएंगे। 5 नए डिग्री कॉलेज डांगी, वाचा, हादीपुर, बोनियार, क्रीरी और बोमई में स्थापने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने किया है। और बारामूला की मेरी क्षेत्र की बच्चियों के लिए 100 बिस्तर की क्षमता के साथ गुर्जर बकरवालों का एक बच्चियों का छात्रालय रेसिडेंट स्कूल भी बनाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने किया है। 402 पंचायतों में 2 स्टेडियम और हर पंचायत के अंदर खेल के मैदान बनाए हैं। 10 करोड़ रुपया की लागत से 2 इंडोर स्टेडियम भी बन रहे हैं। और गुलमर्ग में, सिर्फ मैं गुलमर्ग की बात करता हूं, आपसे सटा हुआ है, 4 लाख प्रवासी आए थे, 4 लाख टूरिस्ट आए थे। उससे बढ़कर 13 लाख टूरिस्ट सिर्फ सितंबर माह तक गुलमर्ग में आ चुके हैं। मित्रों, आज मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि हजारों करोड़ रुपए बिजली के कारखाने लगे, हजारों करोड़ रुपए की सिंचाई की योजनाएं लगी हैं। और ये सारा जब लगता है तो समृद्धि कश्मीर की घाटी में ही आने वाली है। माताओं, भाइयों, बहनों, रेल नेटवर्क के सुधार के लिए उधमपुर, श्रीनगर, बारामूला रेल लिंक का काम शुरू कर दिया गया है। प्रधानमंत्री सड़क योजना के तहत 3167 करोड़ रुपया की 119 नई सड़कें बनाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने किया है। और मित्रों, मैं आज आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी जो इंडस्ट्रियल पैकेज लेकर आए हैं उसके तहत 56,000 करोड़ का निवेश आज देश से कश्मीर के अंदर आया है, जिसके तहत 5 लाख लोगों को रोजगारी मिलने की संभावना है। 5 लाख युवा। मित्रों, ये विकास इसलिए हो रहा है कि यहां अलगाववाद की बात करने वाले आज साइड ट्रैक मेडिकल कॉलेज 2047 से 14 तक, मैं बबुआ जी और फारूक साहब सुन ले, 2047 से 2014 तक आपके परिवारों ने शासन किया। सिर्फ 4 मेडिकल कॉलेज बनाए थे। 14 से 22 तक 9 मेडिकल कॉलेज नए बनाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया। 15 नर्सिंग कॉलेज बनाए। पहले 500 डॉक्टर यहां से निकलते थे, अब 1300 डॉक्टर यहां से निकलकर देश भर की और जम्मू कश्मीर की सेवा करेंगे। कश्मीर में एम्स बनाया है, कश्मीर में नीट बनाया है, अनंतनाग, बारामूला वहां पर नई मेडिकल कॉलेज बनाई है, नीट कश्मीर में बनाया है, जम्मू और कश्मीर में 2 क्लस्टर विश्वविद्यालय बनाए हैं, बीएससी नर्सिंग कॉलेज और 2 कैंसर इंस्टीट्यूट भी कश्मीर में बनाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। और मित्रों, सबसे बड़ी बात मैं आप लोगों को ये करने आया हूं कि धारा 370 के कारण मेरे गुर्जर, बकरवाल और पहाड़ियों को आरक्षण का फायदा नहीं मिलता। आप लोगों को
कन्ने एम्स री बड़ी बड़ी बधाई। हिमाचल के राज्यपाल श्री राजेंद्र आर्लेकर जी, हिमाचल के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान जयराम ठाकुर जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष